Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be listening. Welcome to Lords, welcome to our ball-by-ball coverage here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel of the second test match between England and Pakistan. We've had a rain delay, as was forecast, but at the moment, dry skies, I'm pleased to say, although a damp outfield. But we are getting underway an hour and 20 minutes late after the scheduled start time of 11 o'clock. The news is that Pakistan captain Babar Azam is back in the team. He won the toss. He's chosen to have a bowl first. And I think England may well have done exactly the same thing. It feels like a bowling, I was going to say bowling morning, but it feels like a bowling day with damp conditions. And, well, there should certainly be a little bit of movement early on for Mohammad Abbas. A very good afternoon to Steve Harmison.
Good afternoon, Manners. Yeah, good morning, good evening, afternoon, everybody, wherever you are listening in the world. It was a toss to win, and have a bowl, and not many better exponents in conditions like this than Mohammad Abbas.
It is Mohammad Abbas from our commentary end, the nursery end, outside the off stump to Ben Duckett, who leaves alone Emilio Gay at the non-strikers end. England named as expected an unchanged 11. Bit of a surprise in the Pakistan lineup. Not that Babar Azam has returned after a finger injury, but Salman Ali Agha, who captained the team at Leeds, at Headingley, he's now on the bench, from captain to bench.
Captain to bench. Mark Butcher, welcome to Butcher's world. I think it's New Zealand in '99, I think. It happened at Old Trafford, captain at Old Trafford, then dropped the following test. I just wonder if there's an injury. The experience of, just wonder if there's an injury.
Here's Abbas again. Duckett punches off the back foot, square on the offside. No timing at all in that. Just a bit splicey, I think, and he will get a couple though between backward point and mid-off.
I want to have a look at that fielding again. That's shambolic to start off with. It's the captain, Babar Azam. I mean, England's running wasn't the greatest because they just turned and leisurely went. But Babar Azam wasn't sort of quick to get to the ball. He was even less quick to pick it up. I think if he picks it up first time with any sort of energy and turns and throws, I think England batters might be in trouble, whichever end he threw.
Here is Abbas once again, bowls. Duckett plays and misses, I think, outside the off stump, although he just tucked his bat behind his front pad. I think he played at that one. It did angle across him. It wasn't particularly vigorous or enthusiastic fielding, was it?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And it wasn't exactly energetic running either, so it just might be my eyes. I might have been picking up on something that probably wasn't there. Abbas bowling from a nursery end, bowling, pushing the ball up the slope. He's not got much pace pushing it up the slope. I thought he might have gone from the other end.
Three slips in a gully. Here is Abbas once again. Duckett defends, tries to work it on the onside, but it's fielded by Abbas. Good crowd in, not an absolute sellout, but there's a few people that have bought tickets who are not here. I'm delighted to say that the Allen stand now looks like it's fully functional. In terms of seating anyway, it's still undergoing renovations, and I think there's a roof planned and a couple of corporate suites that'll be on top of the Allen stand. The smaller stand at Lords, it's to the left of the pavilion as we look. Abbas in again, beats Duckett undoubtedly outside the off stump this time, pushing at that. And well, it looks slightly nonplussed. That one has gone up the slope past the outside edge. The tavern stand, the mound stand, and away to our right, the grandstand, all very well populated. The Warner stand away to the right of the pavilion as we look.
Good question for you, Manners. Yeah, the Allen stand. Have you? I don't know. Have you seen? I've not seen the plans on what it's going to be. Is it going to be connected to the main pavilion? Because it used to be connected to the main pavilion. The stand used to be connected to, was it 3 floors up, just above the level of the dressing rooms.
Here is Abbas once again, and edged and falls short a second slip. Not only falls short a second slip, but beats him on the half volley, and there'll be a couple of runs to Ben Duckett, but a false shot. Mohammad Abbas finding the outside edge. I first commentated at Lords a long time ago, and I don't remember the Allen stand being connected to the pavilion. Did it have a little walkway?
Yeah, I'm sure there was a walkway. You've got me second guessing now.
I don't recall that.
I remember. Yeah, it was. I think it's from around about the changing room height. Possibly the height above. No, it would have been changing room height. I reckon it was.
I used to commentate
You've got
in
me
the,
second guessing
at the
yourself
top
now.
of that. So we're looking from the nursery end, the left-hand side of the pavilion on the top there. I used to commentate from up there in the late 1980s, and I'm sure that I would have had a wander around between commentary stints and walked into the Allen stand.
I'm sure that there was a bridge. And
I'm sure producer Scott can Google this for us, or his assistant Lucy. She can find out. Go on, AI. Was the Allen stand ever connected to the pavilion at Lord's?
A picture of the old great pavilion. You'd see I'm sure there is. Actually, the last ball over, there's a nick. While we're talking about that, there's a nick that went to second slip. It didn't just drop short; it dropped miles short. Yeah, it did.
The answer, Harmy, is, according to ChatGPT, yes, the Allen stand has historically been connected to the historic pavilion at Lord's Cricket Ground via, here's Shahzad once again, and is pushed away defensively by Emilio Gay, via the upper level link bridge for members only. I see, I couldn't use it because I'm not a member.
Yeah. So
it's not there now.
No, unless they're planning.
Hang on, Scott, you haven't finished yet. When the Allen stand has been refurbished, will it be connected to the historic Lord's Pavilion? Well, it's a little bit early on for these challenging questions,
It is, yeah, it is.
Three slips in a gully. Very orthodox looking field as Khurram Shahzad is in again. That keeps very low outside the off stumps, left alone by Emilio Gay, and it bounces a second time before it reaches keeper Mohammad Rizwan.
We've had 8 balls so far. 2 of them have bounced short of Rizwan, one from either end, and one of them has been nicked just short of second slip. So it tells you exactly what you need to know about the pace in this pitch. It started slow. There's a little bit of live green grass on it. That will go as the game goes on. But I was expecting that live green grass to make the ball bounce, and it hasn't.
No, it's keeping low, isn't it? Here's Shahzad again. Outside the off stump. I think Emilio Gay left that one alone. It's good, this AI. Do you use it?
No, I don't, but I've been told.
So Scott's comment, when the Allen stand has been refurbished, will it be connected to the pavilion at Lord's? The answer is yes. The redeveloped Allen stand at the Lord's Cricket Ground will feature an upper level link bridge connecting it directly to the pavilion. The project includes demolishing the old link bridge and rebuilding a new upper level connection. Member access only.
Very good.
Very
good AI, isn't
he? He is good, yeah. Here's Khurram Shahzad around the wicket, bowls Emilio Gay, cover drives for 4. What a lovely shot. Bit of width on that. Could well have been left by Emilio Gay, but it was the length that attracted him. Very full, wide outside the off stump. That's a rasping cover drive.
It is, and it's again, as a bowler who probably hasn't played at Lord's before, just not quite getting sort of line and length right. You can get the length right, but if you sort of straight down the hill, bowling around the wicket to Emilio Gay, so he's trying to take the ball away from Emilio Gay's outside edge, which is going down the hill. Just gone too wide there.
Here's Khurram Shahzad again, bowls. He leaves on length this time, much closer to him, but back of a length and left alone by Emilio Gay. Final question to producer Scott. Artist's impression of the redeveloped Allen stand. Is there an artist's impression of the refurbished Allen stand? And we want to know whether I'm right in thinking there's going to be hospitality suites on the top level with a roof, because it's the only stand without any covering at the moment, isn't it? I mean, there's shelter at the top of all the other stands. Here's Khurram Shahzad in. A little quicker, I think. This one bounces a bit, nips back up the slope, hits him on the pad, bounces out on the offside, and there's no run. Pakistan winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl first, and England after 2 overs, 8 without loss.
Yeah, good start from England. Watchful start from Ben Duckett, edge 1. Trying to play inside 1, a couple of short balls which have been dealt with quite nicely. Full ball dealt with very nicely from Emilio Gay, 84 mile an hour. So Shahzad's not quick at all. I think that was the problem at Headingley. The bowlers that didn't have any pace, but normally in what you'd hope for in international cricket, a level up, the elite level of a bowler doesn't have pace. He has extreme accuracy. Mohammad Abbas was probably the most accurate, and he was a little bit off from what he normally is. Shahzad had a real struggle of accuracy, so got to get it first up this morning.
Mohammad Abbas in and beats Duckett outside the off stump. Good delivery once again. 8 without loss, England. Hey, Harmy, I'm going to let you do the description. Have a look at the artist's impression of the redeveloped Allen stand and describe that to...
It's like 3 snooker triangles, doesn't it?
The roof?
Yeah, that's how you get the triangles.
It looks
snooker,
pretty impressive.
It does look impressive.
That's a big roof, and are there suites there at the top? Corporate suites? Hospitality suites?
It does look nice.
It looks really impressive. Quite futuristic as well, doesn't it? It looks like a see-through, kind of a perspex roof. See-through, so allowing light in. Outside the off stump from Mohammad Abbas, a little bit too wide. Left alone by Ben Duckett.
They've gone for the wooden beams on the other side as well, haven't they? So it must be in keeping with what's going around the surrounding areas in St John's Wood. Has Coss got any more wickets for Durham yet? I'll throw that one in early. Bryden Carr took 2 wickets in his first 3 overs this morning for Durham. Has he still got 2, Scott? Yeah.
Gloucestershire 68 for 3. Bryden Carr 2 for 33 from 7 overs. Matt Potts 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. All beats Duckett again outside the off stump. Lovely delivery from Mohammad Abbas. I also would have thought that, being the senior bowler, he would have chosen the pavilion end, but no. It is generally am I talking out of turn now? The pavilion end is generally more popular amongst the seamers.
Yeah, the swing bowler tends to like to bowl. So I'll push it, bring it back into the left-hander with a slope, take the ball away from the outside edge with a slope. It's normally the taller bowlers, the more line bowlers, Glenn McGrath, Stuart Broad, I used to like bowling from that pavilion end.
Here's Abbas once again, bowls wide half volley, driven by Duckett. Got that one wrong, Mohammad Abbas, got the treatment it deserves. It's a very good job that ball did just about have the pace to reach the boundary, because given the lack of commitment and enthusiasm with which it was chased by Captain Babar Azam to the boundary, if they could have run 6 if it hadn't reached the boundary.
Yeah, he's got to realise as well, Babar, that it is uphill that way. And I just wonder if Mohammad Abbas has got it wrong here. He's bowling, he's pushing it uphill against the left-handers.
4 slips now, no gully, pushed away, defended by Ben Duckett out towards Babar. If you're wondering why Babar is not in the cordon, it's because of that finger injury that kept him out of the first test. So he's taken up the option of fielding at mid-off. Duckett 8, Gay 4, England 12 without loss.
Yeah, I just wondered if Mohammad Abbas, not blessed with a huge amount of pace, but he's got ridiculous accuracy. And I just wonder, he's just pushing it up the slope. What has he bowled? He's bowled 10 balls so far. I think 4 of them haven't carried. 1 of them was nicked, and 4 of them haven't carried to the cordon.
Abbas in again, short, wide, and cut shot by Duckett. 4 runs up the slope, up the hill, into the grandstand, or in front of the grandstand. Doesn't need a great deal of width, Ben Duckett. He definitely, absolutely definitely is leaving more balls since the beginning of this summer than he ever has done before. Is the lowest leave percentage of any international test match opener since records began, since they started being recorded. But doesn't mean to say that he's not still playing more shots than every other opener.
He's a little bit more selective, he's more controlled. I think he's leaving the ones that he was getting singles from, which possibly were putting him in the winter in a more vulnerable place because he was pushing at them. So now when he's going at the ball, he's actually going at the ball, and he's trying to hit the ball for 4.
Khurram Shahzad in off the back foot, punched away by Emilio Gay down the slope, past cover point and into the boundary for 4. That wasn't a great delivery from Khurram Shahzad, and Ali Usman again not blessed with a great deal of pace, but I think he always knew that one was going to beat him. It was more of a push through cover off the back foot, wasn't it, rather than a full-blooded cut shot?
No, it wasn't a cut shot. I think it was a push, but they've got the wrong ends here. They've gotten to the wrong ends. Shahzad would be better off from this end. He's the one that's trying to sort of shape it back, bowl into the pitch, shape it back, and at the minute he's shaping it away and it's going down the hill. He's going too wide.
Shahzad in, that one does straighten down the slopes, left alone by Emilio Gay. Abdullah Shafiq is at second slip with third slip is Imam ul Haq, so first slip must be Saud Shakil. 3 slips and a gully for Khurram Shahzad. There were 2 ways of looking at the performance of the 3-pronged pace attack of Pakistan at Leeds, Harmy. The first, which I think you and I thought afterwards, was that needs refreshing. That you've got to bring someone in with a bit more actual pace. Driven by Emilio Gay up towards mid-off, straight to the field of Babar Azam, and there's no run. The second, and this was the one that Pakistan adopted, which is all 3 of them know they underperformed. They can do a lot better. We don't need to tell them that. They can't possibly be as ineffective as a trifecta again, so we'll give them another go.
Yeah, and I think if I got here and it was bright sunshine, I potentially would have been thinking about the first element, which would have been freshening it up. But now, with it being a bit of cloud cover and you're going to win the toss and bowl.
Here is Shahzad again. Oh, it's left alone, and it hits Emilio Gay. He just got the line wrong there. I don't think that one has nipped back up the slope particularly lavishly. I think he's just misjudged it. He's left it alone. It was too high. Maybe he was leaving it on height, but it's crashed into his pad.
Yeah, he's leaving it on length. Yeah, he's leaving it because he was expecting to bounce over the top, but it did nip back up the slope. It did come back up the slope, and I just wonder from because he's got a little bit more on it, has Khurram Shahzad. A little bit more pace here, and he bowls it in, tries to get the ball to swing as well as seam. I just think they're at the wrong ends.
Here's Shahzad again, and pushed away defensively. Emilio Gay guiding that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Khurram Shahzad into his second over. Mohammad Abbas has bowled 2. This is the 4th of the innings. England 20 without loss. I
also look, and that's excellent from Gay. But there was a lot of talk before the Headingley Test match about some of the vulnerabilities of Emilio Gay, and I just think from around the wicket, you're limiting some of the ways you're going to get Gay out with it. The vulnerability of that front pad, heavy head falling over the wicket here at the nursery end would be the way to go.
Khurram Shahzad in again, and it's a bit of width on it, driven up towards mid-off, straight to Babar Azam, who fields no run. End of the over, 4 gone. Very overcast and cloudy, but not battleship grey. There's a motley selection of colour. Very, very little blue sky, but some white fluffy clouds, some grey clouds in between them. No rain forecast in the immediate future, but scattered showers for pretty much the first 3 days.
Yeah, there's showers around. It's not muggy either. It's not like heavy. Yeah, that heavy heat, the mugginess, that sort of sweaty heat that makes the ball do that little bit more, or has the effect on the surface that little bit more. It is overcast. It's cool. Abbas is going to bowl around the wicket. This might suit Abbas more, bowling around the wicket, running down the hill and finishing the action off, as opposed to pushing it up the hill.
Here's Abbas once again. Duckett nicely guides this in front of square on the offside to complete a single. Ali Usman comes in to do the fielding. Never intended to try and prevent the single. I get the impression that you're more often than not a proponent of over the wicket. I very rarely hear you say, oh, go round the wicket.
I like the over the wicket, especially to the left-handers, if the ball's swinging or the ball's going to move. Somebody like Mohamed Abbas, probably more suited around the wicket.
Here he is around the wicket, left alone by Emilio Gay outside the off stump.
Because he's trying to nip the ball, he's trying to sort of angle the ball towards in off stump and stand the ball up. It's very difficult when you're bowling at Lords, because if you haven't got a great deal of pace and you're bowling from a nursery and you're bowling over the wicket to a left-hander, you're sort of pushing it towards off stump. So you're not sort of getting the sort of full force of the velocity of your action, because your left side from over the wicket at the nursery ground, bowling to a left-hander, will naturally fall away, because gravity does that. You're bowling sort of down a sort of angled slope, so it might be better for him bowling around the wicket.
There he is around the wicket, bowls to Emilio Gay, pushing that one up towards Babar Azam again at mid-off, and there's no run.
But somebody like Shahzad, who bowls that little bit quicker, he's a little bit more skiddier in action and gets through the crease that little bit more, would probably be more suited from this nursery end, bowling over the wicket to an Emilio Gay, especially with the vulnerabilities around that, planting that front foot, the head falling over and the pad being an option to hit, and that little bit more pace, a little bit more energy through his action and the crease might bring the ball back down the slope.
Abbas in again, and defended once more by Emilio Gay. It's always great to hear from you in the message panel alongside if you're on the talkSPORT cricket YouTube channel. Let us know where you're listening. Can't wait for the match. Tuning in from Melbourne. Hope it goes 3 days. That's from Febsy, or the JBSE. Hope it goes 3 days. So I think the weather will ensure that happens. And this is from Andrew Whittle. He says, beers ready, poolside from Marara, Costa Blanca. Here's Mohamed Abbas. Oh, that's a beauty. That's nipped away up the hill, past the outside edge, and into the gloves of Mohamed Rizwan. Beers ready, poolside from Marara, Costa Blanca. How about that? Got the wine. And Mexican tonight. Let's go, from Richard. Was pub fish and chips now on the hard stuff?
But that ball there was a prime example. He's come back over the wicket because there's not much he hasn't got much pace of Mohamed Abbas. He's just pushing it up the hill again. He's beat the bat, but the ball's bounced about a foot short of the wicketkeeper.
Down the next side, and a catch. What a catch, one-handed. Mohamed Rizwan, nothing wrong with the shot from Emilio Gay. Back of a length, in at the thigh pad. Of course you play the leg glance, but it's gone finer than he expected, and Mohamed Rizwan's taken a real stunner. Fortune for the bowler, excellent from the keeper, and extreme misfortune for the batter.
How's your luck, Emilio Gay? I mean, it does. You do get a lot of, if there's a ground in the world where you get caught down leg side, it Lords, is it, with the slope and the angle that comes. But how's your luck, Emilio Gay? It wasn't the greatest delivery from Mohamed Abbas. It started sort of leg stumpish. It's nipped down the hill. He's got a good piece of it, and what a catch! What a catch from Mohamed Rizwan. I mean, not only to take the catch, he's horizontal at the point of impact with the glove. So to land on the ground and dive the way he's done and turn the body so the ball didn't come out of his hand when he landed, so that the hand was hitting the ground. It's fantastic bit of wicket-keeping from the Pakistan wicket-keeper. Brilliant from Rizwan. Unlucky a little bit from Emilio Gay. Not the best ball for Mohamed Abbas, but having won the toss, Babar Azam, and put England into bat, desperate to make early inroads, I think they've got a slice of luck there, and England are 21 for 1.
Yes, that was something quite special behind the stumps, wasn't it? Pakistan have not bowled particularly well with that new ball, but they've got the breakthrough. Joined in the commentary box by Bayram Qazi. And maybe that's just going to focus the minds a little bit, because Pakistan have been bowling a bit too short. a bit too full, but they've got the breakthrough. And I mean, it's unfortunate for Emilio Gay, isn't it? That, in a match which, of course, on an individual level, is so important to his chances of staying in the squad, he gets out in a fashion that is often deemed as unfortunate.
Yep, afternoon, John, and yeah, got strangled down the leg side. Terrific take by Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. Pakistan fortunate to get that first breakthrough.
Karam Shahzad is in and bowling to Ben Duckett, who's looked good. He's 13. This is cramping him for a touch. Good pace from Shahzad. 21 for 1 then, England losing the toss and being invited to bat first by Babar Azam, who's back in the side. Babar Azam looked as happy as... I'm trying to think of a captain who's looked happier at winning the toss than Babar Azam, and I'm struggling to think of one.
I think Pakistan would be very happy with that, toss decision as well. I think that with the overcast skies and the ball nipping around, bowling first was the right call.
Here is Karam Shahzad, and again, not giving Ben Duckett any width whatsoever. Cramped a touch, he just tries to push this past mid-wicket, but goes straight to the fielder. How are you doing anyway? We haven't seen each other since we had a lovely dinner, didn't we, on the final, what was it, Friday night in Leeds? How was staying in Harmy's room?
I mean, I did not have that on my bucket list, I suppose, but now I can check that off. Spent a night in Steve Harmison's hotel room.
Yeah, that does conjure up an image, though. I'd just like to confirm to viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Steve Harmison wasn't there. He's playing a miss this time. Well, not playing a miss. He tries to play the square of the wicket, does Duckett, but gets a little bit caught a touch. And again, this is better from Karam Shahzad. He's forcing Duckett to play, but he's not giving him that width that he craves, and the length is good as well.
He needs to be able to hold his length and just try to bowl the same delivery twice, right? That's what he's struggled with. He's been a bit too erratic. I still feel like his skill set is solid. Can swing the ball in the air, seam it off the deck. Just needs to find that accuracy, and he doesn't need to look too far away. Mohammad Abbas at the other end.
But Ben Duckett seems to have more of an open stance than he has of late, and again, just tries to play this to the leg side. Hurried up a touch, 3 slips in place. There's a leg gully as well, backward point and a short leg. Player out on the boundary at fine leg, quite wide, as well as a mid-off and a mid-on. And Karam Shahzad, who's gone for 8 runs from his 2.4 overs. 1 change for Pakistan. Babar Azam coming in, which we knew would happen, but some surprise about who went out.
Yeah, I mean, Salman Ali Agha went from stand-in captain to bench warmer. John?
I think I'd prefer bench warmer after those 3 days in Headingley. It was pretty cold. Bit warmer here. There is the width, though, and that's the release ball. And there's the delivery. It may not reach the boundary. Yes, it will. 2 fielders converge, but the ball wins the cover point boundary. And that is the problem Pakistan had throughout Headingley. 3 or 4 good balls, and then the 4 ball.
Absolutely, and Khurram in particular struggled with that because I feel his best ball is brilliant, but it's like very few and far between. You don't see it too frequently, and you give Ben Duckett a bit of width and he's going to cash in just enough width on that occasion for him to throw his hands at it.
Yeah, you did put a tweet out there, didn't you, when you were off duty, saying there's a little bit of nip out there, there's something in the pitch, so if Karam Shahzad can just follow Mohammad Abbas's line and length, then Pakistan will be doing okay. Unfortunately, Mohammad Abbas's line and length went off a bit as well, and Karam Shahzad is not the bowler that Mohammad Abbas is, as he draws Duckett forward this time. Thick inside edge, fielded square of the wicket on the leg side. And that is the end of the over. An over which saw 2 balls of good length, which cramped Duckett for room. The 3rd ball was a fraction wider, which Duckett tried to drive. It wasn't quite wide enough. But then instead of going back to that straight angle, he fired one even wider, and that was crashed to the boundary. And it's that inconsistency that it's what marks Mohammad Abbas out as such a canny operator, but also something that is a requisite for any successful international bowler in Test cricket.
You've just got to target the stumps at times. Ben Duckett has been having a tough period in his Test career. There was that ton at Trent Bridge, I reckon, but on either side of that, he's really struggled for runs, and even when he's looking good, throws away his wicket. So Pakistan need to really strike quickly, like they won another couple of wickets very, very soon.
25 for 1 then England. Welcome to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you're just joining us, myself, Jon Norman and Bayram Kazi, and Jordan Cox about to face his first delivery of the Test match. He scored his first Test at 50 at Headingley, and this first ball sees Cox coming forward to try and negate some of that swing. It was a really good battle actually between Abbas and Cox at Headingley. At one stage Abbas got one to rear up a touch, the bounce and the movement away, and Jordan Cox has picked up on the microphone just saying too good, that was too good. But Jordan Cox is the one that walked off with a score, and he's looking to cement his position at number 3 for England. In at the crease early, and again bang on the money here this time. Abbas straight on the body and forcing Cox to play, does so defensively, out to the onside, no run.
The thing that's probably impressed me the most about Jordan Cox is, one, the fact that he'd only batted at first drop once in his entire county career before he actually did that job for England. And he did say that he appreciates the role clarity, but it's a tough role. No one's scoring any runs at number 3, and he comes out and scores 73 of them. And then, even if it's a fraction short, he's a very punchy player. I feel like that's his strength, and it's a very good strength to have, John.
Absolutely. 4 slips in place for Cox as Mohamed Abbas is in again, and this is pushed through mid-wicket, and there's going to be a run here. Cox gets off the mark, and just a touch too straight, maybe. 25 for 1, but Pakistan do have the breakthrough, thanks to a quite brilliant catch behind the stumps by Mohammad Rizwan, flinging himself to his right. A little edge from the bat of Emilio Gay on another day that heads to the fine leg boundary for 4. But that wasn't to be. It wasn't Emilio Gay's day. Pakistan with an early breakthrough, and they need a couple more before this lunch break, which, if you're just joining us, isn't 9 minutes away. We've had a little delay here at Lord's, an hour and 20 lost. Well, not lost, we've lost a little bit of it, but it means that lunch has been pushed back to 2 p.m. as Mohamed Abbas is in again. Oh, big shot for leg before wicket. Mohamed Abbas wants this. This is nipped back to the left-handed ducket. And I think Abbas is going to try and convince his captain, Babar Azam, to go upstairs. Vociferous appeal for leg before wicket. Got 4 seconds left on the timer, and they're going to go upstairs for a review.
That was a terrific ball, an absolute peach. Nips it back in. And I mean, I watched the replay on the screen over here, John. It looks pretty adjacent.
With a player review for
I would
LBW.
wonder, though, if it's a touch too high.
Not out. Speed deliveries go to front on when available.
It looked good at first view. I haven't seen a replay. The appeal to me was the appeal of a bowler that knew he needed umpire's call to go his way.
Just run that back.
Just that little bit desperate. He knew.
There's clearly no bet. You can go to ball tricking available.
Let's have a little
It's
look.
clear gap there.
You can hear from Chris Gaffney. There's no threat of a inside edge here. Ben Duckett's not the tallest man in the world. It's hit him at the top of the pad.
Pitching in line, impacts in line.
Oh, he's got him! 3 reds and you're out. It looked good at first view, and Mohamed Abbas was right to convince his captain Babar Azam to go upstairs, and Pakistan have nipped out both openers here. Early doors at Lord's. England find themselves 26 for 2.
Mohammad Abbas has his moment of redemption. Caught Ben Duckett, or trapped him, wrapped him on the pads. First over of that innings at Headingley. Was unlucky, I reckon, on that occasion, and it was 2 reds and a yellow that day. It's 3 reds today. Off you go, Ben Duckett.
Wow, that really does change the complexion of this session. A few loose deliveries at the start of the morning. A couple from Mohamed Abbas. Karam Shazad following suit, but they've struck back. And both wickets coming from a familiar face in Mohamed Abbas. Didn't bowl as well as he could have done at Headingley. Maybe didn't get the luck. Should have got that wicket. But he struck twice here this morning. For the first time in this series, Pakistan are on top.
Absolutely, and this was a really, really good delivery as well. You could make a case that the first wicket that he got this morning, it was largely Mohammad Rizwan's wicket because he flung himself and took a blinder of a one-handed take. But this is what Mohammad Abbas offers you. He bowls in a channel all day long, and he'll just get that ball to nip off the deck in either direction. Really, really tough to face, and a county cricket legend at this point.
Yeah, good stuff. That applause you heard, Joe Root, the England captain. Well, we've been here before with Joe Root walking to the crease with just 20 on the board, and he's doing it again. Of course, Cox and Root combined with great effect in the first Test match, didn't they? 150-run partnership for the third wicket. Really took the game away from Pakistan. 48 for 2 at Headingley, 26 for 2. And they're going to have to do it again. Root about to face his first delivery. Oh, that's a very straight one. Searching for the pad. Root forward. Just a little bit of a leading edge there. Good ball from Mohammad Abbas. And Root wanting to get up and running straight away. He's trying to play that through mid-wicket, maybe. And who am I to give Joe Root any advice? Maybe he should have been playing that a touch straighter at the start of his innings.
Yeah, gets slightly squared up on that occasion, Joe Root, and he's really strong on the flick, but the flick was his undoing as well. 900 wickets now for Mohammad Abbas in first-class cricket, by the way, at roughly 20 apiece, and it's staggering how he hasn't played more for Pakistan.
Well, he's playing today, and he's in now. Whee, there's a big shout again. It sounded like possibly two noises there. Bayram, the appeal from the bowler was cut short when he realised the slip cordon weren't joining in. Might have hit him outside the line as well. Doesn't look like a lot going for that one, but they're still talking about it, Pakistan. Oh, they've gone upstairs.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weak review. Perhaps got a bit too emotional. I know it's Joe Root's wicket, of course, and they'd want to see the back of him very quickly. Didn't feel like that one was adjacent, but you know, he's squaring up Root a bit over here, Mohammad Abbas. And what I found quite fascinating is that when Jordan Cox faced Abbas, he shuffled a bit just to make some room and play him on the onside.
Just roll their back. Looks like it's just straight into the pad. Just roll their back. Just confirm there.
There's not two noises, Bayram. And actually, looking at this review,
yeah, it's got a ball trick available.
I think he's going to get away with it in terms of impact. Point of impact, I think, is just going to be outside off stump. Looking up at the big screen.
Outside off impact is outside. Pistol, you back on screen. That was the original decision of not out.
So not out was the on-field call by Paul Rifle, and Chris Gaffney, the TV umpires, backed that up.
Yeah, Pakistan lose a review, but they are in the money on this first morning at Lord's. We've still got an hour to go till the lunch break, John, and I reckon Pakistan will really want to see the back of Joe Root and perhaps potentially one other batter.
So how did you spend your time in England between Test matches, Bayram, apart from chilling out in Harmy's room?
Well, I had the pleasure of hanging out with Athers yesterday. That was also something that I really enjoyed on this trip.
Oh, okay. How did that come about?
Well, I've known Athers since December of 2022 when it was my first series in the press box when England toured for that first Bazball series.
Yes, the Harry Brooks series, but also I would suggest one of the best examples of proactive captaincy from Ben Stokes to win a Test match. I'm not sure any other captain would have managed to win a flat track. This isn't a flat track, better track than what we saw at Headingley. Jordan Cox facing, and it's just defended out to cover, no run.
You say the Harry Brooks series, but aren't they all of them?
In Pakistan, yes they are. So you caught up with Athers, did you? And
yeah, we hung out at Queen's Park for a bit. Another mate of mine, Matt Kabir Floyd, him and I also spent some time together, and just a very lovely evening yesterday. You know, London's weather was weathering, and funny that we bring that Test series up. First ever day in a press box, John. England score 500 runs in a day. And then, as you said, carrots have never been dangled better.
That was a phenomenal Test match, that. I mean, all along that summer, it was, well, they're not going to be able to do that every Test. Oh, they're not going to be able to do that against India. Not going to be able to do that against South Africa. Oh, they're not going to be able to do that away from home. And they did. Left alone this time by Jordan Cox. It's Karam Shahzad bowling from the pavilion end. And just gets this one to go up the slope, past the bat. But no shot offered. Yeah, that was a wonderful Test match, wasn't it? Runs for... That was Ben Duckett's return, was... That summer was Ben Duckett's return. No, was it? Yeah, it was. Duckett came back that series. I've got a feeling Duckett scored a century on his return to the England side, but he must have played in that summer. Oh, I'll have to have a little look back
John, everyone got 100 in that test match. You and I could have managed 40 runs as well.
Yeah, I would have scored 40 of them. Defended out to cover, no run. So yeah, so you went out and about. Couple of. You still haven't had a pint of bitter, have you?
I still have not.
Right. Well, that's something that we're going to have to do. We might have to film your reaction. I'll get you a half. I won't get you a pint, and we'll film your reaction.
Well, I mean, if I enjoy it, then you'll have to get me a pint.
I'll get you more than one pint if you like it. But you did say you don't like IPA because it's too bitter. So I'm just wondering how you're going to go about drinking actual bitter.
Just a wheat beer and lager guy.
Yes, Karam Shahzad continuing over the wicket. This is down the leg side, and Rizwan, who's already pulled off one brilliant catch, fields behind the stumps. Any sightseeing, either in Leeds or London?
Well, John, I've been to England 5 times before. This is my 6th trip. I've done all of that stuff and just focusing more so on, making the most of my time here as a cricket correspondent, picking up as many gigs, meeting as many people, because I feel like in England, talent is really valued in a different way.
Shahzad continuing, and this is, it's pulled actually, and it's pulled in the air between mid-on and the fielder at mid-wicket. Not going to reach the boundary, which tells you all you need to know about the timing. Now, that was an area of the pitch which Jordan Cox feasted on. I think it was Muhammad Ali bowling that line rather than Karam Shahzad at Headingley. I think Cox picked up 3 or 4 boundaries in 1 over. Tries to replicate the shot, but is actually a touch fortunate not to pick out the fielder.
It was Khurram, and Salman Ali Agha, then stand-in captain, who is on the bench today, he actually had to trick Khurram into bowling straight by moving the mid-wicket fielder onto the offside, because he dropped a catch off his own bowling on that same delivery, and then Cox just kept flaying him in that mid-wicket region.
Last ball of the over, clipped straight to square leg. The meat of Joe Root's bat, no run. He's still yet to get off the mark. End of over number 8. Jordan Cox is 4 not out, but England, as you will know, with Root and Cox at the crease, have lost 2 wickets. Emilio Gay caught down the leg side, and Ben Duckett, LBW on review. So England just in a little bit of a testing period. Still got an hour until lunch break. Neil Manthorp about to come back into the commentary box, and after a word from Bayram, with the score 29 for 2.
Absolutely, and I do feel like Pakistan are doing a better job targeting the stumps and the pads, but I'd like to see them bowl a bit outside off as well, challenging the outside edge, and it's good stuff thus far.
Pushed away defensively out on the offside by Jordan Cox, and there's no further run. 29 for 2. So early justification for Pakistan's decision to have a bowl first in what certainly feels like, looks like bowler-friendly conditions. And a very good review. It's interesting. A lot of people think that the decision review system has taken luck out of the game. He's outside the off stump now, left alone by Jordan Cox, and there's no run. But actually, and I'm going to rely on Steve Harmison to explain how this actually works, because you look at the decision review system, and on the face of it, it's easy to understand how people will say, well, it's either out or it's not out. I mean, it removes the element of good luck and bad luck, but it doesn't actually, because it's still possible for. You can explain, Harmy.
Yeah, well, we had one last time, didn't we? Last week we had two decisions given out on the field that were marginally touching the stumps.
Here's Muhammad Abbas again, steered away nicely by Jordan Cox behind square on the offside. They run 1, they won't come back for the second. So but I think it kind of stems from the fact that an umpire can still give a not out that really should have been an out. And then when the ball is shown to be hitting the stump, you know, it looked out. Like, why did he give that not out? And then it's just not hitting enough of the stumps.
Yeah, and it's also that it's there for the. I worked in football as well, and the VAR system is a shocker, and it's for the howler. So if you're like that one with Joe Root, you know, whether Jon Norman thought you heard two noises.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Joe Root, 30 for 2.
If the umpires heard two noises, and it could be bat against pad and then ball hitting pad, you know, it was pad first and bat. So you can understand why the umpire Paul Rifle hasn't given it. I think they make the stumps bigger. I think the DRS makes the stumps bigger when you give the decision out on the field, because it only has to be clipping, where it makes the stumps a little bit smaller if you give it not out on the field, because it actually the ball has to be hitting, at least half the ball's got to be hitting the stump. So there are grey areas and teething points, but I think by all,
the game's better.
I think the game's better for it, because of I've seen many decisions where, from Joe's point of view, where he's got the bat onto pad and being given out. I mean, 2005 Ashes, I think I got Damien Martin out 3 times. Got him out twice, and he absolutely smashed it each time onto his pad. I mean, I was never going to say, come on, Marno, you can come back in now, when Steve Buckner put his finger up. But, you know, DRS wasn't in then. I think it came in when, I think it was more from the spin bowler. The finger spinners were bowling balls that were pitching in line, going on, and batters were just, as long as you got a good stride in, then he got given not out. But we've got Rizwan up to the stump, so this will push Joe back, and potentially DRS could be in here if it hits the pads.
Here is Mohamed Abbas again. Root comes forward, playing defensively up towards the mid-off, and there's no run. Can I just say that, just confirm that you didn't know that Damien Martin had nicked it when you appealed? The appeal is spontaneous. It's only in retrospect you kind of think, oh, did he hit that? Because you know it's hitting the stumps.
Yeah. I would say 50-50. I would say the one at Old Trafford, I knew he smashed it, but I was going up. Steve Buckner hadn't given a decision for a while, and I was thinking this is too good to miss up.
Here's Abbas again. Joe Root goes back into his crease quite deep, turns it away behind square on the leg side. Shan Masood fields, and they go through for an easy single.
Batters are allowed to stand and not walk when they've nicked it. Bowlers are allowed to appeal when they think, well, it's hitting the stumps, and if you've got something in the way, well, then the umpire's got to make a decision. That was then. Now it's not the same, because you probably will still get the appeal because you've seen something that's not quite right from a visual point of view, but you hope that it's possibly pad first and not bat first. But I think DRS is much better in cricket. I think the video technology in rugby is very, very good because they're line decisions. I think VAR in football is an absolute shambles at the minute because it's not utilised properly. But I think from a bowler's point of view, you don't mind getting a marginal one if it goes against you, because you know for a fact that, you know, if there is a nick and the umpire doesn't give it, or if there's an LBW where the umpire thinks he's hit it and it's actually hit pad first and it's given not out, it will be overturned. So for the howler, I think DRS is brilliant for the game.
And that's exactly why it was introduced into the game. Muhammad Ali into the attack for the first time. Drive, and I think he's been dropped. Catch at second slip. It's Abdullah Shafiq. I think he's put it down. It surely carried, didn't it? Or maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm doing him an injustice, a disservice. Am I? Did that carry?
It's carried. No, it's carried. I think it's Imam Al-Hackett, third slip, diving across Shafiq. I don't think it's carrying to Abdullah Shafiq. I don't think it's getting to Shafiq, but I think it did get to Imam, who has dived across to try and take the catch. It's a good effort from Imam. I want to see it again. It was a looping half volley. You know, real. Yes, it's carried. It carried. It wouldn't have carried to second slip. It's probably gone right in front of second slip. But Imam's just got his coordination wrong.
Islets have taken half a step forward now, outside the off stump from Muhammad Ali, and it's left alone, and there's no run. Do you know, Hami, I the son of a football-obsessed father, and I followed in his footsteps and followed the game, loved the game, and you know, have got great memories of. I inherited the duty to support Arsenal, and you know, I'll never forget the 1979 FA Cup final. So, you know, like steeped in the game, followed the game, and always follow the stories. Here's Muhammad Ali again, and turned away out towards square leg, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. And then VAR was introduced, and I heard it be said that it was putting people off the game, and that some people were actually so disillusioned that they were disinclined to watch the game that they had always watched and enjoyed and appreciated. And then I realised a little bit later on that I was that person.
You're that person, yeah. I must admit, I haven't been at St James's Park many times when VAR has come into the game. It's taken 5 minutes to make a decision. A player's already celebrated scoring his first goal for Newcastle United, and then to have it chalked off 5 minutes later, marginally, I just think it's wrong.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, and it's driven and nicely fielded at backward point. Good diving stop from Ali Usman to his wrong side, to his right. It's just that, you know, of those 5 minutes, 3 or even 4 can be splitting a hair.
Yeah, absolute splitting a hair.
It's just so dispiriting.
Yeah, and it's infuriating for people, especially when there's no screens in grounds. You can see the decision, you're not being talked to. It causes animosity inside stadiums. It's subjective towards somebody else's opinion. I think that's the problem. When it's subjective to somebody else's opinion, I think then you have a problem.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, and nicely played by Joe Root, pushing it up towards Jordan Cox, I beg your pardon. Very cleverly done, just taking the pace off it completely, and seeing that mid-on was slightly on his heels rather than on his toes, scurried through for a quick single. It's important to keep rotating the strike. 35 for 2. Every now and then, I mean, like not even once a test match probably, you know, you'll see a decision review system, or you know, a third umpire decision, and you'll think, not sure about that. Here is Ali again, and it's driven by Joe Root, not timed, inside edge, thick inside edge onto the pad, fielded at square leg by Shan Masood. But it seems to happen in every game in football, and there were some moments during the Football World Cup that I just gave up.
Yeah, Football World Cup was a little bit better, but still it was nowhere near. And, you know, as drinks come on, we've break here at Lord's, and it's so infuriating sometimes when you look at it. It's a little bit. I always, whenever I'm on talkSPORT, sort of main channel talking about cricket, I'll try and relate a little bit to sort of what it would be like in the football world. I think doing it into the cricket world, it would be like having none of the sort of three, you know, the three lights system that you have. It's whether it's hitting inside, you get 3 reds, you're out. In the cricketing terms, it would be taking all them, you know, processes away, and basically saying, well, ask 3 different umpires what they think of an LBW decision, whether they think it's out, whether they think it's not out, you know, whether it's marginally out. You wouldn't get a consistent decision on that LB, and I think that's what VAR is in football. It's subject to 2, 3, 4 people's decision, and I think in cricket, where they've got it right, and in rugby, it's all about line. You're taking somebody else's opinions out of it. It's a line system. It is a judge on whether the ball is hitting the stumps. Technology is telling you that from a Hawkeye point of view, and then whether the ball's pitching in line, exactly the same. So I think cricket, we've got it right, but you're right, it is frustrating watching top level football when you're starting to take the emotion out of it, or you're inciting, I think, not violence but animosity because it's taken far too long. So
But
I would have been
sometimes
better
in-
if they'd done it. It would have been better if they'd trialled it a little bit more and got people who know what they're doing to use it, rather than actually, referees just getting a weekend off.
So what
sitting
you're
and stuff
saying is
apart.
that, sometimes you come to decision time with an offside in VAR, and you've reached the definitive moment where the decision is no more evidence available. You have to make a decision, and I get the impression sometimes that if you had a jury of 12 people, 6 would say it's offside and 6 would say it isn't. At which point, it's not offside.
Not offside, yeah, it's not, and it should then go with the referee's. It's a bit like a court. It's a bit like the catch, isn't it? It's a bit like the catch. Did it carry? Did it not carry? If that's where the soft signal came in, wasn't it? The umpire gave the soft signal. He's giving it out. So it's up to you and this guy to prove to me that it's not out. And if you can't,
and if the linesmen, they're not called linesmen anymore.
Assistants.
Sorry, the referee's assistants have not given it offside, and the referees and the goal is scored. It's then when they go back and go, let's just have a little check for offside.
Yeah, probably because there's so much money in the game, and there's so much scrutiny in the game, and there's so much. If we get this wrong, the headline is all about tomorrow. I can understand from a referee's point of view and the official's point of view, they're a bit damned if you do and damned if you don't. So, like I've just said before, I think until football get a technology that works with people who can actually work the technology, who are trained in it. A good friend of mine is a Premier League referee, Michael Oliver, one of the best. I think he's one of the best referees in the world. And there's a young lad who is climbing the ladder. He's in his early 30s. We've just had Woody in the box. He's same age as Mark. But a few years ago, he was like, you either have to be a referee or an assistant.
Edge doesn't carry into the cordon. Good delivery from Mohamed Abbas. Maybe, I don't know whether it angled across Jordan or whether it nipped away. It's gone down the slope, so that's why it's hit the outside edge. Abdullah Shafiq diving to his right. That one definitely didn't carry. We've got the perfect view of that one because we're looking over the bowler's shoulder.
Yeah, it didn't carry. It's just dropped short. It was positive as well. It was pushed from Jordan Cox, so good from Mohamed Abbas. But just to finish up on that, and the point I was wanting to make was, when Michael Oliver was training to be a referee, he would have done a lot of assistant work. So he would have done a lot of linesman work that would have been called at the time. Where Adam, another friend of mine, about 3 or 4 years ago, you either had to be a referee or you had to be an assistant. There's no in between. You either one or the other. And I think we need to go that route with the DRS, with VAR as well.
Here's Abbas, and there's Mohammad Rizwan is appealing loudly for bat before wicket, which obviously is not out, but he just thought there was a flick of the pad before that one hit the middle of Joe Root's bat. The third umpire in cricket should be a specialist.
Specialist, yeah.
I mean, absolutely no question at all. And you will have had the conversations, as I have, with international elite umpires, and they think that too.
They do. So do match referees. Match referees do. The match referees think.
Oh, there's an appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger straight away. Don't review it, Joe. It looked out. Jordan Cox is walking down for the non-strikers end. That, I'm afraid, just looked absolutely out. And there is a thing developing called the route review, and he's decided against. Yes, I think he's been sensible there, because keeper standing up. He's deep in his crease. Mohamed Abbas has pinned him. Sometimes, even if you're Joe Root in the 168th Test match, you just have to say, well bowled.
You do, yeah, well bowled from Mohamed Abbas. He's been fantastic. Once he's got the use of the slope and finishing his action, and he got a right-hander in, which has been more suited come down. I just wonder about the height of this. I think it's hit him on the back leg, and it's hit him quite high, but because Rizwan's up to the stumps, Joe Root's back on. Obviously, both feet are in the crease. So Mohamed Abbas delighted. Pakistan over the moon and delighted after an indifferent start. Have now got England 36 for 3. Joe Root going back for 4. And England in a world of pain. But there might have been a conversation with Jordan Cox about reviewing that. I think if he had reviewed it, it wouldn't surprise me if this is just clipping the top of the stumps. It is straight, probably hitting middling off. It nipped back. It hit him above the pad. It hit him, I think, just on the sort of inside thigh guard. But because Rizwan's up to the stumps, he's back, both feet in, and Joe Root has to go. Massive wicket for Pakistan.
Yeah, I think that was hitting a pretty decent piece of
good
middle
chunk
and
of
off.
it. Yeah,
I reckon. I just looked out, and anyway, I'm informed today because I gave ducats out as well.
Yeah.
Most people didn't think that was out. So sometimes you have good days, and sometimes you have less good days. Harry Brooks come to the crease now, and well, England 36 for 3. Pakistan winning the toss, choosing to bat first. They made one change with Babar Azam, the skipper, returning, surprisingly, in place of Salman Ali Agha, who captained the team in the first Test match at Headingley. So he was left out. There was a feeling that perhaps Hassan Owais or Imam ul Haq might be left out with Shan Masood opening, but they decided against. That's down the leg side. It was a rare poor delivery from Mohammad Abbas, and it's clipped away off his pads by Harry Brook. Well, it was a good length, but it was heading a long way down the leg side, and actually that is exquisite timing from Harry Brook, because it was actually too far down the leg side for him to glance, and he's actually punched it from 6 inches outside leg stump, behind square on the leg side with a straight bat for 4. Lovely way to go off the mark. Beautiful, beautiful piece of timing. We're having a look at the review of that Joe Root dismissal, and it was indeed, there was no problem with height. There was hitting, I would say that pretty much all of the ball was hitting the top of middle. So 40 for 3 with those 4 runs to Harry Brook. He's off the mark. Jordan Cox has 7, and the men out so far. Emilio Gay, very unlucky to be caught down the leg side of Mohammad Abbas. He played an entirely legitimate and very good-looking leg glance, but an outstanding one-handed diving catch from Mohammad Rizwan. Here's Abbas in again, another little leg glance, another leg side delivery, and I think it might have been off the pads here of Harry Brook. Just waiting for umpire Paul Rifle to confirm. Stands on his left leg, taps his right knee. Leg buys the result. Ben Duckett, LBW to Mohammad Abbas on review. Pakistan reviewed that one, and he was originally given not out. LBW 17, and now Joe Root, LBW to Mohammad Abbas for 4. What are you pointing out to me, Scotty? Robert Blake says, now the question is whether we can show that we have learnt patience and digging in deep or not. Can we hit our way out of trouble this time? Yeah, it's a legitimate question. I think the answer, I think we saw enough evidence at Headingley, Robert, that England, I mean, they could have adopted that policy. They weren't in trouble at Headingley at any stage, but I think we saw the answer to that. I think there will be some more traditional stroke play and patience. So full and over pitch outside the off stump from Muhammad Ali, and driven away by Jordan Cox to the boundary for 4. That was a wide, long, delicious half volley.
Yeah, it was. He's getting a bit excited here, I think, Muhammad Ali. He's just probably caught up in the emotion. Lords, 40 for 3. Just needs to sort of bowl 3 or 4 half volleys in that first over, which Joe Root nicked one of them, hit one of them for 4, and that there was a long half volley that Jordan Cox is just not going to miss out on. Get back to hitting a good length.
Here's Ali from the pavilion end, and little soft hands, drops it down on the offside. Excellent batting. Really, really astute, clever match awareness. Jordan Cox just, he's, there is a wee surge of adrenaline, especially early on in your innings, if you whack one to the boundary, and it's always just a good idea, if you can, just drop one down and get yourself to the non-strikers then. Do let us know if you're listening to us somewhere unusual or in unusual circumstances. and be prudent about your description of them, because we are a family show. But if you are listening to us somewhere unusual, different, exotic, do let us know where you're listening to us. Here's Muhammad Ali again, up to the crease now, bowls, and back of the length, tucked away by Harry Brook through the onside, out towards mid-wicket. And it's retrieved by a sliding Kurram Shahzad, and they go through for a single. Any other interesting comments, Scott? You're keeping an eye on them, producer Scott. Oh, it's somebody's obviously still feeling a bit bruised after Headingley. Pakistan supporters saying this team's useless, they'll lose by an innings. Bit early to say that.
England have to do well now to bat. Or Pakistan are going to be so poor to lose by an innings from here.
Well, Australia won by an innings against Bangladesh, having scored just over 200. Flicked away out towards mid-wicket, straight to Shan Masood at square leg. He's got the shin pads on. He's been in at short leg, but now at orthodox square leg. Australia in total, I think they made 210, didn't they? Won by an innings. That was not the lowest total to result in an innings victory. In fact, it was the fourth lowest. Some really low scores early on in the history of Test cricket. Oh, listener in Bermuda. Hi, lads. Fossey says, I'm listening from Safa in Ireland. Here is Muhammad Ali again. Oh, and a lashing square drive from Harry Brook, which he misses. He almost swung so hard at that he lost balance. Doesn't need to hit it that hard, Harry.
He did lose balance. He did. His back foot went away from him. He's trying to hit that up the hill. I think if he had connected that in the middle of the bat, it might have gone into the stand. Flat over backward point, because there was no way he was hitting it in front of square. It's a big waff from, an encouraging waff from Muhammad Ali's point of view.
Here is Muhammad Ali again, and it's played away defensively, drops it down on the offside, and there's no run. Jamie Smith says he's listening in New Zealand. It's 12:25 AM. And Karim says hi from Cape Town. Hi, Karim. Apparently it's been a beautiful day in Cape Town today. Listening from my work at an architecture firm in Karachi. Well, welcome to all of you, one and all, and hopefully there's another cynic from Pakistan says if England get bowled out for 50, Pakistan will be bowled out for 49. There's a bit of scepticism amongst Pakistan supporters at the moment.
They're not fully behind their team at the moment.
Mohammad Abbas, though, is put them in the ascendancy at the moment, and he runs away from us from the nursery end. Dropped away defensively on the offside, no run.
I'm looking at the. I mean, talking about a beautiful day in Cape Town, and you imagine it'll be warm in Karachi. We've got a bit of sun here today, but I mean, around the country, I mean, it's not raining in Leeds, it's raining in Birmingham. Sussex have started and got a game. It's not raining in Wales, it's raining in Essex, it's raining in Worcester, it's raining in Northampton, and it's not raining in Durham. So, I mean,
scattered showers. Here's Muhammad Abbas. Pushed away out towards mid-on, straight to Muhammad Ali, and there's no run for Jordan Cox. He's 12, Harry Brook 6, England 49 for 3.
So there's rain in the north, there's rain in the south, there's rain in the east, and there's rain in the west. And there's some games played and some games not. Durham have got Gloucester 95 for 5. Surrey have just started. Surrey have just started at Chelmsford. They're batting first. De Morgan obviously at Cardiff. Hampshire of 98 for 4. Somerset 93 for 4 against Sussex. And Yorkshire 84 for 2 against Leicester.
Here's Muhammad Abbas again. Thick outside edge. It looked like a steer, actually, from Jordan Cox. Kind of opened the face of the bat. He won't get 4, but they will run back for 3. It was all the way along the grounds. Never a chance between third slip and gully. Oh, there's a few listeners in around the world in Australia. Conrad McBad says, oh no, first of all, Richard Purvis says, hi guys, listening from McLaren's Valley, wine country, South Australia.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh,
Been there
dear.
many, many times.
Stunning.
I remember
eh?
going and just struggling to remember what happened and leaving.
So, Nalim Mishra says, evening boys, listening from Perth, from Optus actually. I'm out for a run. Keep up the great work. That's good.
That's good, yeah.
Well, so he's online.
Online listening
While
as
he's running.
While he's running.
4 slips at the moment. Mohammed Abbas in once again, flicked away behind square down towards fine leg. There's a couple of other listeners in Australia as well. Conrad McBad says, I think Brook and Root need to call their bluff and bat out of their crease, even with the keeper standing up. Don't think Rizwan is good enough with the gloves to cash that check. Well,
You see that first catch?
yeah, I think he's all right.
Yeah.
See, Mohammed Rizwan.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite a speed hump. I think he's a proper keeper. I think he does lose concentration every now and again, but
What do you think about calling the bluff? I mean,
No.
the idea of the keeper standing up to a medium pacer is the batsman. So you're saying, as a bowler and the keeper, you need to bat inside your crease.
I think Joe could possibly start outside his crease because his first initial movement is across and back.
Here is Abbas again. Another edge, and this time genuine edge. Nothing steery about that, and it's away past third slip. Saud Shakil diving to his right, couldn't get a hand to it, and there will be another couple for Jordan Cox, and moves on to 15. Harry Brooks 7, England 50 on the board. That's it, gone down to the. Did that go down to the boundary?
Yeah, it went to the
Did it?
boundary.
Went all the way. Sorry about that. 57 for 3. Jordan Cox on to 19.
Just move fourth slip as well. Just move fourth slip to leg slip. Leg slip. Fourth slip was at legs. He's now at leg slip. They're now trying to hedge their bets. You know, the slip cordon, you've got nobody at first slip, which I understand that because they're not believing Mohammed Abbas can get it to carry to first slip, but then they've changed their mind now. First slip's gone back in. So they basically took first slip out and moved them to, so they're going to have a second slip. They're not sure how they've got a second slip, a third slip, a fifth slip, and more of a gully. Very, very close. Hedging the bets, knowing that possibly to third slip, it's not going to get all the way back and carry.
Bowled unchanged in the first session today, Mohammed Abbas, and here he is again, back of a length on into the body of Jordan Cox. He plays it away defensively on the onside. Akiz Munawar, Harmy, says, Steve, you were the first international player I ever saw. You were standing on the boundary at Faisalabad in 2005. It was the first international stadium I ever went to. I hope
good.
you were signing autographs.
I would have been signing autographs. I tend to sign as many as I could. That was the game where the gas canister blew up. Can you remember?
Well, I wasn't there, but I
Shahid
remember it
Afridi
happening,
started
yeah.
break day like impersonating Michael Jackson in the middle of the wicket, didn't he? Can you remember that? Marcus Trescothick was batting with Kevin Peterson. We were going well. I remember that game very, very well. So I'm pleased you're still watching the game off in Test match cricket off the back of that. And I hope I was signing your autographs. I really do. If I've made that sort of impression.
It was quite difficult because those security fences.
Yeah.
You had to kind of, and sometimes they were quite small.
Get through, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think security fences are in Faisalabad though on that side of the ground, because I think there's a couple of people come through the fence and came over the fence and come onto the ground.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Muhammad Ali, and it's driven up towards mid-on and straight to Babar Azam, and there's no run.
Yeah, one of the gas canisters
You
exploded.
carry on with that. Jon Norman's taking over.
England were batting, Trescothick and Peterson were batting, and one of the advertising hoardings, which obviously was one of the canisters broke, it exploded. They thought there was a bomb or an explosion had gone off, and Shahid Afridi decided that he didn't think the cameras would be watching. They thought they'd be watching the explosion, and he decided to break dance in the middle of the wicket and got banned for a couple of games. So that was Faisalabad. So if that was your first game, I'm pleased you're still watching Test cricket.
Muhammad Ali running towards us. All strikes at Harry Brook on the pad, but too high. 57 for 3 then, here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm joined by Bayram Kazi for the next half an hour or so, well, 25 minutes as we build up towards the lunch break. A session, and whatever happens from here will have been won by Pakistan, you feel, I mean, Brook and Cox could hit another 30 odd, I suppose, and in a low-scoring encounter that may end up being a big difference between the sides. But as things stand, after winning the toss, deciding to bowl in helpful conditions, it's cloudy overhead, threat of rain in the air, and Mohammad Abbas with all 3 wickets to fall, as Harry Brook lets this one go past, and it doesn't go too far from the outside of the off stump. Bayram?
Yep, and it is cloudy over here at Lord's, but the sun is shining bright on Pakistan cricket for the first time in the series, you could say. Harry Brook is someone they'd want to see the back of as soon as possible, because he averages north of 85 runs per dismissal versus Pakistan in Test cricket.
Yeah, he's got a brilliant record. There's only 3 or 4 with a record better against Pakistan, pushing 90. In fact, he may actually have reached 90 with the 7 runs he scored so far today. Muhammad Ali continuing. He's in and he's bowling. This is clipped to square leg. So, I mean, with a batter like Harry Brook, with the record he's got against Pakistan, how do you think Pakistan are trying to get him out? What are they trying to target?
Well, I'm not sure if Mohammad Abbas has enough legs in him to bowl another couple of overs, but if you have the keeper keeping up to the stumps and you try to pin Harry Brook LBW, quite similar to how we actually got Joe Root out, that would be the perfect ploy, although it's been a long spell for Abbas, hasn't it?
He bowled a 10-over spell, didn't he, on day... what was it, day 2? I can't remember. Day 1 or day 2? End of day 1, yeah, because Pakistan got bowled out, that's right. Here is Ali, and this is just guided down to backward point where it's fielded. But 7 overs, we've got 25 minutes until lunch, maybe even get a bit of spin before the break. Maybe one more from Abbas, and then maybe Pakistan will just try and hold until lunch and then bring it back again after the break.
Well, if they can somehow manage to remove Harry Brook prior to the lunch break, then Pakistan are in the money. They already are. I think it's been a phenomenal spell by Mohammad Abbas today. Imamul Haq will have, breathed the sigh of relief after having shelled that catch of Joe Root, but it didn't matter, John.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali, of course, should have picked up the wicket of Joe Root. Root dropped on 1, but he only added 3 runs before he was leg before wicket. The 3rd wicket for Mohammad Abbas. The sun is just pushing through the clouds as Harry Brook pushes this ball between square leg and mid-on for a single, and he gets off strike. Jordan Cox to face the last delivery of the over. So yeah, Muhammad Ali should have picked up a wicket. He's been I don't know if you can really say anything at this start. 13 runs coming from his 2.5 overs. Picked up bowled a no ball in that over. Joe Root now on the pavilion balcony with Sarah Taylor, the wicketkeeper coach. He's got his hoodie on. His work done for the day. He will hope, because that will mean that England will bat out the day. Batting hasn't looked easy. Ali in, and again this is left alone by Jordan Cox, who's 19. And the score 59 for 3. We've had 14 overs of action.
Yep, early honours go to Pakistan, and Mohammad Abbas seems to be back on for another over, is it, John?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to bowl at least one more, doesn't it? It's just taking his time to walk from fine leg to what you imagine will be the top of his mark. Pakistan's so reliant on him. I mean, Ali Usman did take a 5-for, of course, in first innings at Headingley. That shouldn't be forgotten.
I mean, I thought he was quite incisive, but also a bit leaky. He wasn't particularly holding up an end, which is also his job as a slow left armer. However, I was wondering to myself, John, that what is the way Pakistan win a test match on this tour?
Abbas it is then, bowling to Harry Brook, who takes a couple of steps down the track and actually is quite keen on a leg by here, but Mohammad Rizwan running quickly behind the stumps prevents that from happening. The slip cordon suddenly, I've never played the accordion, but it's kind of like the arms have been pulled to either side, haven't they? They've gone spread. There's 4 slips in place. Brook was dropped early on in his innings at Headingley, and he made Pakistan pay for that. And we have seen an outside edge from Jordan Cox's bat fly to the 3rd boundary as well. Keeper up behind the stumps as Abbas is in, Well, doesn't matter how many fielders you've got behind the wicket, if you can cut as crisply as that, you're going to beat them more often than not. 4 runs from the bat. Brook moves to 12 and the score 63 for 3.
It's the right ploy, obviously, to have the keeper up to the stumps and, you know, Mohammad Abbas bowling to Harry Brook, but you cannot offer him width. You have to target the stumps, then try to get him out LBW. But coming to the earlier point that I was trying to make, I was thinking to myself, John, how do Pakistan win a test match on this tour? And the only obvious answer in my head to that was a Mohammad Abbas 10-wicket haul. He'll need some help, though.
Well, we have commentated, talkSPORT have commentated on a 10-wicket haul. Runs here, Abbas has just got his line wrong. I'm not sure the ball will reach the boundary at fine leg, it doesn't, but it's another couple of runs to the score. We commentated on the India-New Zealand test match in 2021, October 2021, and Ajaz Patel, slow left armour. If you do have a slow left armour, maybe it won't be Mohammad Abbas that takes all 10. Picked up all 10 wickets in the innings. In the innings! That was something else. Abbas is in and defended by Harry Brook, who's 12 not out. Got a few questions in for you, Bayram, on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. What do you think, Bayram? Robert Blake 100 says, Bayram, what do you think explains the maverick nature of the Pakistani team? Why does the talent express itself in such extreme ways? And what do you think explains frequent, drastic collapses? That's quite a question. You answer that all the way up to the lunch break.
I suppose I'll need a long stint for that one, but Pakistan has a very vibrant gully cricket scene, street cricket scene, which is why you see all of these freaks of nature every now and then.
Abbas in again. Oh, thick outside edge, dropped short of third slip. Caught on the bounce, no run.
Yeah, that's the line and length that Abbas needs to bowl, probing length, and Harry Brook has struggled and has lost his wicket in this fashion quite a bit. You think of Alex Carey coming up to the stumps, Denisa and Boland, you think of Tom Blundell doing that not too long ago. But to the question, or to answer that question, I suppose Pakistan is just, you know, littered with cricketing talent, but there is no system, a professionalized system, to nurture that talent, so they'll always be inconsistent.
Abbas again, and Harry Brook is trying to thread this ball through third and fourth slip and nearly manages it. It's fielded, but there's still a run here. 66 for 3. Abdullah Shabir says it's still baffling why we did not select Dahani, Musa Khan, Naseem Shah, or even Wasim Jr. with his reverse swing factor.
The one name that I would say is worth talking about over there is Shahnawaz Dahani, because he's a hit the deck hard kind of bowler, can crank it up a bit, could act as a potential enforcer, and Pakistan do lack an enforcer. It's a very samey, one-dimensional pace attack that they've got. But honestly, like, it's not like at the moment they're rife with talent. It is a bit of a drought when it comes to fast bowling talent, and maybe that changes in 3 or 4 years. But currently, some of the guys that you see on this tour they are pretty much Pakistan's best bet.
Adam Bell says, listening in New Zealand as I try to fall asleep, say hi to my good mate Bayram. He says he's enjoying the coverage. This is pushed up to mid-on from the bat of Harry Brook, who's stolen the strike from Jordan Cox. Start of over number 16, 66 for 3. England with Gay, Duckett and Root all dismissed cheaply this morning and afternoon.
You mentioned Ajaz Patel and his 10 wickets in an innings earlier. Well, I think Pakistan could do with Abbas taking 10 wickets across 2 innings, but an elite list of players: Jim Laker, Anil Kumble, Ajaz Patel.
The only thing I will throw in there is, and you can't say this about Laker, that's for sure, because he had Tony Locke at the other end, single taken up to mid-on, is you kind of need to be bowling either as the lone spinner, right? I don't know who was bowling with Anil Kumble when he managed it, but you've either got to be bowling as a lone spinner on a pitch that is turning sideways, but there's no pace or bounce in there for a seamer. Because essentially, it's not just about you taking the 10 wickets, it's kind of about the other person not taking 10 wickets. Richard Hadley actually nearly took 10 wickets in an innings, and he was the fielder that caught the 10th wicket.
2 Pakistanis also on that list of 9 wicket hauls in an innings. Abdul Qadir and Sarfaraz Nawaz.
Okay. Devon Malcolm, I think, took 9 wickets here. Oh, you could just hear a yelp from Jordan Cox as he struck on the body. Muhammad Ali continuing to bowl from the pavilion end. And that was just a touch more bounce. He's actually getting, well, that was at 81 miles an hour. He's actually pushing 85, 86 miles an hour here at Lord's. And as I say, he should have picked up a wicket as well.
Are you saying that Jordan Cox was stung like a bee on that occasion?
No, but you can. I think the Muhammad Ali jokes really ended at Headingley. And actually, you shouldn't be doing the Muhammad Ali jokes because you commentate on him all the time. But yeah, he did react like he'd been stung by something slightly more painful than a bee. Push back to the bowler this time. So yeah, going back to what I was saying, so I guess Jim Laker was bowling with Tony Locke at the other end. I mean, to take 19 wickets in that match, right? I'm not sure who was bowling with Anil Kumble, but I do know who was bowling with Ajaz Patel. It was a guy called William Somerville, who never played again for New Zealand. And I don't think he took a wicket in that Test series, let alone in well, obviously not in the innings, let alone in the match.
Ajaz Patel has this terrific record at the Wankhede. You look at his numbers at the Wankhede and everywhere else, and there is like a massive dichotomy over there.
Here's Ali again. He was born in Mumbai, wasn't he? Ajaz Patel pushed out to square of the wicket on the offside, no run. His family were there, and he was dropped for the next match that New Zealand played as well.
Quite like Salman Ali Agha. Well, not quite like Salman Ali Agha, but from stand-in captain to someone who's warming the bench. We actually had Gary Morgan pull out some stats for us, and Salman Ali Agha hadn't been dropped since he debuted. 28 test matches on the bounce, and this one's come at a very peculiar time, I would say.
Here is Ali in again, and this is driven. 4 runs from the bat of Jordan Cox. Touch over pitched in his driving arc, and this has gone quite straight, so it's gone between bowler and extra cover and up to the boundary for 4s. Continued to look good. Cox, after his maiden Test 50 at Headingley, is 23 not out. The score 72 for 3, 1 ball left of the 16th. Apparently, Robert Blake 100 says, apparently it was Javagal Srinath who bowled with Anil Kumble. Fine bowler. And Neil Van Keulen says Somerville was picked in that series because he can bat a bit. That's not how I remember it, but you may well be right. And Robert Blake says Srinath tried to avoid taking the 10th wicket. You can't do that. Down the leg side, 4 runs. Not sure if it came off the bat or the pad. Ali straying. And that moves the score along. 76 for 3. Leg byes called.
Yep, back-to-back boundaries for England, and what I really like about Jordan Cox is that he does punish the looseners, and I feel like that's a really important thing to do for someone who's coming out to bat in a really tricky position as well. And he's just auditioned so well in this series thus far, and perhaps in the future England could move Jacob Bethel down the order, because I like what I see from Jordan Cox.
There's a report in the Telegraph yesterday, I'm not sure if it was Will McPherson or Tim Wigmore, suggesting that if Emilio Gay doesn't get a score in this series, then Jordan Cox could be moved up to open, with Jacob Bethel coming back in at 3.
I suppose that's another way to look at it. Here's Khurram once again.
So Abbas's spell ends at 8, and this first delivery is pitched up. There's a touch of a leading edge from Harry Brook, who's onto it too soon. Fielded at point. Jordan Cox is halfway down the track and sent back. What everyone you say is wrong says, I once took 10 for 34 in a game in Melbourne. Decent standard of cricket too. cricket being cricket, the next week I took 0 for 80.
What's your favourite memory on a cricket field, John? I once took a hat-trick, and I have hit the winning runs of a game as well, and that's pretty much it. Terrible cricket otherwise.
2 slips and a gully in place for Harry Brook, and this is pushed to forward square leg, no run. I don't have a huge amount of I played a lot more football. Played way more football. I played 5-a-side, 6-a-side football for the same team for 25 years.
What position did you play?
Lucy just looked up there, our producer. She's thinking, 25 years? You don't look that old, John, she's thinking.
Lucy just celebrated her 23rd birthday, so
I know.
she's judging you, John.
She's judging me by the length of her own life. It's just what happens when you get old, unfortunately. Shorter, and this is going to be a run from Harry Brook's bat. Square leg, preventing 2. So yeah, I played way more football, but I did, cause I don't know if you remember it, but certainly the Cape Town Test of 2020, we broadcast that on talkSPORT. England won it was a brilliant test match. Ben Stokes and Dominic Sibley. England were 1-0 down, and the game seemed to be heading to a draw. South Africa certainly were playing for the draw, and Ben Stokes turned the match. Anyway, left alone this time by Jordan Cox. The day after the test match finished, talkSPORT team played at Newlands. How cool is that? Chris Silverwood, the England coach, was in our team.
That sounds lovely.
And I hit 2 fours, including 1 first ball over extra cover. It was a nice full toss bowled by a guy called Wilco, who was pretty handy actually, but he just got his length wrong. And I smashed it over extra cover for 4. He's dropped down in front of backward point. No run, 77 for 3. So that is my favourite cricketing memory.
Fair enough. Better from Khurram Shahzad. He's targeting top of off now, which I think that's where he should be. However, I have noticed that both of Brook and Cox are slightly shuffling and making Khurram bowl a bit straighter so that they can flick him.
It's the consistency though, isn't it? You know, you shouldn't now suddenly be targeting top of off. It's whether he can target top of off for 5 or 6 deliveries and over. As he comes in, and this is a touch fuller, drawing Cox forward. Don't mind that so much. And it's pushed out to extra cover. Conrad McBad, welcome back, Conrad. Conrad is an ever-present on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube streams. Somerville was instrumental in an away series win for New Zealand against Pakistan on his debut, no less. I really like William Somerville. It's a really interesting story as well. He was actually a guest. I actually interviewed him. There's an old Following On podcast available back in 2019, 2020, around the time he got called up for New Zealand. Really good guy and a good bowler as well. It was just one of those great stories. I think he spent a time in Australia, spent a bit of time out of the game, and then he got this kind of surprise call up when he must have been 34, 35. And then, of course, and played in India. And, as Conrad says, he played in some winning teams for New Zealand overseas as well. As Muhammad Ali continuing. Oh, he's got Harry Brook with an absolute peach.
On your bike, Harry Brook. That is just the dismissal Pakistan was looking for. A nip-backer by Muhammad Ali, who delivers the knockout punch, John.
You've done it again. Harry Brook's got to go. He was just a bit late to come forward. He's trying to drive this, but as you say, it's nipped back alarmingly. That hasn't hit the top of off, Bayram. That smashed the top of middle.
That's absolutely castled Harry Brook, and a touch late to that shot. He's been done in by pace over here, and that will really please a lot of Pakistan supporters because they've just seen a fast bowler crank it up.
Oh, you talk about the knockout punch, and he has run off, and he's done that. He's exactly done that, hasn't he? He's punching the air. And there's a little smattering of applause as Harry Brook makes his way to those famous steps. But Lords has been absolutely stunned by that dismissal. What a moment for Muhammad Ali and Pakistan. It has been their morning and early afternoon in the first session of the second test match here at Lords.
I mean, they've gone through so much in the past week, having lost by an innings and 103 runs, and then all the criticism in the media as well. You know, they've been called the worst test team to tour England from Pakistan in 50 years. Stuart Broad has mentioned that if England don't win this series 3-0, then that would be a failure. And if that sort of criticism doesn't fire you up and make you want to silence your critics, then I don't think anything ever will. So it's been a phenomenal response from Pakistan. Good toss to win, absolutely, but they've bowled in the right areas, and you know, Muhammad Ali's thoroughly deserved that wicket as well, because he should have had root a while back.
Yeah, brilliant bowling. Good conditions, but you know, you can see why Babar Azam had a big smile on his face when Pakistan won the toss. Well, he won the toss essentially. But 4 down, and the big three have gone. Duckett, Root and Brook. Jordan Cox has looked good, but if you were going to offer Pakistan, who they would love to see the back of but come lunch, it would be those three, and of course Emilio Gay. And there's still time for another 5 minutes until the lunch break. Muhammad Ali is in, and Dan Lawrence gets on the front foot and pushes this back to the bowler who fields 77 for 4.
It's been the perfect session for Pakistan, and as you mentioned, they've gotten rid of the experienced guys and Duckett, Root and Harry Brook, and now you've got a couple of newbies out there. You know, they are post-Bazball players in a way. Dan Lawrence at 6, he's scored 5 tons in the county championship this season, so he's definitely there on merit, earned his stripes, scored a 50 as well at Headingley, and as did Jordan Cox. So they've got some confidence under their belt, but this is a very tricky situation to negotiate, John.
Absolutely. 4 slips in place as Muhammad Ali comes in, and again it's Lawrence trying to get forward. He's watch that dismissal, and he'll be very, very keen just to make sure bat and pad are very close together. He wants to make sure that he doesn't suffer a similar fate. There's enough time for one more over after this.
Bowled with a lot of heart, Muhammad Ali. He's really putting in a lot of effort. You can hear him as well over here in the comm box. And, you know, he has been a seasoned performer in the red ball circuit domestically. Might just have his moment on the international arena.
In again, over the wicket. And striking Lawrence on the pad. He goes up for a leg before. Seemed a bit leg side to me. And Rizwan behind the stump seemed to be shaping to go down to the leg side. If they review that, well, that would be a big error after seeing the replay.
Yeah, that's surely missing leg. And Dan Lawrence also a bit late to that ball, so he's hurried 2 batters in this over and he's cleaned up one of them.
Well, Muhammad Ali can see what Dan Lawrence is doing. He's getting across to the offside. He's trying to prevent a similar dismissal, and it seemed to me like Ali has just slipped one down a little bit towards the leg stump. He's gone too far, but you can see the idea. Touch fuller as well. Lawrence not quite overbalancing, but he's overcompensating. So what delivery have we got now? Ali in, past the umpire, and this is well played by Dan Lawrence. Gets behind the line of the ball and just defends back to the bowler. We saw Lawrence going for some pretty ambitious shots just before the tea break, I think, on day 2. I think he's just going to want to get back off the field now. England cannot afford to lose another here.
They just need to weather the storm a bit, play out this session, come back with a fresh mindset and look to play out the day. That should be the prerogative. It's not that hard to kind of wrap your head around.
Surav Suman says, sending love from India to you, Bayram, and to myself. Great to have you with us, Surav. As Ali is in again. Ooh, loses his shape a touch there. There's Dan Lawrence. It's going to get a couple of runs, pushing at this delivery.
Tala Rahman.
The bat handle turns in his hand as well. It's fielded at mid-wicket. Certainly wasn't trying to push it there.
Yeah, Tala Rahman in the comment section says 138 kilometers per hour. And the thing with Muhammad Ali, John, is that he bowls the heavy ball. You'd often see sometimes batters get a bit of bat on it, then they take their glove off and they just kind of shake their hand. So that's one of his stock deliveries, and right now it's working like a charm for Pakistan.
Well, if you can bowl a heavy ball and get it to dip in as alarmingly as that one, then you're in the game, right? Last ball of the over. Dan Lawrence, 2 not outs facing. And again, stepping forward. It's quite a tall man, actually. And gets to the ball. And that's pushed out to cover. That will be the end of the over there. I was thinking that we might get another. There was a no ball in there. And I think if Mohammed Ali hadn't bowled it, I think we might have got another over. But it matters little. End of the session. And what a fantastic one it's been for Pakistan, winning the toss in what looked like helpful conditions. There's a green tinge to this Lord's track. We had a bit of rain in the lead up to the game. Didn't start play until 12:20. And Pakistan have taken 4 wickets in the session. Emilio Gay the first to go. Somewhat unfortunate, caught down the leg side. Brilliant catch from Mohammad Rizwan. Ben Duckett second to go, LBW, although not given on the field. That was overturned by by the TV umpire Chris Gaffney. Joe Root didn't bother reviewing the LBW that saw him off. He went for 4, and then just a few moments ago, Harry Brook comprehensively bowled by Muhammad Ali for 15. Jordan Cox is still there, 27 not out. Dan Lawrence new to the crease, but Bayram, that's been the session of the series for Pakistan.
Absolutely, and I mean, their fans have been very, very disappointed, rightly so. This is exactly the kind of response that Pakistan's cricketers had to deliver, and they've got their tails up now. They're ahead in the game. They've had the perfect, first session over here at Lord's, and they have won their last 3 test matches in London, John. At Lord's in the Oval in 2016 and at Lord's in 2018. So, happy hunting ground, London, for Pakistan.
Yeah, visiting teams do often save their best for the capital. Bayram, we'll be back in 40 minutes. Thank you for your contributions over the last couple of hours. Bayram, no doubt, will eat very well, as we all will here at Lord's, with Pakistan, or rather England, 80 for 4 at the break.
And with Vitality, are you ready to score big for your health? You can win a hospitality experience for you and 3 friends to an England home fixture of your choice in 2027. All you have to do is get a quote for Vitality Health or life insurance. It literally takes minutes. Find out more at vitalitysportshub.co.uk/cricket. And Hancock Premium Crisp brand Tyrrell's a proud team partner of England Cricket. To celebrate this iconic partnership, Tyrrell's have created a brand new limited edition flavour, English ham and mustard, inspired by the flavours of the Great British Picnic and the charm of a summer's day at the cricket. Made using only the finest potatoes, this limited edition is free from anything artificial. This great flavour speaks for itself. Check out the Tyrrell's website right now where you can pick up a pack before it's too late. Say Test Series this year. Toyota with their Good for Cricket prize draw, which we mentioned a few moments ago, giving you plenty of chances to win, but also providing us with our catching cradle, which once again has had competition between the two sides, because it will be England-Pakistan. Pakistan actually came out on top in this. Henry, who's going to come out top today? What's it all about? We have 4 teams, with the 2 semi-finals and then a final. England versus Pakistan, both the 2 winners will meet. They each have 2 lives each. If they drop the ball or drop the catch, then they lose a life. It's the last player standing. Just behind us we have the Toyota Good for Cricket to catch and cradle, and then just have a look at our lineups we have here. Just take a look at the lineups. What fine specimens of cricketers we have representing both England and Pakistan today. So our first semi-final will take place. We have our teams for this, which is Shaheeds against Buckets. So Shaheeds against Buckets. It will be Pakistan against England. Now water stand. Anybody here supporting Pakistan? 3. Anybody supporting England? Well, that might get a bit more of a cheer. So, just to recap then, they throw the ball into the cradle. Each individual player has 2 lives. If they drop the ball, they lose a life, and it's the last team standing winners go through to the final. Right, we are ready to go then with the Toyota catching cradle in 3, 2, 1, underway. It's not a good start. Anyway, we have 2 umpires each end, which will deem whether or not it's a legal delivery. Yeah, just carry on going. Well, must be within catching height. If it's not deemed that, the umpires will call a no ball or a wide, which that was well taken. That is going to be our first live goal. So once again, every catch counts this year with Toyota. They are down for Coronation Cup as well today, with a further catching game, giving you a chance to win bucket hat or tickets to the Ashes next summer. So well worth popping down and taking on the catching game there. That's the Coronation Garden. That's a live goal on the Pakistan side. So 1 down, 13. Lots going on around the Coronation Garden as well. Oh, it's been called wide. Many of our partners represented in that area, or indeed up on the nursery ground. So what's going on? As you walk around the ground during this first day of the second Say Test. That's going to be another light goal, so we go down to 1 each. Pakistan is now 1 and 2. That's a light goal, so they're out. So Pakistan down to 1 player. That's a light goal as well. That is it. So England won our first semi-final. We go through to league winners of semi-final 2. Shaking hands there. Kings versus Safest Houses. We will find out then who's going to get through from this. Again, 2 lives each. Away you go. Nice times, of course, today. Everything effectively pushed back down to start with. That's a play can go on here until 7:30 this evening. I should have let play time push back to 7 o'clock. That's how we finish the second semi-final. Pakistan players have lost a life each. Go to Lords to register your interest for this match. Tickets are available for that game. Oh, might be down to one each. Last line for each side, I think. That's 4 wide. Two lives each person. That's been 4 wide. Oh, no excuse for that one. That's also drop shot as well. Counts. In this final, that's been given a win yet. Oh no! So we're down to 1. Congratulations, ladies.
Tom.
Tom, where are you from?
London.
Cricketer? Sort of. I like that. Not connecting. Your name is? What's your one as well? You watch yourself as a cricketer? You showed up very well. When you came here this morning, did you fully expect to actually get out on the home turf of balls?
Didn't expect, but it was very good.
Congratulations. Interesting first session, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good. And that's I'm slightly late, so I'm probably asking for that.
We'll excuse you on this occasion, but thanks for turning up for this anyway. Good stuff. Anyway, congratulations. Give them a nice round of applause. Our winners then, thanks to Toyota. The catching cradle. We'll have more of that tomorrow. First blood to England after Pakistan at 1 at Henley. The Toyota Challenge. We'll find out what goes on over the course of this match. Right, resumption is coming up at 2:40. Time now for some highlights from this morning's work.
pleasant viewing and a smile on all our faces. How this has gone so far. So far, so good. Got England 4 down. Constantly there. Try nothing. Just do what's wrong. Easier said than done, but as good as it is. Otherwise, all good? She's got this sorted. You're welcome. You guys take care. Let me take it. Want to see it? All right, everyone in? They want to see it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you.
IG, the official investment platform of England cricket, with cricket giving away unnecessary runs and cost you the match. The same logic applies to investing, which is why IG charges no annual fees and zero commission on stock shares and ETFs. Many platforms charge one or the other, IG charges neither. Backed by over 50 years of heritage and named best low-cost ISA at the 2026 Boring Money Awards, IG is built for investors who believe their money should go further. IG trade, invest, progress. When investing with capital is a risk. Other fees may well apply. And following a huge 26 season featuring blockbuster series at home and abroad, get ready to back England in the official range from England Cricket and Castor, designed for every moment of the summer for high-intensity preparation and match-day atmospheres. The 2026 England Cricket kit brings together bold modern styling with elite-level performance technology. Whether you're supporting from the stands, the boundary road or the backyard, there's no mistaking your team colours. The collection delivers comfort and performance for players and supporters alike, featuring striking graphics inspired by England's fittest brand of cricket. The range is made to stand out for every ball that should happen. And great teams deliver when it counts, and so does Remitly. Millions of people around the world trust Remitly to send money quickly and safely overseas. Remitly spread exchange rates and low fees. More of the money you send makes it to the people that matter. Send it like a pro, send it with Remitly, the official money transfer partner of England Cricket. is the star of a new video shining a light on the army of volunteers who lie behind the making of every player. Women's and girls cricket reached new heights in 2025 with over 1,000 new teams playing the sport. And this year already looks set to be even bigger with more fixtures already played and scheduled than at the same point last year. England women, having hosted this year's World Cup, the ECB is aiming to get a record 500,000 women and girls playing cricket this year, alongside recruiting 500 new volunteers as young champions of change, and supporting 300 female leaders in the sport. Now, time to meet 9-year-old Edie, who is taking the game by storm at her club Oakamore in Staffordshire. She's the star of the new ECB video, championing the heroes behind every cricketer. Spectators kindly reminded of the regulation, please stay off the playing area at all times. Anyone ignoring this request will be ejected, liable for prosecution and exclusion from cricket grounds. Shall we appreciate these measures are in place for the safety of everyone, particularly the players and match officials. Spectators shall not engage in any conduct or act towards any player, match officials, or other spectator in a manner which offends, insults, intimidates, or threatens that person with any form of discrimination. And in the interest of safety and security, we kindly ask you to keep your bags and belongings with you at all times. Any bags found unattended will be welcome to be ordered. And please keep an eye on the playing area at all times during warm-ups and playing to hard into the crowd. And if bad behaviour is spoiled or dangerous, you can contact us through the team quick and easily by text or WhatsApp to 07401 156 737 with your message of concern or by speaking to your nearest team. We're dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, or renounce. right to ticket access for future England internationals, all you have to do is join the We Are England Cricket Supporters Club for free today. Your chance to meet the peers and get early access to tickets. Find out more and join online at ecp.co.uk. And the We Are England cricket team have been here this morning. They've been around the ground and see what they and you have been up to. Umpires returning for the afternoon session, Paul Rifle, Alanian Palika. Today's third umpire, Chris Gaffney, fourth umpire, Rob White, and match referee, Ranjan Madigal. Pakistan back to the field led by Mother Hazard. Series in for England, Jordan Cox on 27 and Dan Lawrence on 2.
Actually, the other way round. I recognise Chris.
Will be Jordan Cox to take strike in the ball, the opening over of the session from the nursery end for Pakistan, Karam Shahzad.
Welcome back to Lord's. We've had lunch, a magnificent lunch, as usual, at the home of cricket, and I'm delighted to say that the weather is continuing to play ball, and we're about to get underway on time. No showers during the lunch break, no showers in immediate prospect, although there are some around. It's Khurram Shahzad to bowl the first over from our commentary end. The nursery end in the first delivery is steered away behind square on the offside by Jordan Cox towards backward point Usman Ali Fields. England 80 for 4 in a spot of bother, but before anybody makes too quick a snap judgment on how much of a bother they're in, let's wait and see until both sides have batted. If conditions remain as they are at the moment, and they are forecast to do so, then I suspect that England's 4-man seam attack will be every bit as effective, if not more so, as we saw at Headingley. Here's Khurram Shahzad, 3 slips in a gully, bowling to Jordan Cox, and this time he punches off the back foot through extra cover for 4. Delightful shot, almost as delightful as the chicken and new potatoes, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, absolutely. It was lovely, wasn't it? Lovely. It was really nice. As ever at Lord's, the food never ever disappoints. If you see in the camera behind us, Sam Mallard got 2 bits of chicken, which he's enjoying at the minute. Yeah, the sauce on his left ear, he's saving for later. But no, it's been a nice lunch break. A lunch break that I think Pakistan would be sitting there enjoying their food as well, because 3 days at Headingley wasn't great. It was pretty poor. But they didn't start that great, but they pulled that first session back very, very well.
Pakistan have put an extra cover in now. Find that staggering. Here's Khurram Shahzad in once again. I'm sorry, Harmy. 2 balls after lunch, the second of which is hit for 4. It's a rubbish ball, and they take third slip out and put him at extra cover. 2 balls after lunch.
It doesn't make sense, does it? I mean, for Mohammed Abbas, they'd gone without first slip, which I could understand because it didn't seem to be wanting to carry that far. He went to leg slip, and I thought that was never going to be in the equation. But Shahzad, he likes to bowl that little bit fuller. He's trying to get it to swing. I'm comfortable in him doing that, but I think I'd rather have a third slip than an extra cover.
Pushed away defensively up on the onside, but there's no run. But Harmy, it's the fact that it's 2 balls after lunch. Yes, of course you put a man at cover. Runs are at a premium. Pakistan know that now. You know, they've known that all through the first session. That maybe 2 overs, but not for 1 bad ball after lunch.
No, never. Dale Benkenstein, one of the best captains I've played for, when you asked him for a fielder, he would never ever let you have a fielder for a bad bit of bowling.
Here's Khurram Shahzad, and steered away behind square on the offside. Nicely done by Jordan Cox. He'll pick up a couple for this. Slow outfield. The rain that we had yesterday and through much of the morning has slowed the outfield down. 84 for 4. What is Dale Benkenstein doing these days after
Coach
his...
of Durham. He's Durham's batting coach. He's back at Durham.
Oh.
He's been back at Durham for this year. Seen him the other week. He's enjoying himself.
I thought he was just doing a bit of consultant work.
He's batting.
So he's on the staff now.
Full on staff batting coach,
Okay.
and he's loving life. He's loving life, and he would like that job for life, he says.
Driven down the ground, lovely shot, super timing from Jordan Cox. Khurram Shahzad got his hand to it, and I'm not sure that he's just taken enough pace off it. There's a good aggressive chase down to the boundary by Captain Babar Azam, who's slid just a yard or so in front of the ropes, and England move up to 89 for 4. Yeah, I would imagine that he would love that. Just like the pure tracksuit side of the job, just doing the nitty-gritty without all the paperwork that goes with being head coach.
Politics of a head coach. I think he's enjoying just working with players, trying to make them better, and he's loving life. He always had the house up in Durham. Somebody had been renting it out, and I think at the back end of last summer, Jackie and the kids moved back up once school had finished. Marcus North inquired about Benke coming back up as a batting coach. I think he was interested in the academy director when we lost John Windows, but he's now batting coach, and he's loving life, and we're great to have him back at Durham.
Muhammad Ali continues now from the far end, the pavilion end, running in towards us and in towards Jordan Cox, who's 36 not out from 35 balls, and he's played some really delightful shots, particularly off the back foot through the offside. Dan Lawrence is 2 not out, for those of you who missed it in the morning session. Emilio Gay caught down the leg side for 8. Really unlucky, absolutely legitimate leg glance to the right delivery, was very unlucky. Ben Duckett, LBW on review for 17, and Joe Root, LBW, no review required. All 3 falling to Muhammad Abbas. Root made 4. Harry Brook bowled by a beauty from Muhammad Ali for 15. As Jordan Cox now plays off the back foot defensively for a single, however, pushing it out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. England move on to 90 for 4. Some great memories of Dale Benkenstein, going back many years. I've known him for 25 years, and a lot of people may not even have known, and if they did, they've probably forgotten that he was part of South Africa's 1999 World Cup squad. Never played a game, knew he was never going to play a game, and I don't think he's ever quite got over that. Outside the off stump now, left alone, whipped out the bat out of harm's way, Dan Lawrence, but South Africa at that stage had a absolutely non-negotiable edict policy that was this is our 11, and it was a pretty good 11. It was a good 11. Yeah, I mean, you know, Sean Pollock, Lance Klusener, Nicky Boyer kind of batted down to number. Steve Elworthy came in at number 11.
Yeah,
and so he was very much it was a 14-man squad
15.
in those. No, it's 14.
Was it 14?
2005, yeah. And I mean, it was a very good team, but you know, Cronje, and they played some less important games during that campaign, but the 11 never varied. Muhammad Ali in again, left alone by Lawrence outside the off stump.
Yeah, I remember that. I think it was that summer. Lance Klusener played for Nottinghamshire in the one day game. Jon Norman's just showing manners. He's played. I thought it was Sam's plate for a second, but no.
I don't think he could have fitted any more food onto his plate. I said to him, "You're
I
never
reckon
going to
Sam
eat that."
could have.
Well, he did. He fitted an extra piece of chicken on. Extraordinary effort. How did you get them to give you 2?
Just wait. Yeah, you're a nice lad, Sam. You're a nice lad. Yeah, you're a really nice lad. Yeah, I'm sure she'll give you an extra scone and a bit of cake at tea time.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Muhammad Ali, and outside the off stump again, Dan Lawrence leaves alone outside the off stump.
I thought it was a 15-man squad in the '99 World Cup.
But well, South Africa only had 14 in there.
Yes. But I remember Klusener played, and it's the first time I ever tore a side muscle, intercostal side muscle. I was bowling from a changing room end at Trent Bridge in a Benson's game, and I'd bowled 9.5 overs, and I'd bowled, to be fair, I'd bowled quite well. And I bowled this back of a length. I don't think it was a short ball. It was a back of a length ball which stood up, which Lance Klusener hit, and I think it's actually still travelling. It just went out the ground, and I hit the deck. Tore my side muscle. I would never forget that.
Muhammad Ali in again. Lawrence now drives one through extra cover. Not quite timing, a little high on the bat, but they will get a couple. Dan Lawrence doubles his score and moves on to 4. So he had 1 ball left. And
1 ball left of the over. 1 ball left of me spell. I might have even bowled the whole 10 in one go. And I bowled a back of a length ball, and it was in, do you know that slot that Lance Klusener had, where he just picked his bat up, opened his stance a little bit, and just went bang straight across the line. And he either hit it over sort of mid-wicket or square leg. It went over mid-wicket, come straight out the middle of his bat, and it was still going up as it went over the stand. I think it went into the Airbnb bed and breakfast next to the I think it was a supermarket on the side. It just still went up as it was going over there, and I hit the deck sideways, and that was I think that was nearly the season over.
Here's Karam Shahzad once again up to the crease now, bowls, and Lawrence Cox pushing out towards wide mid-on. They go through for a single. The first person I ever saw, the first instance of range hitting I ever saw was Lance Klusener. And Bob Woolmer was the coach then, and he was, it was in the middle, obviously, because it was range hitting, and Woolmer was just lobbing sort of half volleys, just throwing ball after ball, and Klusner was just hitting them all into the stand. And I remember thinking at the time, what is the point of that? What possible part of a real scenario are you recreating there? I mean, why are you practicing hitting slow medium half volleys into the stands? And I
good
learned
at hitting fast mediums into the stand as well.
But it literally is about learning to hit the ball, because unless you do that, you suddenly come to the end of a one-day game or in a real life situation, and you suddenly got to start hitting sixes. If you haven't, you're not used to doing it. So I learned a valuable lesson there.
And I think that's going to be the evolvement of the women's game. That's to come. The huge part of professional women's cricket.
Here's Shahzad once more, and this time it is Lawrence defending up to mid-off, no run. 93 for 4.
And you think in the sort of late 80s, early 90s, the one-day games were played with touch and feel and power, and that wasn't so much power. And all of a sudden, like Bob Woolmer came into the equation, Duncan Fletcher, the range hitting, the big, hitting bigger bats, balls down the ground, professional cricketers, as in 12-month contracts that worked in a gym, international contracts that went, central contracts which made players into athletes rather than, just beer drinkers.
Outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run.
Didn't know where I was going with that, because I was going to go that beer drinkers that played cricket, but we've got a team full of them at the minute, haven't we? So I should rephrase that. We athletes who, go out there and hit the ball, and I think the involvement of the women's game will be in 5, 10, 15 years' time, when the players are trained to hit the ball out of the ground. They're trained in the power way. Their diets, their S&C and their timing.
Karim Shahzad, thick outside edge now. It's a good delivery. Unfortunately, it's going to cost him 4, I would imagine. I don't think the fielder's going to be able to cut that one off. He has valiant attempt, valiant effort from Wali Usman, but I think the ball just beat him to the rope, didn't it? Yes, it did. And fortuitous 4 for Jordan Cox. I mean, I was great friends with Bob Woolmer, and I asked him about it, and he's very simple. He always had a logical answer. There was logic behind all of his decisions, however out of the box they were. And he said, well, you can't expect a player to start hitting the ball out of the ground if he's not used to it. It's all about comfort and familiarity. Here's Karim Shahzad again, and Dan Lawrence steps across to the offside, tries to whip it through the leg side, and in the end it just drops off the toe end of the bat. No run.
I remember Bob in, was it 2006, 7 was it, 2006, when Pakistan were here for the Test series, played at Old Trafford, and Old Trafford was going to be a concrete wicket, a wicket which was going to bounce, and we had myself, Plunkett, Mahmood, Monty's bounce with the left arm spin. So what happened was Bob went and got paving slabs from the local hardware store.
Left alone outside the off stump. Where's this going?
This is Old Trafford, if you remember, with the game where me and Monty got 19 wickets. In the lead up to that, it was all talked about. This pitch is going to Pete Maron. This pace is going to pace and bounce. So Bob sort of seen what the wicket looked like, the nets were like, the side pitches were. So he had concrete slabs coming in, so he had them throw downs off the concrete slabs for the bounce of the ball for the Pakistan batters, because of my height, Sajid Mahmood's height, Liam Plunkett's height, and obviously Monty, because Monty used to get the ball to bounce. So Bob had paving slabs from, I think it was B&Q out the back. There are other hardware store retailers, but out the back to just get ball bouncing and see if they could play the ball on the bounce. Me and Monty got 19 out of 20 wickets, and that game was finished sharp as well.
Muhammad Ali's also got an extra cover in now. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, driven up towards mid-off, straight to the field. Babar Azam picks up, has a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Dan Lawrence was had returned safely to his crease. Lawrence 8, Cox 38. England asked to bat first by Pakistan. 97 for 4. Muhammad Ali at the moment, 1 for 29. He bowled an absolute jaffa to Harry Brook, nipped back a long way. I suppose people might say, why was there a gap between Harry Brook's bat and pad? But that's because he likes to hit the ball rather than block it.
If there wasn't a gap between bat and pad, he probably would have nicked it to slip of the keeper.
Yeah.
It was a beaut.
It was a real screaming nip back, a beautiful delivery. Outside the off stump, that one, if anything, moved away up the hill into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan, who took a beauty of a catch to get Pakistan underway today. Not a great delivery from Mohammad Abbas, back of a length down the leg side. Amelia Gade glancing, played the shot, you have to say, technically perfectly. Just a little finer than he would have wanted, but he still, as it left the bat, he'd have thought that's 4. And Rizwan had anticipated, had taken a step to his right and then dived, took a blinder of a one-handed catch to get rid of Emilio Gay. He's very unlucky. That's an outside edge, almost a leading edge from Jordan Cox as he looked to whip through the onside, but in the end it falls harmlessly to Ali Usman at backward point. We're only in the 22nd. We had 22 overs in that first session, over rate of 11.
Yeah, back to good old cricket, wasn't it? I mean, we were up with the rate at Headingley. The rate was good. The over rate wasn't too bad, but there's a lot more moving around of the field because of the movement of the ball and making sure angles are right. You have the slope to contend with as well.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, beats the outside edge. Jordan Cox looks almost Ollie Pope-esque as he's fidgeting and jumping around there. As soon as he played and missed at that one, he sort of leapt in the air as if he'd had a mild electric shock and twizzled the bat in the air.
He did that last week at Headingley, but instead of doing that twizzling with the bat, he put the bat between his grill and his helmet.
He was at a headbutt.
He's like headbutting the base of his bat.
2 slips in a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg. It's a very conventional orthodox field at the moment, but it's conventional and orthodox seam bowling in helpful conditions. Extra cover now fields as Jordan Cox defends out on the offside. Cox is 38, comfortably the top score of the innings so far. Duckett 17, Emilio Gay 8, Joe Root 4, Harry Brook 15, and Mohammad Abbas the pick of the attack with 3 for 34 from 8 consecutive overs in the morning session. Was that a no ball?
Yeah, no ball. I think it was a no ball.
Yeah,
just having a look. Giving us a no ball. And as good as Pakistan bowled in that first session. Oh, it's tight.
It is a tight call, isn't it? You can see a bit of white line behind his heel, but only the tiniest fraction, like half an inch if that. It's Muhammad Ali is in again, defended once more by Jordan Cox, and there's no run. Neil Van Keulen is a listener and a viewer who's just sent us a message. You'll enjoy this, because as you may, have you noticed that Sam Ellard is actually in view? He's in camera.
View, yeah.
And so you can see him in the back of the commentary box. And Neil Van Keulen says, we're talking about the extra piece of chicken, and Neil Van Keulen says, judging by the look of Sam, they could see he was a lad who needed an extra piece of chicken.
Exactly.
Pushed away defensively up towards mid-off. I'm assuming that Neil's either from the Netherlands or probably from South Africa. Sense of humour like that. Did you hear that, Sam? You've been spotted as an extra piece of chicken man. You're on the comcam, you see, in the background. Neil Van Keulen could see you eating. He said he could see you're a piece of chicken man.
Sam's been starving himself all week for his trip to Lords.
We mean like just like half rations?
Yeah, half rations went for it. Roy Hodgson in the house there, former England manager. Who's he talking to? There's quite a few.
They like a celebrity, don't they?
Yeah.
And the Sky cameramen. Here is Shahzad outside the off stump once more, and it's left alone, and there's no run. Oh, Neil's replied saying, "I'm actually Kiwi, born from Dutch heritage, so you're not South African, but you've got a cheeky South African, unforgiving sense of humour." Nice one, Neil. Sam is unoffendable, by the way. You should see him with the scones and clotted cream and jam later on. He'll have 2 of them as well.
Well, where the camera is faced, you will see it.
That's true. Karim Shahzad up to the crease again, and oh, it's an outside edge again. It's very well bowled. He's bowled better, much better in this Test match than he did in those trying conditions and Headingley in Leeds. But that's hit the outside edge of the bat, and again, not planned, but it is a couple of runs for Dan Lawrence, and the applause you can hear, possibly in the background, is a muted applause for the 100. Do you know what? I'm not having an entirely dissimilar feeling about this England score as we had, what was it, 10 weeks ago in the Test match against New Zealand? I mean, you know, we were watching and thinking quite early on, oh, 220, 230 could be a good score. That would have been an excellent score. Outside the off stump, left alone by Lawrence, and this one has gone straight on and has not gone down the hill. And he's left that, and he's now, I think, breathing a sigh of relief. That was extremely close to off stump.
That's gone through the stumps.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like it's an optical illusion, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the first ball of the over, he's left it. Dan Lawrence left it. It's nipped back, gone up the hill, and it's just missed off stump. That one there is just gone over. Oh, it's gone comfortably over middle stump.
Okay, that's
But
why.
it's a beauty of delivery. Much better from Shahzad from the nursery end. Really, really been good bowling.
Karim Shahzad in once again. Oh dear, he's got this wrong, and it's flicked away towards square leg, and Shan Masood may have dropped it. He has dropped it. Just, you know, from the body language. Well, I didn't know for certain. Well, oh dear, no. That wasn't even that difficult. Yes, it was nicely timed, but it's gone just a wee bit to his left, and that's a 9 out of 10 catch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's straight in. It's straight in. It's one that you should catch 9 out of 10. Especially if you're fielding at mid-wicket and you're used to that. Clipped it straight at him, waist high. Not had to worry about fingers up, fingers down. Oh, it's a one you get comfortable first up in the morning just to get the hands going.
Shahzad in again, and it's flicked up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. That's really disappointing.
It is, but you know what it was? I thought it was really good bowling, because Shahzad had seen Lawrence go right across, and he's arrowed it towards leg stump. So that would have hit top of leg stump, and he's picked it up. Well, obviously we're seeing it again from square on. But, that's really, really disappointing from a bowler's point of view, who's worked so hard for a wicket.
Dan Lawrence now plays defensively up towards mid-on. I just had the sense that Karim Shahzad was just going a little bit straighter, incrementally, just a little bit straighter, having bowled with a couple outside off stump. And yeah, I mean, he's not bowling for a catch at mid-wicket, is he? But, you know, he's making the batsman play, asking questions. More from you, Harmy, and then it'll be John.
Yeah, he's been trying to hone in on that off stump. Second ball was the one that a little bit outside off stump, and then he's gone a bit straighter. Then he's seen Dan Lawrence go right across his stumps, and I think he's gone to try and not hit the base of leg stump, but just to run it back up the hill and try and hit the top of leg stump. And Dan Lawrence has obviously he's gone for that big pick-up shot, and he's picked it up straight to Shan Masood. And disappointing for Pakistan, because I was just about to say they've bowled better than their rewards that they deserved this afternoon, sorry.
Oh,
Another little bit of fortune going the way of England there. So close to an inside edge. Jordan Cox this time pushing at a delivery from Muhammad Ali. And again, on another day, that goes back onto the stumps. Cox has batted well, 38 from 46. Dan Lawrence, 10 from 21. 100 up for England, 100 for 4. But Pakistan's fielding, which was truly horrendous at times at Headingley, hasn't got that much better. The Rizwan catch behind the stumps aside, it's been poor. As Muhammad Ali continuing to probe in and around off stump, drawing Jordan Cox forward, who defends. Dan Lawrence, you know, that shot, if he had been dismissed, which he should have done, it wasn't a good shot, was it? I mean, it was a white ball end of innings shot rather than just after lunch on day one of a test match.
No, yeah, you're right. It's not a good shot and it's not a good look. It's a good shot if it goes for 4. It's not a good shot if it gets caught. It's one of the shots that Dan Lawrence is comfortable playing, so I don't have a problem with him playing it. I don't have a problem with him being aggressive, because that's his role at number 6, to try and counter punch what has been a good start from Pakistan.
Here comes Ali again, left alone this time. How would you, as a bowler, when you're watching a player like Dan Lawrence, who wants to essentially play everything to the leg side and goes to such lengths to do so? I mean, he took a huge step towards the offside, and you're right, I've seen him play that shot for Surrey in red ball and white ball cricket. He will feel there's only one fielder out there. As long as I miss that guy, it's a relatively safe shot. But he backs his eye.
Yeah, he does. But you know, how would you go about it? I think I go about it the way Pakistan are doing. He's a big shot player. He's a 4-hitter. He's a boundary scorer wanting to get on with it. Dot the balls, and put pressure on him.
Ali again, and good length delivery. He's got his head in his hands there. This is just pushed out to the leg side. No run.
So from that point of view, as a bowler, you know, Shahzad's doing his job. You're asking what would you do from a bowler. If you've got a big shot player who is slightly unorthodox, then sometimes you have to take him out of the equation. And what I mean by taking him out of the equation is concentrate on the lengths that you want to bowl and the lines that you want to bowl. So somebody like Steve Smith, you know, I remember playing against someone like Kim Barnett from Derbyshire back in the day, who played for England, who batted like a foot outside leg stump and walk across. You hone your top of off stump, that's the basic line and length you want.
Ali again, and Cox just beating the touch there, but again, he's playing really sensibly. Steve Smith is another.
Yeah, Steve Smith. If you try and take the sort of the batter out the equation, you imagine he's not there, and you're that 5 to sort of 6 metre mark, which is going over off stump, which Shahzad did beautifully. To Lawrence, who left one that just went over the top of off stump, left one that went just over the top of middle stump. Not worry about what he's doing at the other end, because the ball is doing far too much for you to worry about his performance. If you get them in the right area consistently and put pressure on them, dot them up, you'll get rewarded.
Ali again. Oh, poor shot. Just as I was talking about how compact and sedate and in control he's been, it's actually Mo Ali has bowled for that delivery all over, hasn't he? And that's really good stuff. He's just bowled very straight on a nagging length, drawing Jordan Cox forward, defensive. There's no width whatsoever. 5 balls of that, and then the last one is wider, swinging away. Cox, and a big booming slap at a ball that on another day takes the outside edge, and everybody's talking about how brilliant over that was from Mo Ali.
That is a bowler what you essentially want to do. You try to put pressure on, dot ball. If you have to have an extra fielder in the ring to try and stop that boundary, you know for a fact at some point he's going to try and put you off your length, and you hope that you're too good and your delivery is too good, and he makes the mistake. You know, Shahzad did it perfectly in the last over. 2 or 3 good balls outside off stump, 1 that nipped back, 2 good leaves from Lawrence, 1 thick outside edge, and then he's gone to release the pressure by playing the big shot into the leg side, and it would have been planned perfectly executed if Shah Massood had caught it. Now it's just reassessing, going back to start the process again from Shahzad's point of view, and start trying to put pressure on Dan Lawrence outside that off stump.
It is Shahzad who is in, bowling to Dan Lawrence with quite a decent gap between first slip and keeper. Then first and second are quite close together, and then there's a decent gap before third and fourth join in. Fourth is more of a gully really, and then backward point.
I think what they're saying, John, here is that we don't believe it's going to carry to first slip, standing behind, starting position behind the keeper. Second slip's going to be in line with the keeper. The third and the fourth have to get a bit closer, but you have to go on the angle because of the slope that's going down. So what you find at Lords more than anywhere else is if you're bowling from a nursery end, your slip cordon will get more staggered and get a bit closer because of the angle that you've got to cover.
Here is Shazad and Dan Lawrence shaping to play at a ball well wide of off stump, and in the end just swings it back out the way. When Stephen Fleming, who I imagine is watching this, maybe he's listening to us, you never know. I think he was out in South, well, I know he was out in South Africa at the weekend for the rugby. I don't know if he's sticking around, but he'll be watching on. What changes will he be noting down?
I think he'll be noting down that there's a little bit more, I think, situational awareness. I think there has been less chaos, which I think is a good thing for this England cricket team. I think they needed to find a happy balance, a happy medium. There'll still be the same similar question marks.
Full delivery, decent ball actually, surprise full ball, but Dan Lawrence clips this through mid-wicket and will pick up 3. So he hasn't timed it, but I think he was probably realised it was coming into the base of his of the stump a little late, but got the bat down well enough, and score moves on. 102 for 4.
I think
105 for 4. Sorry.
I think he'll have a big tick in the column of Jordan Cox, because I think Jordan Cox has looked very, very calm, very astute at that number 3 spot. I think he's counteracted when he's needed to. I think he's played within his own little bubble. I think he's been balanced at the crease, and I think he's batted really well in the 3 innings that we've seen him. The innings that we've seen him so far. I think he'd be impressed by Dan Lawrence, the way he played it at Headingley in that role.
38 from 51 is Jordan Cox facing up Karam Shazad, whose first 2 balls, I should have mentioned, were no balls in this over. That's been a recurring theme from Pakistan as well. They haven't taken a no ball wicket, have they? But
no,
they're gonna.
They're racking them up, and the more you rack up, the more chance you are going to be unlucky and do that. I think he'd be wondering how, and it's a good problem. How do I get Jacob Bethel into this group? And I just wonder if it's that number 6 and number 7 spot, which I think I've been saying for a few weeks now that I think I'd rather have him do the all-rounder role when Ben Stokes is coming out of the team.
Shazad goes full again on the pads, 2 leg side. It should be stopped by the boundary. You never know with Pakistan, and indeed the fielder manages to slide past the ball and watch it go over the boundary for 4.
I don't think he picked it up very, very well there. I don't think Muhammad Ali seen that first up. It was just a little bit of off the pad. But I think Stephen Fleming would be happy with the way the tempo of the games have gone. I mean, let's be fair. Take Bryden Carter's misdemeanor out of it. I mean, it was a good week for English cricket. It really was. It was a good week. I think England performed very well, very professionally. There was less razzmatazz, but I think that's what the England cricket team needed. And I think if you hadn't had the Bryden Carter situation, I think there would be a lot of positivity going into what would be always an iconic occasion, which would be the Lord's Test match. So it just needs, again, go back. We tend to go 2 steps forward and 1 step back. We're going to just keep going forward and slowly but surely rebuilding the trust of the public and supporters.
Karam Shazad is in again. Thick outside edge. 3rd slip has just been taken out. I don't think it would have carried, but probably would have stopped this ball. So it's another couple of runs to the score. Could say he played with soft hands there.
Yeah, I think they have done that really, really well. I think they know the danger of pushing out in front of them. The minute they start pushing out in front of them, 1, off balance and lose their shape, and 2, it is still doing a bit. It is still moving. I think Shazad's got a little bit more energy through the ball, pace off the pitch, but still, wicketkeeper, 2nd slip, 3rd slip, and 5th slip are very, very close. So even I think if Dan Lawrence and Jordan Cox get through their innings and go a little bit more confident and even hit through it and get a good nick, it'll still take some catching.
Shazad, this is driven, forced up to extra cover, no run. We saw a drop, a ball just dropped short of the slip cordon, didn't we, very early on in the piece. So it's that kind of, you know, you want to stop the runs, but then again, you want to take the catches as well. And I suppose that's the problem. We're being so close that you can take the catch, but then when it's fired at your boot, it's quite difficult to field.
Yeah, it is, and that's why they've got no first slip. They don't. How many times have we seen Rizwan take it on the bounce? There's no real pace in this pitch, and Lords is a difficult place for McCaulden to stand and get your angle on, because obviously the slope.
Shazad again, defended this time by Cox, who's 40, looking to do what he did at Headingley and go past at 50. Harmy's off, Bayram about to come back in. 111 for 4. I don't know if there's anything more frustrating as a cricket fan than watching your team drop a chance, because for as long as that batter's still there, you're always just wondering what if.
Absolutely, and Pakistan dropped a couple of catches at Headingley as well. Harry Brook was dropped on one and he went on to score 91, so Pakistan will be hoping that Dan Lawrence does not do a lot of damage. Also, that last over, John, seemed to have lasted for about 10 minutes.
Well, there were 2 no balls, and then there was the leg byes that went for 4. And now we've got a little break in play as Dan Lawrence just has some eye drops, and Jordan Cox has a drink. And the umpire's just hanging around just to umpire Palaka, just to make sure that England don't push the boundaries of reason. We got the timings a little bit all off today because we didn't get underway until 12:20. So we had lunch at 2 p.m. and we will play up to 4:40 in the UK. So got another hour and 24 minutes. England 4 down in the morning session, and they should have lost a wicket in the afternoon if not for a really poor drop at mid-wicket from Shah Massood. And it's been a couple of plays and misses, a couple of edges which have just gone a little short or just to the side of fielders. Pakistan just need to make sure they don't get too disheartened. They're still well in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the seamers have managed to square up Dan Lawrence on more than one occasion, and now we're going to see a bit of spin for the first time in this Lord's Test. Ali Usman warming up, took a fifer in his first ever innings on English soil, 5 for 95 in 24 overs. Was incisive but also a bit leaky. John, what did you make of that spell?
Yeah, I mean, look, he came into the match and everybody was saying how Pakistan had made a mistake by picking a spinner, and then he of course took that fifer, as you mentioned. There were some loose deliveries, and there was a lot of 4 balls that essentially he was firing down the leg side. Harry Brook swatted a couple to the boundary at fine leg, missed out on a couple as well, so that's where he erred. I wonder, I don't think he's ever bowled at Lords. The slope, is that going to be a problem? Especially as he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. He's got a leg slip in place, or a leg gully, so we shall see.
Well, if he's bowling down the slope, he'd like to throw in a slider or 2, I reckon.
Yeah, well, he got a couple with the one that went on, didn't he? So we shall see. It's Dan Lawrence facing. He's 13 not out, and first ball just punches this out to extra cover, no run.
He drew Dan Lawrence's top edge at Headingley, but that was more so a poor shot by Dan Lawrence. I do feel that, there is merit in playing a slow left armour, but Sajid Khan is still on the bench, and I reckon he's Pakistan's best spinner.
Here is Ali Usman is in, and this is played out to deep cover point by Dan Lawrence, who's 13 not out. That was a poor drop by Shah Massood, wasn't it? I mean, slip catches go down and you can forgive them. It goes fast, yes, you can say you should take the catch, but that was a really poor one. Stroll, there's a ball. No real foot movement from Lawrence from his first 3 deliveries. He's tried to push the first 2 balls out into the covers. This time he's actually playing quite straight, but the ball turns away from Lawrence and is taken behind the stumps.
Hello to you too, Ali Usman. And yeah, the Shan drop was just at the worst possible time as well.
Lawrence hasn't taken advantage, as this time it's turning even further. There was a noticeable spin to that third delivery, and a little bit more to ball number 4, but it was a little too wide, a bit too slow. What can Ali Usman do here? He's in now, wider of the crease. This time Lawrence seems to have played the same shot 4 times. Well, 3 of the 4 shots. This time it's fielded at backward point.
This is good stuff by Ali Usman. Tight lines for the most part, and he's getting a fair bit of purchase. There is turn on offer, and that means that playing the frontline spinner was perhaps a good call by Pakistan.
Oh, 2 slips in place now. That leg slip has been taken out. Long leg out by the boundary, but Ali Usman seems to have found his line of length almost immediately, and this time squirted out to cover point. End of a good over, a maiden, and England find themselves 111 for 4, and Pakistan just asking a few questions.
Absolutely, and I mean, I quite like Ali Usman as a slow left armer, quite orthodox, quite traditional, old-fashioned, you know, loopy, very accurate. He has a really good slider, so I'm keen to see if he brings that out down the slope. And he's got a point to prove, because Sajid Khan, as I mentioned, is sitting this one out as he did at Headingley, and that's a lot of pressure, because in my opinion Sajid Khan might be Pakistan's second best bowler after Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, they should have gone in with 2 spinners.
Well, how frequently have we seen that at Lord's?
Not for a while. Just trying to think, actually. I have to go back to the 80s, maybe. This is, oh, just dropped short of that mid-wicket fielder from the bat of Jordan Cox this time. Just straying onto the pads and a little bit too leg side. Fielder at fine leg, then you have Shan Masood at mid-wicket, but nobody at square leg, and Jordan Cox is frustrated. He's actually shadow batting, essentially. He thinks he should have aimed for 6 there rather than along the ground. So Pakistan just getting away with one there. Cox 40, 111 for 4 England. This is straighter, and there's a thick outside edge which heads off to backward point, no run.
Yep, Pakistan have got the outside edge and leading edge on a fair few occasions now, and their bowling has been a lot better than what we saw at Headingley, and those drop chances, especially the Dan Lawrence one, they will rue those. However, as you mentioned, they still have their tails up. I would say they are ahead in this test match, and if we get some sunshine tomorrow, they might get the best batting conditions as well.
Well, they still need to take 6 wickets, but yes, I agree. This is good stuff, as Karam Shahzad again is in. This is a touch too straight. Where Cox seems to get into a little bit of a tangle is he's a front foot player, and he's trying to come forward as much as possible. And Shahzad is bowling over the wicket, and he's getting the ball to pitch, angling in on off stump, and then any movement, any lateral movement, and he's getting a bit, because Cox is committed to the shot, that's where the edge can come into play. He plays with soft hands, but he also times the ball very, very well. Sometimes you feel that he might be in a position to time it too well. It could fly to one of those 3 close-in fielders. Punch down the ground. Karam Shahzad sticks out a left hand and fields from his own bowling. And this is better from Pakistan. So we've got a succession of dot balls. And this is Test cricket. The guys know what they're doing, but just a little bit of pressure starting to build, and you can feel there's a hush around here at Lord's.
You have to rack up those dot balls, and it has been a bit of a rarity coming from Khurram Shahzad, who has been all over the place in the series, but he's having a better day today than, you know, what he had at Headingley, and touch unlucky as well. Did get Dan Lawrence out. It's just that Shan Masood spilled that chance.
Shahzad again, and had to bowl out the over. We've had a message from Hassan Ahmed, who says, what is Def Mango doing in Combox? Which of course is a play on words, because you're in the Combox and you also work for Combox when not on talkSPORT duty.
Absolutely, and I would say, isn't that where he belongs? I know it's peak narcissism when you start to refer to your own self in third person, but here we are, John.
Third person already. Can you imagine what kind of monster Bayram's going to be in about 10 years' time? End of the over, another good one, back-to-back maidens. England remain 111 for 4. Are you doing end of day? Who are you doing your end of day podcast with for this next couple of days? Are you on your own?
No, Rob Barron's in the stands.
Oh, is he?
Another no ball by Khurram, by the way. That's got to be like his 4th no ball in like 2 overs.
I didn't spot that. Well done.
At least 3 no balls in the last 2 overs. But yes,
So
somewhere down there, Rob Barron is watching this game and already, kind of decided where we want to shoot that. But just trying to get as much work done as possible in one day's play.
2 slips and a gully with backward point, and there's 2 fielders in the covers, and this last delivery again is defended out to second slip, so it wasn't a maiden, but we've just had, how many scoring shots have we had in the last few overs? We've had none in that last over, just a no ball. There was a maiden the over before that. There was the expensive over before that, though. A couple of no balls. There was the leg buys, the edge, which led to 2 runs.
Yeah, Pakistan have built up a bit of pressure over here, and this will be interesting. Dan Lawrence versus Ali Usman part 2. Can Ali Usman get one to turn away from Lawrence's bat, clipping or trimming the bails? That's what he would be visualizing.
A slip in place, and there's also a short leg with backward point. Fielder about halfway out to the boundary at cover. A wide mid-off, and this is defended by Lawrence. He's also got a long off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and also somebody out at long leg. You must be... I didn't know you had the ability to commentate and type questions or make statements on the chat facility, Bayram. Well, my back's turned. Ali Usman again. This is hurries on a touch, and Dan Lawrence is back deep in his crease and defending, but again, is that a leading edge or a thick outside edge? Either way, it's fielded more at backward point. Neil Van Keulen says, handsome and modest. Bayram is a class act.
You'd be surprised at all that I can do.
No, don't want to see it now. On the sweep is Lawrence, and will pick up a 1. Backwards square, deep backwards square leg, and Neil follows it up by saying, bring Rob up for a cameo. That guy needs more screen time. And Mushtaq Ahmed, not that one, says, hi, I'm Mushtaq, listening from Bangalore in India. Hello.
Hello to you too, Mushtaq. And sun is beating down now at Lords. Can Pakistan break through?
There's Ali Usman. It's Cox forward and defending. No run. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, there was a comment from Saurav who says, I don't know what it is, but watching Harry Brook get out is so satisfying. Which batter in world cricket do you find most satisfying to watch get out? Bayram, again defended by Cox.
I was a big Ben Stokes fan, but that dismissal every time where he'd look back at the stumps and pretend like that ball did a lot, and it was usually a straight one, I found that quite fascinating, but I miss Stokesy.
I miss David Warner. Opens the face, a touch does Cox, but again, not trying to score, just trying to defend, and does so comfortably enough. 113 for 4. A little bit more loopy that's time from Usman, who uses the crease well. That is actually the end of the over, so another run, or just 1 run coming from it. 113 for 4. Yeah, David Warner, that's a wicket. Any Aussie really. I enjoy watching any Aussie get out.
Back in the day, Ricky Ponting for me.
Well, in those days, Matthew Hayden was the one that you didn't. There were batters you enjoy getting out because they were just so good. Steve Smith, and of course Ricky Ponting, and a lot of those guys. But it's more about the personality, isn't it? So Matthew Hayden, that was one I used to enjoy. David Warner. Just trying to think back. Who else? Yeah, they're definitely two.
Well, Mohammad Abbas is back for another spell. This is a crucial phase of play over here for Pakistan and England.
Yeah, he bowled what was it, an 8-over spell in the morning session, and he's back for the start of the second. Dan Lawrence on the move again, can't beat the fielder mid-wicket. No run. Jack Hallis. Jack Hallis, because for all his brilliance, he wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing batter to watch. And he was also someone that if you didn't get him out early, he could just bat.
Next thing you know, he's been nudging it around for 20 minutes and he's on 25 not out.
Neil Van Keulen in reply or response to that comment about Harry Brook, the satisfaction that you might get. I'll read that in a second as Abbas is in. No run. Dude gets bowled by a dead straight ball, looks down at the pitch like it's just insulted his mother. Actually, he's talking about Ben Stokes, because the ball that dismissed Harry Brooks certainly did a lot.
I mean, that was a nip backer from hell. Might be the most aesthetically pleasing wicket we've seen this morning. And it's quite interesting to see how Babar Azam has rotated his seamers. Abbas bowls the slightly longer spell. Khurram and Muhammad Ali bowl slightly shorter spells, and now he's got the spinner on, so all eyes on his captaincy.
Yeah, absolutely. Cameron Green for me, says I am Fez Yorkin. As full of ball as Lawrence easing forward and will take a single to backward square leg. Hi sir, this is Vivek from India. Hello Vivek. Cameron Green. I don't know, there's a likability about Cameron Green.
I'm not sure about that one. Cameron Green, of course, hasn't quite fulfilled his potential. And to your point earlier, when I was growing up as a cricket fan solely, the best batters going out when they're playing your team were the most satisfying. I remember Punter back in the 2011 ODI World Cup versus Pakistan edged a Mohammad Hafiz delivery to the keeper and pretended not to hit it. And then DRS, showed, a spike, and that was the end of Ricky Ponting.
Mohammad Hafiz, he was an underrated player, wasn't he? Oh, Lawrence. It's bounced before it's reached backward point, but it's another misfield. He will take a single. 114 for 4. Curious shot. Absolutely no foot movement whatsoever on the back foot, and he's essentially attempting to drive this delivery. And was that Cox? It was Cox. That was the most unlike Jordan Cox shot I've seen.
Abbas won't mind that, and now he'll get to bowl to Dan Lawrence. Reckon he's going to continue to pitch it in the channel.
Yeah, 2 slips in place, and this is left alone by Lawrence, who ends up kneeling down on his left knee as the ball goes past in exaggerated fashion. These two would have faced each other a lot in county cricket over the years. Dan Lawrence of Surrey, but also of Essex, and of course Abbas at Notts now, but he was at Hampshire for a long time.
He's taken over 1/3 of his first-class wickets in England, Mohammad Abbas, and at less than 21 apiece, so he knows a thing or two about bowling in these conditions, and he is the ace up Pakistan's sleeve, I reckon.
Last ball of the over then. Abbas, who's picked up 3 wickets so far, searching a 4th. Doesn't get it there, so it's blocked out to cover. End of the over. Man is about to come in with England 115 for 4.
Let's see if Babar Azam continues with Ali Usman for a bit longer, or if there's a bowling change. The sun is beating down quite heavily now on Lords, and it's the most sunny moment we've had all day, in fact, because started off quite overcast, a lot of gloom and doom, but these are ominous signs for Pakistan, because if the surface gets baked, Neil Manthorp, I reckon England's batters will really like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be flattening out anytime soon. I actually don't think it'll flatten out much during the course of this match. I think there'll be something in it, and we shall wait and see whether England can recover to something competitive. But I do think that with this pitch and these conditions, we can dispense with the conventional notion that 300 is a minimum, and 350s, you know, the sort of par for a good score. I think that 220, 230 could very well be competitive. Ali Usman continues with his left arm spin, pushed out towards cover, no run.
He's been fairly accurate in this spell, Ali Usman, and bowling down the slope as well. He's troubled Dan Lawrence a fair bit, but here he is up against Jordan Cox, and he's on 41.
Slipping a short leg like that, I think that's good positive captaincy. Driven now down the ground by Cox, straight back to Ali Usman, and there's no run. Also man out at deep backward square, and this long off. This is something that we saw more often than not when Ali Usman was bowling in the first test at Headingley. Punched off the back foot. That one not timed at all by Jordan Cox. He thought he was going to have a bit more room outside the off stump here. It was actually shaping to cut. In the end, it just skidded on with the arm. That was his most effective weapon in his 5-wicket haul at Headingley, wasn't it? The quicker slider. And Jordan Cox this time whips it out towards Shan Masood, who dropped, I'm afraid, a sitter with Dan Lawrence on 10. Lawrence has subsequently moved to 15, so not necessarily too costly for Pakistan, but really it was a chance that should have been taken. It was a 9 out of 10, or if not a 19 out of 20 catch. 116 for 4 now, long off once again, coming in to do the fielding as Jordan Cox drives. So really the answer, the reason, the explanation, one of the reasons or explanations, Behram Kazi, unless you can come up with a couple of theories, and I'm sure you can, for the long off, is to encourage the batsman to drive in exactly that position. Here's Dan Lawrence trying to do exactly that. Ali Usman cuts it off. So you put a man at long off, batsman thinks easy single, and he tries to push the wrong ball towards long off, and maybe gets an outside edge, and that's why he slips there. So you want to say, okay, here's an easy run for you. Come on, drive, push it, try and take a single down towards the long off. That's why he's there. He's not there for the catch, I don't think.
Well,
Lawrence 15, Cox 42, England 116 for 4.
He has troubled Dan Lawrence a bit, hasn't he, Ali Usman, and in that exact fashion that you just mentioned. So I do think it's a good ploy, but it's worth mentioning, Manners, that Pakistan have managed to dry up the runs. England's run scoring has been, quelled for quite a few overs now, and this pairing in particular, Mohammad Abbas and Ali Usman, if they can keep things nice and tight and keep the pressure up, I reckon they can force a mistake out of one of these two batters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even more likely in the preceding 4 years, when a scoring rate of 1 or 2 runs and over would deem to be a crisis in the making. I think these two will show a little bit more restraint and patience. Flicked away down the leg side, off the pad, I fancy. Paul Rifle, I think, will confirm leg buys here. Jordan Cox trying to glance that, and it is indeed 2 leg buys. But that's right. I mean, it's, that's what I certainly used to love, even as a kid, about Test matches, is watching and appreciating when pressure begins to build, and how to apply pressure.
Yes, and basically just see who can survive the grind. And, Mohammad Abbas has already struck thrice, and he wouldn't mind a 4th one right about now.
Here he is, bowling on the back foot goes Jordan Cox, punches it up towards mid-off.
Nice and tight, targeting the stumps. And, as accurate as Mohammad Abbas is, in red ball cricket, he has strayed down the pads on occasion in this entire series, and I reckon he can still be better. But Pakistan basically just need to strike very, very soon, because if England get to a 200 plus score, then it might be very tricky on this Lord's surface.
Yeah, I'm going 225 as the benchmark. I think that's that's an acceptable score. Not good, not inadequate necessarily. Depends how England bowl, but given their attack, 4-man pace attack as well. This time driven up towards Babar Azam again at mid-off, and there's no run. I forgot to mention little landmark, Mohammad Abbas breaking through the 900 barrier.
Absolutely.
902 now, is it?
Yeah, I mean, he's taken all of those wickets at round about 20 apiece, which is just phenomenal when you think about it. Someone like him who hasn't been valued by Pakistan as much as he should have, he's there.
Off the back foot, punching up towards mid-off again. Babar Azam. He's fielding at mid-off, not primarily, I don't think, because he's back in his second stint as captain, and captains do like a little stint at mid-off, but because of his finger injury, I suppose that's why he's not in the slip. Or would he have been at slip or gully if first slip? I would have thought, instead of the young Azan Awais.
It would make sense, but I think Babar's been fielding in this position for a while now.
Punched off the back foot again by Jordan Cox up towards mid-off. I didn't notice actually what little I saw of Pakistan in the West Indies and the Caribbean in those two Test matches. He had a very good series, didn't he, Babar? Oh, not very good, but you know, he made almost 200 runs in the two Tests.
It depends on how you look at it. I felt like he could have really gone for it at the end of the first Test match, fourth innings. Pakistan would have lost that game anyway, but Babar could have at least given himself a chance and, you know, try to create history. But I thought he was brilliant in the second Test match.
Here's Abbas once again, little inside edge onto the pad. Ooh and a ah from Mohammad Abbas, but he knows there was an inside edge. Lawrence 15, Jordan Cox 42, 118 for 4 men out so far. Emilio Gay 8, Ben Duckett 17, Joe Root 4, Harry Brook 15. So without Jordan Cox's 42, England really would be in trouble. How good was that delivery from Muhammad Ali that bowled Harry Brook, by the way?
I mean, it was a nip-backer from hell. The pace was up. The pace has been up by Muhammad Ali today, and I reckon a while back Gary messaged on our chat saying that, you know, over 50% of the deliveries have been 85 plus miles per hour, which is a welcome change from Pakistan. And just coming back on Babar Azam manners, it's been nearly 4 years since he scored a Test 100, and for a batter of Babar Azam's quality, even if this is a bowling era, he should be averaging more than 43, shouldn't he?
Well, I would have thought so. I mean, he's, you know, the two biggest names. I'm suddenly thinking on my feet here. Are they the two biggest names? Babar Azam and Shaheen Shah Afridi. You know, one has stagnated and the other one has regressed over the last 2 or 3 years. But I thought Babar Azam would join, you know, the Fab Four. I mean, I thought he would be alongside the likes of Kane Williamson and Joe. I just thought he was destined for greatness, and he may still get there. We may, in 10 years' time, look back at these last 4 years and say, gee, that was a peculiar hiatus and a long-lasting one. He should have more than 900s though, shouldn't he?
That's the thing. I was going to say that his conversion rate is really poor. And I remember first the conversation used to be that he gets hundreds, but he doesn't get daddy hundreds. Then he scores that 195 or 196 versus Australia, saving that Test match in Karachi, I reckon. And you'd think he's crossed that little, you know, milestone and he's got that monkey off of his back. But the hundreds dried up. And 3 years and 9 months now is a long, long time. And, you know, at times it doesn't feel like Babar Azam is out of form. It feels like he's out of runs. But he had an opportunity to score a ton in the West Indies and got run out in the 80s. I think that was a real missed opportunity.
It's drinks here at Lord's, by the way. We're not depriving you of any of the action. Babar Azam started the Test match very well by winning the toss and choosing to bat first, and Mohammad Abbas struck 3 times in the morning session, which didn't actually begin in the morning. It began at 12:20. We can't call it the afternoon session though, because this is the afternoon session, and then we'll have the evening session. 12:20 play started, an hour and 20 minutes late, but we can make up all but 5 theoretically of the missing overs, because we will play on until 7:30 once again this evening, which does make for a long day, let me tell you. But we'd rather have that than miss as many as 15 or 20 overs from the day, and theoretically, I mean, we had an extremely slow over rate in that first session. It's an hour and 40 minutes long. We only had 22 overs bowled, so we won't get the 85 which are officially scheduled. Cox 42, Dan Lawrence 15, alongside me Steve Harmison. Do you still think 225's very much in the Test match?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you know, where the surfaces are, where Pakistan's batting unit's at, I think if England were to get themselves to 225, 250, I think that would keep them in the game. I think anything lower than 200, at the time you're thinking, well, then that is even against a very vulnerable Pakistan batting unit. They'd still be able to limp over sort of 200, 220 and 40, 50 run lead on a surface like this, which, you know, in recent times is suggested it hasn't got any better as the Test match has gone on. This one might be different. It might get a little bit better. The amount of moisture it started into it. If you got a 50-run deficit and a short, low-scoring game, then all of a sudden you're in the box seat. So I think 225 to 250. I think England will feel as though they're still in the game with that. Anything lower than 200, and then Pakistan must then feel as though they've got a great chance of leveling the series.
Ali Osman continuing after the drinks break with his left arm spin. First delivery is chopped away behind square on the offside, and there's a little bit of untidy fielding from the man at backward point, Imam ul Haq. I still somehow, you know, it's like when one of your best mates' children's, you always think of him as, you know, little Timmy, he's 6 years old, and now no, he's actually 17, and he's taking his A-levels. I still think of Imam ul Haq as this young lad, and he's not. It's there's a run out. Brilliant work from Shan Masood. Complete misunderstanding. He's made a mess of that. I think Dan Lawrence is out. Pakistan are celebrating. You know that the third umpire will adjudicate, but Dan Lawrence has accepted his fate now. That's a absolute brain fade from Dan Lawrence. Pushed it out, thought he's beaten the man. Shan Masood, talking of men who are older than you think, 37 years old. Shan Masood reacted brilliantly, slid, got the throw in very quickly. Mohammed very accurately as well. And Mohammed Rizwan just had to remove the bails, and Dan Lawrence just didn't want to accept it. I think that was the truth. I mean, what was he thinking? It was all on him as well, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think that Jordan Cox was at fault there, was he?
No, Cox got about 3 yards down and turned round. This has been coming, I think, Manners. I think
pressure's been building.
Pressure's been building, I think, is one thing. I think another thing, and that's well done to the bowlers. And Babar, because I think Babar's made some good changes and made some good fielding positions. Angles have been good, where I don't think they were very good in that first session. I think it's been coming because I think Jordan Cox is not a very good runner. He's a ball watcher. I think there was a couple of times with other different partners where there could have been a little bit of a scary moment. So I think that's one to watch from a Jordan Cox's point of view. No blame on this situation from Cox. Dan Lawrence is completely misjudged where one, Shan Masood's angle was, two, his ability to slide, and three, Dan Lawrence is not, I think, the inability to hear Jordan Cox shout no and turn around and go back. So all that in the melting pot means, fourth umpire wasn't required, and it was a comfortable run out. Lawrence got halfway down the crease and then had to turn around and go back. So from that point of view, it was a good bit of pressure from Pakistan, an excellent bit of fielding from Shan Masood, and now there's a little bit of a door open. Jamie Smith's a competent batter. He's on the honours board with 100, but still, the pressure is on England at 120 for 5.
Jamie Smith's first ball played away defensively, the dead bat on the offside. It's almost been a career of two halves. I mean, the first 1,000 runs came very easily for Jamie Smith with a couple of hundreds and an average of 48 in his first 20 test matches. The next 15 test matches have yielded just 400 at less than 30. So it was almost like a kind of a point at which, I don't know, the opposition worked you out. You know, he had a very poor Ashes series, and I think emotionally, you know, it's taken him a long time to get over that. Here's Ali Usman again. Jamie Smith forward, pushes it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You still want him at 6, though, don't you?
Yeah, I want him at 6. I think Lawrence plays that role, that aggressor role, better. I think he's and I think he's better suited. I think Dan's more naturally suited to that role, so he would be at 7, and I would have Jamie Smith at 6.
Usman in once more. Jamie Smith plays defensively, no run. 120 for 5, England.
I think it'll be irrelevant because I think Jacob Bethel's coming back, and he's coming back at 6. I don't see Jacob Bethel coming back at number 3. I would have him at, I think now with the Ben Stokes retirement, I think I'd have Jacob Bethel. I would now have Jacob Bethel at 6.
So you're giving Cox a sort of 10-12 run test match run at 3.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by him. I don't think he's a world beater yet. I don't think he's somebody that's going to take the game by storm, and just like Harry Brook and Joe Root when they first came into the England cricket team. I think Jordan's going to have to work, you know, very, very hard in that position at number 3. It's a problem position for England at number 3. But what I've seen so far is calmness and the way he defends and plays. I quite like the Jordan Cox at number 3.
Mohammad Abbas continuing, and it's Jordan Cox steering it out towards cover point, and there's no run. We should mention as well that it was particularly sweet. Anybody watching Shan Masood celebrate might think, well, there's a 37-year-old who's pretty impressed with his own athleticism, and but we have to mention that he dropped Dan Lawrence on 10.
There was a lot of relief in that.
Yes, there was.
There was a lot of relief in that Shan Masood celebration, because he knows he dropped an absolute dolly at mid-wicket when his team were building that pressure that was obviously culminated in a run-out.
Here's Mohammad Abbas still operating without first slip. It's interesting. Play and a miss. Drive. Ambitious drive from Jamie Cox. Mohammad Abbas is just telling him that now. You don't associate Mohammad Abbas with too much sledging unless it's aimed at Pep Guardiola. I will have to tell you. We'll have to tell that story now for people going, what is he talking about? But it's interesting that so rather than there being a conventional first slip, Shahid Shakil is Azam Awais is fielding at sort of 1.5 slips, an extra wide first slip, and then a second slip, and then a fourth slip rather than a conventional gully. Here's Abbas once again. Cox plays defensively straight back down the ground, and there's no run. 120 for 5.
Yeah, they don't believe it's going to carry to first slip. So the first slip goes and stands right next to Mohammad Rizwan, which one would put Rizwan off, 2 would put second slip off. You try and hedge your bets on the guy at sort of 1.5 slip, going to his left towards Jordan Cox and thinking, how far can I go left and being able to catch it, to how far Rizwan can go to his right, and then try and sort of bridge the gap in between.
He's moved even wider now. Jordan Cox pushes in towards gully, and because there isn't one, Shahid Shakil has to come from fourth slip to pick it up, and they scramble through for a quick single. Okay, so Hampshire signed Mohammad Abbas as their overseas professional, one of their overseas pros, and he needed somewhere to stay, so they put him in the executive suite in the Hilton Hotel at the Utilita Bowl. So there's Mohammad Abbas. He's settled in, he's bought pot plants, he's got pictures on the wall in the executive suite in the hotel, and Manchester City arrived with the most successful manager in Premier League history, in Pep Guardiola. Who would they be playing? Portsmouth?
Southampton.
Sorry. My geography's not very good. Sorry.
So, you could have said Newcastle.
So they're staying in the Hilton Hotel at the Crown. Forward comes Jamie Smith, off the mark with a single towards cover, and Pep's people contact Hampshire's people, or the Hilton people, and say Pep would like to stay in the executive suite.
Your best room.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mohammad Abbas had to move out for a week.
No, he said no.
Did he?
He said no. Did you not know that?
No, I didn't know that.
He said, I don't care who he is.
Wow.
It's my. That's what I'm saying. He's
It's
settled
my-
in.
it's
He's
my house,
He's
yeah.
unpacked. He's
Yeah.
you know, he's bought top plus.
Exactly, my underpants are in the drawers. I'm
That's
not leaving
exactly right.
I'm not leaving them grundies for Pep to sort of rummage through. No chance.
So,
Unless Pep was going to do his laundry for him, then no.
and I don't know how much of the rest of the story is true. Pushed outside the off stump here. Jamie Smith leaves it alone, but rumour has it is that Pep's people or Pep has said, "Who is this Mohamed Abbas?"
He's got 900 first-class wickets. That's who he is. He's your version of David Silva or Kevin De Bruyne or Erling Haaland. That's who Mohamed Abbas is. The Hampshire County Cricket Club.
And so he did not move out, and Pep had to make do with the family room.
The family room, yeah. The interconnecting room, yeah. He's got the interconnecting room with Jack Grealish, who's going to play his music all night.
England are 122 for 5. The Test match is moving forward quickly as we I suspected it might. I mean, there's a bit more in the pitch than I was expecting. I thought Lords and the MCC would produce their flattest pitch they could. Maybe this is the flattest pitch they could, you know. Well, Ali Usman continuing with his left arm spin. Jamie Smith plays defensively, and there's no run. He's on 1. Jordan Cox on 43. There is a bit of movement in the pitch, and I was saying to Baram Kazi, I didn't think it would flatten out particularly, Harmy, given the forecast of showers and cloudy conditions and not particularly high temperatures over the next few days. Next one defended again by Smith.
No, I think for Pakistan's position as well, you know, get another couple of wickets here and 150 for 7. You think, well, we don't want it to flatten out because we should be able to get more than 180, 200 on it, take a lead into that third innings and put England under pressure that way. So we want to keep the movement in.
Here's Ali Usman again on the back foot, punched away out towards extra cover. I was talking again, Harmy. Do you remember I was having a bit of a moan about the fact that Ali Usman had a long off almost always in the first Test? He took 5 for 92, but I was struggling to think of the logic, and I've come up with a theory now. You tell me if it's the right one. Smith plays the next one defensively, so they put the long off there in order to say to the batsman, "There's a single for you every time." He's not. I don't think he's there for the catch. I don't think they're expecting anyone to run down the wicket and drive it in the air. But they're saying, "Come on, then, just push it, just push it." Yeah, you know, it's not going against the spin to the right-handers. Just put, and extra cover is very straight, and there's a silly point and a slip pushed out towards long off. That's exactly right. It's what he's done, Jamie Smith now. But they're saying he's a run every time, so they're putting in there as bait. So, and Usman's best delivery is the slider.
It's the one that goes on. That's when he got a lot of wickets with and success.
Hence the slip.
Yeah, and that's why the slip's there. I'd have gone a bit further and Babar Azam, who's at extra cover, and just moved them a little bit sort of straighter and give them the down the ground shot, so I can go with the arm, slip it on, pitching just outside off stump and go on to middle.
Played away defensively by Jordan Cox to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So that's the explanation. I mean, your opposition are 123 for 5. A lot of people will be going, why have they got a long off? What's long off doing on the boundary? But I hope that at least gives you some idea of why he might be there. So trying to say to the batsman, there's a single for you every time. Just push it. And they make the gap quite narrow.
Yep, they make the gap narrow, and you've got to be so precise with your shot execution and how you sort of get it down, you know, when you're from a impacting the ball point of view to making sure that you are getting it down the ground. But you know, so far Ali Usman's done a good job at containing and holding. See on the screen now, the last boundary was 84 balls ago, and a team that have tried to, you know, not gone away from Bazball, but more aggressive style of batting. It's been very, very good from Pakistan in the way they've contained England.
Mohamed Abbas doesn't mind a long spell. In fact, I think it's part of his contract. I will only bowl long spells. Here he is again, off the back foot, punched away by Jamie Smith to cover, and there's no run. What did you learn, if anything, or what surprised you in the first round of Premier League games?
That the teams at the bottom aren't going to be as bad as what I also learnt that Newcastle probably aren't going to be as what's the word before anybody jumps down my throat. It's not as disappointing. It's not as bad as what I thought they were going to be, but they look as though a lot more energy.
Mohamed Abbas again to Jamie Smith, plays defensively out towards mid-wicket. I mean, so it's one round, yeah? I mean, you know, obviously. But
I learnt that some of the Newcastle players, which I thought would be quite daunted by playing at St James's Park, some of the younger ones. You know, you look at the goal, I looked at the goalkeeper and I thought, oh, you know what, we might miss Nick Pope's experience. Goalkeeper did really well. Some of the young players, good, and I think young players around the country seem to come into the Premier League with less fear, which is good compared to what it's been over the course of the years. I learned that Arsenal are probably going to be the team to beat, and Chelsea might give them a good run for their money.
Another season of woeful underachievement for Manchester United.
Yeah, disappointed for Michael.
Oh, that's leading edge almost from Jamie Smith. It was very full, very straight, and Smith was trying to play it because of the length through the leg side, through the onside anyway, through mid-wicket, and he's got a leading edge and to backward point, no run. It's only one round, but there was a lot, wasn't there, that you think?
Yeah, there's also, we talk about in cricket the haves and the have-nots. I mean, the gap, the gulf and the gap between them. From a money point of view, I think what we did learn over the course of the last few weeks, first week of the Premier League season, and what's going to be the next 2 weeks, is the haves in the Premier League have got everything, and the have-nots might think they've got something, but they've not, you know, they can't spend it.
It's a drive, and another one mistimed. He seems to have accidentally selected the bat out of his kit bag without a middle. Jamie Smith at the moment. That's another inside edge. 123 for 5.
Doesn't sound good, does it? It sounded as though he plinked another one. So in mid-wicket, but yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever anybody says about the big six, and they're not wanting to have a Super League and everybody in the world and having their say of we shouldn't have a European Super League. I think we've got one now anyway, so it don't really matter. It's just unfortunately they're all playing in their own countries as opposed to playing against each other, but they get a chance to do that in the Champions League. That's not something I learned off the first week of the Premier League season. I think we've known that for quite some time. But I think what I will say is some of the teams that have come up, which you were expecting not to be good, were very energetic and very well organised over the course of the first week.
Here is Mohamed Abbas, and that's pushed away defensively once more by Jamie Smith, and the score remains the same, 123 for 5. What I do always like to try and point out to people, coming very, very much from the amateur's perspective, is that it does appear in the Premier League that it is still possible to run a hugely successful club, play attractive football on a small budget, produce your best stars, sell them. You know, you've got no hope of, you produce some brilliantly talented footballers in your academy, you're never going to keep them, you're only going to sell them for lots of money, pushed away out through the offside. But if you have a good feeder system, a good coaching system, a good structure and a good attitude, and by that I mean atmosphere, so I don't know anything about Brighton, but I think I've just described them.
Yeah, you have. But what you have, you know, is described them perfectly. It just takes one facet to go out of joint, and it crumbles. It goes downhill. I think your middle of the roaders, who are well run, well drilled, well organised, they have a bad transfer window, and they are fighting relegation the following season. So it's important that the other 14 teams, other than the top 6, do constantly keep pushing and making sure they've got a well organised, well drilled, energetic off the field as well as on the field, and smart decision making both on and off the field to stay in the Premier League, because you know, Brighton have done that, Bournemouth have done that, Bournemouth, Brighton, Brentford, they've all done that. But as we see with Tottenham the last few, Newcastle possibly last year, Aston Villa possibly this year, not being able to spend, losing all your good players and having a bad transfer reinvestment could then find you in the bottom 6 as opposed to challenging the top 6.
Here's Ali Usman again, and it's pushed square of the wicket on the offside, and they go through for a single. But
And
hang on,
cricket-
never
cricket's
mind
a bit
top
like that.
six. But there must surely, I mean, Brighton, okay, they might challenge for sixth place.
Yeah.
But rather, you know, push the resources
That's right.
into the Blast or the Carabao Cup, or, you know, go for some alternative. You're not going to win the Premiership.
No, but finishing in the European spot gets you an extra 30-40 million the following season on your balance books.
Right. There's Ali Usman again on the back foot and punched up towards extra cover again. Babar Azam fields. So but it also seems to me that happy clubs are successful.
Yeah, happy clubs. Newcastle have
Brighton's
been-
a happy club, isn't it?
Yeah, Brighton's a happy club. Newcastle have been a happy club in the last few years. Possibly not last year, but in the years before that.
Here's Ali Usman continue. I tell you what, the runs have come to a complete standstill. Edged! Gone past first slip. Now, I don't think it was a catch to Abdullah Shafiq. Might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's gone between him and the keeper anyway. And that's such a kill, actually, at first slip now. Abdullah Shafiq is in at short leg. But a silly point, rather. Wasn't a catch, was it? Pretty
No,
sure
I don't.
it wasn't.
I don't think it was. It was a fine push. Oh, it was. You know. Yeah, it was.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
Kept very low.
Did, but
No, it's dropped short.
yeah.
No, it's just a half volley to his left hand. Would have been an incredible one-handed catch, and he would have had to have dived forward a foot or two. Smith 6, Cox 44, England 128 for 5, losing the toss, being asked to bat first, and Pakistan might have had them in further trouble, really. Down the wicket comes Jamie Smith again. He's saying, okay, you keep the long off there, and I will accept the invitation to drive down the ground. And he does that, takes a single off the last ball of the over, keeps the strike. Had 36 overs now, and even though the runs have dried up so dramatically in the last 45 to 50 minutes, the scoring rate is still over 3.5 and over. 3.58 and over. England a 129 for 5 from 36 overs. Sun's out now, it's turned into a nice day.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Sun's coming through the windows. It's very nice, very bright, isn't it? The sunglasses on, very bright. Looks a beautiful picture. You know, the hospitality seats that must have been getting used on the right-hand side are now full, so they've had their full hospitality. Looks nice as usual when Lord's has got its best hat on when the sun's out. It looks a beautiful picture.
Absolutely delightful, and I must say Jordan Cox has so far shown great resilience and patience, and he just sometimes have to accept that, you know, bowlers will have good spells just like batsmen will. That's driven sweetly, but only as far as mid-off, and straight to Babar Azam. He's fielded the ball more today than anybody else in his team, but you know that I'm very conscious, Harmy, that I don't want to say anything too derogatory about the Bazball era in its totality. They were mind-blowingly frustrating moments of stupidity and stubbornness. But overall, I think that it will be remembered as having done English cricket far more good than bad. But I can't help wondering whether this would be a moment now where they would try and loosen the shackles with aggressive stroke play.
Yeah, I think it's finding a happy balance in it, that happy medium. I 100% agree. The Bazball era ended, you know, with a little bit of negativity, but I think by and large, in all aspects, I think
it ended ignominiously.
It did,
Harmy.
yeah. But I thought it was so positive for English cricket. I think it's produced players in the way that the way they see the game. It's made it better. I think better cricket.
Abbas in once again, and inside edge onto the pad. This is Mohammad Abbas's 5th over. He bowled 8 in a row with the new ball. He's probably going to bowl another 8 here.
Yeah, I think he will be. What time's tea? Is it 10? It's not 10 past, is it? 4:40.
Half an hour's time?
Half an hour. Will he get another 4 overs in? Yeah, he might get to 9, he might get to 8, he might get to 9. The spinner's bowling at the other end, so they might not change it. Shazad might have a couple of overs, energy-wise.
Pushed away defensively, square the wicket on the offside. Did you tend to work sort of backwards, as in, this is how many I'm probably or likely or I'm usually good for in the day, and then would you try and sort of like Mohammad Abbas never seems to think, you know, like I need to say something for the end of the day sort of thing. He just bowls and bowls. Like I told you, I once saw him bowl a 17 over spell.
Yeah, I'm saying once you go past 4 or 5 overs, then you're just concentrating on the next one.
Just in the moment, aren't you? You don't try and think about 3 hours time. Pushed away defensively by Jamie Smith, who remains on 7, 129 for 5.
I would think about things in a way, more in a tactical way about the bowling, but not on the overs taken out. I'd try and be more aggressive, a little bit fuller in the first 6 overs. It wouldn't bother me if I went for 6 or 7 and over, trying to get wickets in that first 6 or 7 that I was going to bowl. I knew in the middle of the afternoon I could bowl 2 bounces and over, 5 over spell, 0 for 10 to get my figures back, but to try and create pressure. But it also got the ball scuffed up because we had great reverses.
Very full, very straight again, and Jamie Smith defends, no run.
So we had good reverse swingers in, Simon Jones and Andrew Flintoff. So if I had to hide the ball, bowl some bouncers, the run rate my run rate would come down off the back of that. But I would always be aggressive and try and bowl that little bit fuller. I'll bowl that wicket-taking ball in the first 6 overs because that was my job. And then towards the end of the day, you save that little bit of energy for that. I knew I was going to bowl the last 4 or 5 overs at the end of the day to try and make a difference for what happens tomorrow. So you make sure that you're ready for that point.
Abbas in once again, and Jamie Smith is forward, pushing it out towards mid-on, and there's no run. The other thing, just to say, is, it's not only us that's counting Mohammad Abbas's overs, and it's not only us sitting here going, he's bowling really well. There's 2 batsmen out there, who sometimes have to say, I'm not taking him on.
Yeah,
he's going to run out of gas at some point. He's bowling a really good spell. Fair due to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in respect. That's the thing. I think we talked about the Baz Bull era. The Baz Bull era was so good for many things in English cricket. Yes, we had some kamikaze dismissals and some kamikaze sessions, and sometimes which led to a defeat or 2. But I think the respect of the bowler, I didn't think that was one of the things that I don't think England were very good at during the McCullum-Stokes era. And sometimes you just have to respect when somebody's bowling well. You sit in, you take what you can, and then cash in later on.
Harmy's off, Bayram's in, and Ali Usman is being pulled to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Jordan Cox playing that very nicely indeed, fraction short, and Cox seized upon that really quickly, and he moves to 48.
Seems like a boundary has come for England after an eternity, John. Pakistan had dried up those runs, but this is a welcome break, I suppose, for both Cox and England.
Yeah, and Cox is playing as much for himself as he is for the team. And that's, the 2 are connected, aren't they? If he scores plenty of runs, then England will have a score to defend. 50 for Jordan Cox, again too short. This time it's pulled through mid-wicket. Fielder might have made a little bit of a hash of things, but Cox holds his bat aloft. Back-to-back 50s for Jordan Cox. A really important innings, and England will hope he stays out there throughout the afternoon and into day 2. If he does, then he would have put on a really important innings for his side. Here's Ali Usman again, this time defended back out to extra cover, no run.
This is better from Ali Usman, dragged his length a bit too short and got swatted away by Jordan Cox. 2 boundaries in a row, and This has been splendid stuff from Cox. Back-to-back 50s at number 3.
That's what Harmy was talking about, isn't it? As Ali Usman is in again, punched in the air for a while, out to long off. Fielder runs in, hat flies off in front of the Warner stand. You bat sensibly, don't you? And the bowlers are bowling well, and the conditions are against you. It's just about crease occupation and then seizing on the opportunities when they come. And they've come in this over with 2 short deliveries from Ali Usman, and Jordan Cox has taken full advantage, and he's going to take advantage of this as well. Again playing deep in his crease, but this time opens up the offside and threads the ball through. It's Smith actually threads the ball through the offside, through to deep point for 4. Good shot there from Jamie Smith.
Pakistan had done so well to build the pressure, and I'd like to think that run out that came was also a result of the pressure built. And now all of a sudden 3 boundaries in this Ali Usman over, and England looking to counter-attack, and they would know very well that a score in the region of 220 to 230 would mean that they are well in the game.
Touch wide with a crease, and Smith is forward, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, I mean, this is it. If England, or rather Pakistan, could take 5 wickets and reduce England to 142 for 5, then you wonder what England's bowlers would do on this pitch. A score of 250 might be competitive, might be a good one, but Pakistan are in the game.
Pakistan would like to end this English innings before, England crossed that 200 mark in an ideal world, because that would allow them an opportunity to impose a bit of a lead. And like you said, I mean, the ball's been nipping around. We've seen plenty of lateral movement. Someone like Ollie Robinson could be quite a handful on this Lord's surface. He has happy memories as well, playing here from a couple of months ago.
Right, 2 slips and a gully for Jordan Cox, who's 53 not out. It's fired down onto the pads. Rizwan has possibly thrown the ball at the wrong set of stumps. Jamie Smith was really quick to call Jordan Cox through, and Rizwan's collecting, swivelling and throwing at the striker's end. I don't think it would have been a run out even if he connected with the stumps at the non-striker's end. 143 for 5, and it's Muhammad Ali bowling from the nursery ground end. He's picked up 1 wicket, should have picked up 2. Saw a drop go down early on in the piece, but dismissed Harry Brook with a spectacular piece of bowling, and he's in now past the umpire, and this is clipped through mid-wicket for 4.
Strays down the pads, and yeah, Jamie Smith very, very unforgiving on that occasion. Flicks it away to the fence, and change of ends for Muhammad Ali, who was bowling down the slope earlier on. Now he's bowling up the slope, and he would want to crank that pace up once again, because I feel like, as good as that nip backer was to Harry Brook, Brook was hurried. He was late to that shot, and Pakistan has had a one-dimensional attack. At least that's what it looked like in the first Test match. Muhammad Ali needs to, become that enforcer for them.
Yeah, also that was nipping back onto middle stump. That last delivery was nipping back onto leg stump. That's a whole world of difference, as this is on off stump and defended by Smith, who's got off to what kind of a watchful start. A couple of boundaries, but he's faced 30 deliveries. There's a bit of pressure on his shoulders at the moment. He had such a glorious introduction to Test cricket in 2025, and that just did not continue through the winter against Australia. And again, is disappointed against New Zealand. He's scored some runs, but certainly when you consider the quality that is attached to his game, and just a feeling that international bowlers have worked him out a touch as Ali is in again. There is the length you want to be bowling to Smith. Essentially, you do not want him to drive. You need that in-between length, in and around 4th stump line, where he's not quite so certain. His foot movement isn't quite there, and he goes pushing at the ball.
Yeah, he has to target that corridor of uncertainty, Muhammad Ali. And I was actually here at Lord's back in the summer of 2024, John. Not on comms, but I was here covering that test match versus the West Indies, which was Jimmy Anderson's final test match and Jamie Smith's debut test. And he hit one ball beyond Lord's, was out of the ground, and it's been an interesting career since.
147 for 5 as Ali is in, beaten on the drive, Smith. And that's a good follow-up ball there from Muhammad Ali. This is angling in, it's looking like it's there to be hit. Drive length, but lateral movement away.
He continues to get that ball to jag away from the right-handed batter. And I mean, those are two spectacular deliveries. He's found his length, Muhammad Ali. Pakistan need a breakthrough and need to expose England's tail as quickly as possible. This is the last recognised batting pair, unless you're counting Gus Atkinson.
Well, he scored 100 here as Gus Atkinson, as Ali comes in, edged and dropped by Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. Tough chance. It was bouncing almost in front of first slip. The keeper had to go for it. Looks like he got a glove to it, but might Bayram have actually jumped past it.
Yeah, he took a blinder early in the day, you know, and it was a one-handed take when Emilio Gay was strangled down the leg side. But this one, really, I mean, Mohammad Rizwan is a better wicket-keeper than this. And this chance goes becking. Jamie Smith gets a life on 15. I mean, that's 3 drops for the day, John. Pakistan are not helping themselves.
Let's have another look at this. It's a genuine edge. Smith is playing defensively. Rizwan's made an absolute mess of that. I don't even know if that's a drop because he doesn't actually get a glove on it, despite the fact it's gone underneath him and he's gone past the ball.
He misjudges that. It's still a missed opportunity. I feel like Rizwan could have caught that.
Oh no, he should have caught it. Should have caught it, but he didn't touch it. Now he's missed that by quite some distance. Ali Usman is in, pushed out to point, no run.
Got to feel for Muhammad Ali. 2 chances have been shelled or missed on his bowling. He's really like put in a lot of effort, but he hasn't gotten those rewards as far as the wicket column is concerned. And could have had a 3 for today, instead has 1.
Harmy's thinking it might have just dropped short, playing back and pushing this up to long off. Jordan Cox moves to 54. 152 for 5. Well, if he was trying to field it, he's neither fielded it nor caught it.
Yeah, just a very poor effort behind the stumps by Mohammad Rizwan, who otherwise was having quite a good day.
There's Ali Usman again, and playing on the back foot too often for the bowler's liking. Opening up the offside, and despite interest from the fielder, the ball accelerates. Well, it doesn't accelerate, does it? You know what I mean. And reaches the boundary 4 more.
It's the second time now that Ali Usman has been carved for 4 on the offside by Jamie Smith. He just needs to bowl a tad bit fuller. He's got to slip in as well, and you know, you want to make Jamie Smith drive and push at one that he shouldn't be pushing at.
Yeah, too many shots off the back foot. This is a bit better. Defended out to covers, no run.
That's a lot more like it by Ali Usman, but he'd done so well to hold up one end early on, and all of a sudden he's just allowed England to release a lot of that pressure. Conceded 3 boundaries in his previous over, and now this one's gone for 5 already with 2 balls to go.
Here's Ali Usman down the track, and that turns it into a full delivery. Won't reach the boundary at mid-wicket. Jamie Smith trying to disrupt the length of Ali Usman. He'll take 2 more runs. Smith starting to accelerate now. He's 25, Cox 54. I mean, Pakistan would dearly love to bowl England out for 200, this side of 200. Got side 5 down, good bit of bowling, maybe some inspired fielding, although the reverse has been true for much of this series. This is flatter from Ali Usman and driven up to mid-on, no run. But the longer these two are at the crease, they score so well. Jamie Smith scores very, very quickly. And Jordan Cox will be mindful. He's in, he's set, wants to take advantage of that, make the most of it. But there are two batters who like to get on with it.
Both of Jordan Cox and Jamie Smith in this little partnership they've done really, really well to, shift the pressure right back onto Pakistan, who were enjoying a really good spell. But then ultimately, it all comes down to those missed opportunities as well. And Pakistan have had 3 of them. If England bat out this day, Pakistan will go into that dressing room feeling very annoyed with themselves.
I've had a message on the chat facility asking what's happened to Jarrod Kimber. Oh, don't worry, he'll be back for day 3. Pushed out to square leg, no run.
Jarrod has morphed into me for a couple of days.
Are you at Jarrod's house?
Not right now. I'm with another colleague called Varun. I mean, I could have stayed at Jarrod's, but I'm just not into living in an entire house on my own. Did that for 11 years in Canada.
A whole house on your own?
It's a bit intimidating.
How big was the house?
Jarrod has a pretty big house, I would say.
Oh no, not Jarrod's. I know Jarrod's house. The house in Canada.
Oh, apartments, but still, living alone just took a toll on me, man.
Here's Ali. And not for the first time, Jordan Cox. You can see where they're trying to get at Cox. He does like to get down on the front foot. Does like to present the bat to the ball quite far from the body, and any movement is going to get him into trouble. Any lateral movement away, and there's been a few thick outside edges which have not gone to hand. He hasn't been dropped. He's one of the few batters that haven't been dropped today. But yeah, it's interesting. 2 slips and a gully, backward point. It was deep, and now he's walked into position, regulation, and on the back foot this time, pushed out, no run.
Good channel by Muhammad Ali, and we can see Khurram Shahzad warming up, so I reckon he's going to come on from the other end, bowl down the slope, and he also was a tad bit unlucky, I suppose. There was a drop catch of his bowling as well, and he's been better in this test match, but he'd like for that to reflect in the wickets column.
I was watching a superb Sky documentary about Shoaib Akhtar. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but I haven't actually managed to watch all of it. I've been away, but I watched about 20 minutes of it last night, and it's only got as far as, well, it's focused mainly on the 1999 beaten. Good ball, good lift, just a fraction shorter, and it's kind of caught Jordan Cox half coming forward, then realizes it's not the length. He hangs back, and then the ball just lifts and moves past the outside edge, goes through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, beaten all ends. I reckon this is a really, really good over by Muhammad Ali. The pace has been up, and he's bowled quite accurately, and now he's strung up a few dots. Let's see if he can turn those into a wicket.
Yeah, it has been a good over so far. As Ali is in, and again, good lift. And it's an exaggerated leave from Jordan Cox, who withdraws the bat and actually reacts like he's been stung. He goes down and just does a little bit of gardening. The good over continues. He's not bowling as fast as he can. He was bowling around 85 miles an hour in earlier spells, but this is just as probing and looking just as dangerous from Muhammad Ali.
Yes, he's challenged the outside edge now on a fair few occasions. He's getting some really good carry as well. The ball is getting a bit big on Jordan Cox. And last ball coming up.
It's going to be bowled by Moeen Ali. And again, squared up a touch is Jordan Cox. Really good over from Muhammad Ali. A maiden. His 10 overs have gone for 38. Picked up the 1 wicket, but has seen 1 chance go down. Who was bowling when down? No, there was one. Yeah, it was him in the last over as well, wasn't it? So he has seen 2 chances go down. But yeah, so I was watching the documentary, and this is the problem that Pakistan, when they tour to this country, and people remember the teams from yesteryear, but you had Shoaib Akhtar bowling at nigh on 100 miles an hour. but more realistically, 93, 94 miles an hour, big booming, in-swinging Yorkers, terrifying pace, plenty of passion, in-your-face kind of attitude. He still had Wakar Younis and bowling, not quite as fast as in his glory years, but still he was getting in the side ahead of Shoaib Akhtar. Akhtar was having to come in after him, and of course the left-arm swing bowling magician Wasim Akram. You had more than capable all-rounders, Abdul Razak, Mahmood, and then of course, fortunate there, Jamie Smith chops the bat down on the ball, which bounces down and back past the stumps. On another day could have gone on to take the wicket. It's Shazad Karam bowling from the pavilion end, and then of course you had the spin threat, Saqlain Mushtaq in the side. I mean, it wasn't just the quality, it was the variety that Pakistan had at their disposal back then.
Yeah, those truly were the glory days. Saqlain, of course, pioneer of the Dusra. Shoaib Akhtar, fastest bowler ever.
Here's it, Shazad driven, and it's uppish, but it's powerfully hit to the extra cover boundary, past two stationary fielders, and it's 4 more to Jamie Smith. The counter-attack is well and truly on.
This is the issue with Khurram. Got Jamie Smith to nearly chop on previous ball, and now he just offers him this width. And Jamie Smith, I mean, he just throws his hands at that. But coming to your earlier conversation, Shoaib Akhtar was known as the Rawalpindi Express, and he put Rawalpindi on the map, essentially. And, you know, it was a career cut short also because of his knees. Otherwise, he surely would have gotten 200+ test wickets.
Here's Shazad, driven again, should be fielded, isn't. Mid-on, has got fingertips to this. It will prevent the boundary, but another couple of runs to Jamie Smith, who moves to 31. He's a very, very dangerous player. And in what could be a low-scoring game, this partnership, if you're Pakistani and listening, is going to start causing a few nervous moments. 10 minutes until the tea break. Pakistan need a wicket. England don't look like they're battening down the hatches to get to the break here.
Yeah, Pakistan are just letting this innings slip away from them, and they desperately need a wicket, I reckon.
Continuing is Shazad, and left alone this time by Jamie Smith. We've got 9 minutes until the tea break to score 164 for 5. 44-run partnership for the 6th wicket. That is nearly the largest partnership of the innings.
31 of those runs have come off the bat of Jamie Smith, so initially he was a bit watchful, but the counter-attack since has been quite exceptional. And what I like about him is that he can be versatile in the sense that he can at times dig in. We saw him do that on a few occasions in that Ashes series, and when he gets going, he can really put the pressure back right onto the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve Harmison has been quite consistent on the theme that Smith should bat at 6 and Lawrence at 7, and I think he's bang on. I think that Smith is more of a technically assured batter, as swings the bat down and blocks this out to cover, no run. He's more of a traditional batter, essentially. Lawrence, I think, would be exceptional with the tail. I think he'd be fantastic to watch. I think England switch those two round. I think there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, it remains to be seen how this new era under Joe Root unfolds. Of course, Stephen Fleming will be joining as head coach come December, and that's a pretty big series, isn't it, in South Africa, especially given how South Africa are world test champions and they've got a bowling attack which might just be, you know, one of the best in the world.
It's a mouth-watering series, driven again. I'm not sure it's going to reach the boundary at mid-wicket. Mid-on is scampering across. 3 more runs though. Muscled rather than timed. A lot of bottom hand there from Jamie Smith.
Yeah, his shots in this over have been quite uppish. He hasn't been in complete control, but he's been effective. And once again, Khurram Shahzad has leaked what, 9 runs in this over? That is not what Pakistan need at all.
I would be concerned if I was Pakistani. Jamie Smith now is reaching, giving off the impression that we saw when he came into Test cricket. Looking like he's got a bit of confidence, bit of swagger. His shoulders have gone back a little bit. Can look a touch timid at the crease when things are going against him. I think this break is coming at exactly the right time for Pakistan rather than England, who are starting to open up. Cox just getting on with his innings, 12 from 21, but it's Smith who's faced the majority of the deliveries since the two have come together, and he's scoring in quick time as well. 34 from 43, and England 167 for 5 as Ali probes away outside off stump. No run, this fielded at gully.
He bowled a terrific previous over, Muhammad Ali. In stark contrast to what we've seen from Khurram Shahzad, I feel like Muhammad Ali, for the most part, has been on the money. The pace isn't as up anymore, but he has troubled batters, and I feel like if a wicket is coming, then it has to come from this end.
Still a green tinge to the strip. You can certainly understand why Babar Azam wanted to bowl first. It's been cloudy all day. The cloud is quite high. The floodlights haven't been on. Muhammad Ali continuing. This is a touch shorter. Has Jamie Smith hopping on the crease a touch, but places this past mid-wicket for another couple. It's better bowling, it's better lengths to Smith. You do not want him. He's very, very strong in the V. If he's going to be, and he can pull obviously through mid-wicket, but if he's playing the drive, you just want it a touch wider and just drag that length back just a fraction. That's where you want it. Don't want to be bowling full, and you don't really want to be bowling too straight unless it's nipping back.
Well, he is out there trying to score runs, Jamie Smith, and that will encourage Pakistan.
4 minutes until the tea break. This is full, and the ball doesn't go where Smith intends. A little bit of the inside portion of the bat, actually. He's trying to hit this through mid-off. It's actually been fielded at mid-wicket. And is that a partnership of... yes, 50-run partnership. No, yes, 50-run partnership between Smith and Cox in decent time. 171 for 5 from 67 deliveries.
Yeah, this partnership has come at the perfect time for England, and Jamie Smith currently playing a counter-attacking knock. However, an opportunity could arise with the way he's batting, so Pakistan shouldn't be demoralised.
Ali's bowled well with that reward, and there is a delivery which snakes past the outside edge of Jamie Smith's bat, and that is exactly the length that I'm talking about. It's that in-between length. He wants to come forward, he wants to drive or defend, and then suddenly realises it's a touch of uncertainty. And any movement there, you're committed, right?
I mean, he did draw Jamie Smith's edge with a similar delivery, right, that went past Mohammad Rizwan, and as you mentioned, it's that corridor of uncertainty where you have to get him. And you could bowl the odd bouncer as well, I reckon.
Yes, that's a good shout. I mean, if you're bowling more 84, 85, I'd say, than 80. But yeah, surprise bouncer wouldn't be the worst ball in the world. As gets away with one a touch. Well, shot, says Neil Manthorp with the seat behind me. No, it could well have been a good shot. We'll watch it again. Oh, I suppose without a third slip in place, but steers this through the gap between second slip and gully and down to the boundary for 4.
I'd say that's like halfway between a steer and an edge. He wasn't in complete control of that shot.
We were both right, Manners. I'd say it's a shot not without risk.
Wouldn't please Muhammad Ali though. He's bowled better than this.
Yeah, he's certainly bowled better than his figures. 1 for 46. Seen a couple go down, and he's in. And this is pushed through mid-wicket again. Not a fast outfield. There's a lot of rain overnight and throughout the morning. So England probably will feel that they're not getting particularly good value for their shots, but another couple of runs, and the last couple of overs have been expensive. We will get one more before the tea break as well.
Yeah, the runs have been coming fast and easy for England ever since Smith joined Cox on the field. And this is a very crucial period of play as well, because if Pakistan let, England get to around 250 odd, then that might be, far too many runs in that first innings, because without a first innings lead, it would be really tough for Pakistan, to win this game.
Well, they've got to bowl them out first. England were 36 for 3 at one stage, so probably would have taken 177 for 5. Last over before the tea break, and Jamie Cox. Jordan Cox. Who's Jamie Cox? I know Jamie Cox is. Anyway, it's pushed up to mid-wicket, no run.
Let's see if Khurram can bowl that magic delivery that he does have a knack to deliver every now and then. He does, really, really do well on occasion. It's just the consistency. There's a lot of rank filth in between. Like, he just hasn't been consistent enough.
Here is Khurram. Is that right? Khurram?
Yeah, from the epiglottis.
Well, Manners. I'm sharing a microphone with Manners, so I don't think he'd appreciate me exercising the what did you call it?
The epiglottis.
Epiglottis.
You have to channel your inner lion, John.
Maybe if we all had our own microphones, I would. But Manners is taken over in 4 deliveries, so I don't think he'd appreciate me exercising my inner lion anytime soon. 2 slips in place is forced out to backward point by Jamie Smith. That's why I'm thinking Jamie Smith, aren't I? Jamie Smith and Jordan Cox. Jamie Smith is 44, Jordan Cox is 55 to score 178 for 5. Just the 1 wicket falling in the session, but we've seen 2 missed chances. Lawrence dropped on 10 by Shah Masood at mid-wicket. Would have been 100 for 5 if that regulation chance had been taken. And there was an edge which may not have reached Rizwan behind the stumps. Drags the length back, does Khurram.
Well, he
pushed out to mid-wicket, no run by Smith.
Should have done better, Mohammad Rizwan, and I reckon Jamie Smith was on 15 when that chance goes begging, and it has been a game changer of an innings thus far. And I would even go as far as saying, John, that at the end of this session, England are ahead.
I think if you were to ask both teams which position would they rather be in, both teams would rather be in England's position now. That was not the case at lunch. 80 for 4. It's become 178 for 5. And Jamie Smith defends us out to cover. We've got 1 ball left. We've got a very special guest joining us at the tea break. So, Bayram, unless there's a wicket here, we will get your thoughts after the tea break.
I mean, England would just want to see out this session, and Pakistan need to regroup in that tea break. They need to get their minds together, and well, Khurram's bowled another no ball, John.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of deliveries. How many no balls has that been for?
8.
8 no balls in the innings. As hurried up a touch is Jamie Smith. Will take a run added to the score. But the ball has come off the pad rather than the bat, so Smith moves to 44. Cox about to face the final delivery of the session. He's 55 and has batted really nicely. Came to the crease early, 21 for 1 when Emilio Gay was brilliantly caught down the leg side by Rizwan. Jordan Cox is at the other end watching the likes of Ben Duckett, Joe Root, Harry Brook, and dismissed in the morning session, involved in a run out with Dan Lawrence down the leg side, fielded by Rizwan, and that is the end of the session. A session that has been not quite dominated by England, but certainly they'll be the happier of the 2 sides. They've added 100 runs to the score for the loss of just Dan Lawrence. We'll be back in 20 minutes' time with Jamie Smith and Jordan Cox at the crease in England, 180 for 5.
Just after the tea interval today, that's located behind the pavilion. Unit drink facilities around the ground where we get the self-service area over by the nursery ground, which is very popular in 2026. A reminder that all retail shops around the ground.
Welcome back to Lords. I'm delighted to say that our very, very special guest during the tea break is one of the great batsmen in the history of the game, Zahir Abbas, who's celebrating his 79th year in the game. Well, not all of them in the game, but with the publication of your biography, From A to Z, A Life in Cricket, the story of Zahir Abbas. Zahir, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. It's a great honour.
You are welcome.
It's a great honour, as I said. Now, I mean, the numbers are extraordinary. Only 25 batsmen in the history of the game have 100 first-class hundreds. 49 of yours were made for Gloucestershire in a long and wonderful career. So many statistics and numbers. Let's start with your second Test match. Having made your debut in Lahore, you then came to England. Oh, it was in Karachi against New Zealand.
Second Test match was in England, and that was in Edgbaston, where I scored 274.
And a lot of people wondered in those days in the 1970s whether your technique would be suitable for English conditions, because you had this high backlift and you flourishing stroke. People said the ball would move around too much for him.
Moving ball here and there, that's the challenge. If you don't accept the challenge, don't play.
And so you never struggled with that high backlift?
Never at all. Never at all. You see, that's what you practice every day. If you practice for your high backlift, easy to play. It is all getting used to something. For people, it's a different thing. But for a player who's been playing using whatever kind of technique, that's his technique. And if you really do it well with that, well, if people like it, why not do it?
Yeah, what was it like when you first came to England? You talk about the whatever high backlift technique or whatever, but when you first came to England, the challenges that a player from overseas had, because pitches were different, they were uncovered, the bowlers were, there was a lot more challenges on what the sort of carpet outfield and the very good surfaces they play on now.
I tell you what, when I come here first, and I was playing against counties. I played against different counties. Last match was against Oxford. I scored a century there also. I went. Before that, I must tell you, I was playing my first county match against Worcestershire. And most of your best paper was there. I mean, they're experienced men. And when I scored 111, every paper was full of B except one. That was Times. So I said to Asif Iqbal, Asif, everywhere is my name, but not in Times. Yeah, no, you read it. That's the best one they wrote for you. I said, what? He said, meet the Asian breadman from Pakistan. So Times they gave me the Asian breadman name.
And it was one that stuck. Your record against India was incredible. I mean, your 100th 100 was a double 100 against India. You scored 500 after the World Series. You scored 583 runs in a series against India. Your record against India was incredible, and there were people that thought, well, he must particularly enjoy beating India. But your wife is Indian. So there's nothing personal in it, is there?
Nothing personal, but I must say, people, they would love to hear what we're doing against India. And you know, it's always a challenge against each other. Pakistan, they want to be beaten by Indians. They would like to beat them. So I thought, well, why not? So I got runs. I got runs for many counties against many teams in the world. So my record is okay. I'm happy.
It's better than okay.
And what was it like? What you see now with sort of Indian cricket, you've got the IPL and everything that goes with it. But what was it like, the rivalry between India and Pakistan, and what was it like to go into India, the heart of India, and do what you did many, many times?
No, this thing against Pakistan is the government, not the players. And if they don't shake hand with you nowadays, I don't know why. I mean, shaking hand, do you think is something wrong with that?
None whatsoever.
So, I mean,
respect.
Yeah. So we didn't like it, and you know what happened? There was a match, final match somewhere in Dubai. Our chairman, Mohsen Naqvi, was giving prizes, and they didn't accept it from him. He said, then I am not giving them. Why should I give them? So this is one of those things which is between the government, not against the place. And so far, I must say, especially to India, play cricket and enjoy cricket, and let us enjoy cricket too against you.
On the field, your appetite for runs was legendary. You just never seemed to have enough. I think of somebody like Barry Richards, who was one of the few players who maybe had as much talent as you, but he admitted he used to get bored. Sometimes he would lose concentration because he would get bored, but you famously went on and on. You're the only man still in the history of the game to score 200s 8 times in a first-class
200 and 100.
4 times, 200 and 100.
Yes.
4 more times, 200s. It's incredible. That's your record.
Yes, it is a record.
So what was it that made you so relentless?
I used to think one thing, and that is, if I'm at the crease, people will watch me. I will be all over the world on TV or whatever, or radio. But if I will be in the dressing room, nobody will know me. So it's better to be at the crease.
So talk to me about the players in the era you played in, because you played in a very strong county county cricket, where overseas, the overseas are not like what they are now in county cricket. They were top overseas. They were
Yes.
really top overseas.
Yes.
West Indian bowlers were very, very strong. There were some great all-rounders that played in the times. Where were the challenges? Was it the West Indian fast bowlers coming up against the likes of Surya Botham, Kapil Dev, Richard Hadley? Because every team had a good all-rounder. Where did you feel you're most challenged?
Well, I tell you what, any good bowler is a big challenge for you, and especially West Indian fast bowler. As you know, they were really quick. They were really quick, but the thing is, challenge is challenge. If they are good, you have to prove that you are good also. If you're not doing anything good against, and especially if you are if you come from other country and then say if I'm playing against Hampshire or something, some West Indian fast bowler is playing, they will brought in a fast bowler. You bowl. Now this is your time to get overseas player out. I said, well, it's a challenge. I have to play well also. If I have to play well, I have to prove myself that I am the only one.
But it was the way you went on and kept rising to that challenge. Like, they said that you're 274. No one got you out in the end apart from exhaustion. You batted 9.5 hours. 9.5 hours. They said it was that was the only thing that could beat him was time.
Actually, that was a bad shot I played. And the fielder was not at the fine leg, he was much closer to the wicket. And you know, at least when you're playing a big inning, you bound to do mistakes. That was my mistake. That's how you got that. But I must say, I'm lucky that that mistake taken place after 274, not before that.
So it was I'd say growing up, playing the game, sort of towards the end of your career at some point, were the cricketers that you admired? Because I would imagine throughout the span of your career, there'll be a lot of players growing up either in Pakistan or around the world would have admired Zaire Abbas. Who was the players that you admired?
Yes, always remember, when you are against your own team, means if I have my senior players playing for me, for Pakistan, I have to first of all compete with them. If I'm not competing against them, then there is no chance to me to play for the country. I'll compete with them. I'll score runs. One day what happened, that PIA, which I used to play for, and Majid Khan used to play for Lahore. He was batting towards the other side. I was batting to bat. Practice. In a practice. So I said, Mr. Hadi Babat, can I see Majid Khan playing? Because I like his batting. He said, if you want to. So I batted after Majid batted. The competition should be always in your mind, that you have to do well, better than your seniors. Otherwise, you have no place in the team.
On a wider scale, you were born at almost the same time as Pakistan was born as a country. And so, while the country was finding its way in the new world and looking for identity and looking for heroes in many ways, you became a hero for many Pakistanis. You were not only the first or the only Asian player to score 100 hundreds, you were the only Asian player involved in the Kerry Packers World Series. Did you feel the sense of responsibility for the new nation and almost as a leader?
I always feel responsibility while I am at the crease. Whoever comes against me, I'm going to hit him. And that's the challenge. If you don't accept the challenge, so it's better leave the cricket or any game. I accept the challenge, that's why I'm there.
So you left the politics to the politicians and you just concentrated on scoring runs.
Play and enjoy. That's why most of the people look today when I was ringing the bell and they said, beat Zaire Abbas, Asian Bradman. I said, Bradman is a big name. And my name is Asian Bradman. Oh, that is what you get, and that is only your hard work. If you don't work hard, you will be nowhere. So hard work is the main thing.
So you wrote the book, A Life in Cricket.
Yeah.
When you were writing this, what special memories came to you when you were writing this? Because is there a standout moment that when you close your eyes at night and go back to that special place? Is there one or two memories where you think, I really enjoyed?
So many memories are there.
Can you think of one that really stands out, was a highlight of your career, and you thought that was a special moment?
Everything is special here, I tell you, because a special man should have everything special. And by the grace of God, I prove it. You see, the thing is, if you don't prove it, so what's the point of talking about whatever I want to say? But I'm thankful to my skills, I must say, that whatever I wanted to do, I've done it.
Some of your teammates, remember, in Gloucestershire, I'm talking about, they said there was no one who worked harder and was more dedicated and committed, provided he had a bat in his hand. They did say that you weren't necessarily quite so enthusiastic about fielding.
No, you're right. You see, because one day I was playing against Glamorgan at Swansea. So I said to my captain, I would like to go to third man. I don't want to field in first slip or second slip because we have to concentrate more. I want to relax. So I went to third man. A man who was passing through behind me, he said, I've not come here to see your ask. I said, what? He said, I've not come here to see your ask. For good fielders, I would go and see Clive Lloyd or any other top class fielders, but not you. I'm here to see your batting. And I said, yes, okay, they come tomorrow. So are you sure you will score century tomorrow? I said, yes, I will try. He came next day and I scored 100. When I scored 100, he took me to 7-star hotel for food. You see, this is the challenge. If somebody trusts you that much, that I've come all the way to see your batting, not your fielding. So he knows also what capability you have.
Zaya, just finally from me, who was the best player you played either with or against?
Best player was a South African.
Mike Proctor?
But I tell you what, Barry Richard was the best batsman, and Viv Richard.
But Barry used to get bored. You never did.
No, I never get. But the way he used to bat, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. I love it. But he used to tell everybody in my team, although I'm out, but I want to see batting of Zahir Abbas, how he bats. So I'm a lucky man in a way that at least people, even the players, they used to like my batting, and I'm so lucky, so lucky. Thanks to God that God has given me such ability to do something good in cricket, so I've done it.
Finally then, before we let you go, play's about to get underway. Is cricket healthy, international cricket? Is it in good hands? Is Test cricket?
Test cricket
Will it live and be healthy?
Cricket is going down. County cricket is, I don't want to say anything against county cricket, but county cricket is not the same what it used to be. And but since 2020 has come, cricket has changed a lot. These days, countries, they don't play Test cricket that much. They wanted to play one-day cricket or 2020. Quick money, quick score, and enjoy yourself.
Zahir Abbas, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very, very, very much for your time. Best of luck with the book, Zahir Abbas, From A to Z, A Life in Cricket. So do look out for that. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Been a great, great pleasure. First delivery of the post-test session, bowled by Muhammad Ali, I should say, to Jamie Smith, who remains on 44, and Jordan Cox on 55. England 180 for 5 in the 45th over. 2 slips in a gully. Muhammad Ali, I should say, running away from us from the nursery end up to crease now past umpire Paul Rifle, and it's full and straight. Jamie Smith comes forward and blocks it away defensively out towards extra cover. Good recovery this from England. It was going well in the company of Jordan Cox and Dan Lawrence before Lawrence was run out. The rush of blood to the head. I have to say, a complete fade in concentration. With pushing it straight to mid-wicket, Shan Masood reacted quickly, the 37-year-old, and Dan Lawrence run out with a couple of yards to spare. Here's Muhammad Ali once again, and steered away into the gully. There's no run. 180 for 5. Ali 1 for 48 earlier in the first session of the day, which didn't start till 12:20. Emilio Gay caught down the leg side for 8, Ben Duckett LBW for 17, and Joe Root also LBW for 17. All three falling to Muhammad Abbas before Harry Brook was bowled by a beaut of a nip backer from Muhammad Ali for 15. Lawrence run out for 17. At that stage, 120 for 5. So these two have added 60, of which Jamie Smith has dominated, making the majority 44 of those 60. That's down the leg side, and I think fended off really by Jamie Smith more than glanced down towards the fine leg boundary. They'll just take a single. It's quite warm this afternoon, Harmy. It's turning into quite a nice afternoon.
It is. It's a nice afternoon. A few more empty seats now than what there was a little bit earlier, which is, I'm not sure if the Harris Gardens is getting a bit of pasting. The Clico tent behind us. There's a lot of food and beverage stalls, which big screens around, so they can watch the cricket from the nursery ground. But again, like we say, Lords is always good when the sun's out, and it's a beautiful picture here.
Here's Muhammad Ali once again up to the crease now. Bowls, beats the outside edge, and taken behind by Mohammad Rizwan. It was a real treat to have the great Zahir Abbas. It must be been a while, Harmy, since you met a legend who had no idea who you were.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was. He was an absolute legend as well. By the way, you look at Zahir Abbas's record; it's phenomenal. You know, when he played Norman Gifford. I always revert back to the same person, don't I, man? In Giff telling stories. And Zaid Abbas would have played against Norman Gifford, and you know, the way he talked so fondly about the game, it's ridiculous.
Pushed away defensively up on the onside, and there's no run. I certainly hope I'm going as well as Zahir Abbas is at 80.
At 80, I mean, yeah, I mean, my father-in-law's about to turn 80. He said he'll retire. He came in the other day and he said, I'm going to retire. And my wife was like, yes, I'm over the moon. My dad's going to pack in work. And he's like, in 13 months when I get to 80, you'll get to 80, he'll continue working. And, you know, again, like Zaid Abbas says there, it's about hard work and working hard. And he's worked so hard, you know, in his time to be the cricketer he was. And he was, you know, eight times 100 in innings. Is ridiculous. 4 times, you know, 100 and a double 100 in the same match. I mean, that's frightening numbers. I mentioned about Asia Bradman, but that's just frightening numbers. So, yes, an absolute living legend of the game. One I hope the book sells very well.
Khurram Shahzad back into the attack. Bowling from the pavilion end. 181 for 5 with Jamie Smith looking more and more assured as the innings went on. He's 45, and Jordan Cox, in fact, he's caught up with Jordan Cox, who's been there since very early on in proceedings. 21 for 1 when he walked to the crease. He's still there. 181 for 5. You're listening to talkSPORT cricket YouTube coverage. Myself, Jon Norman, and Steve Harmison alongside me. As Khurram Shahzad continues, and driving is Smith. No great fluency with that shot. Back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, it seems you bowl a good length on this surface. You know, around about the sort of 5 metre mark. Splice of the bat, top of the knee roll. It's very, very difficult to hit through the line of the ball and be sort of level of consistency, I would imagine, as a batter, in confidence and executing your shots. But I think, oh, Sam, you're a legend. Good man, Sam, good man. You just lost me train of thought.
Driven, no great foot movement, but there's enough power on this to get the ball to the boundary. Through point region, splits the field at point and backward point. And 4 more to the score. Jamie Smith moves to 49.
Yeah, I think I was going to sort of follow up with that, is when it's been over pitched or it's been really short, then the batters have climbed in. So like there, I think he's looked better from the nursery end. For some reason, he's looked better from the nursery end. And again, just that when it's over pitched, it seems to have got them getting the line and the length wrong, and that's what happens bowling at Lords.
Defended out to mid-off this time.
So when, like, that ball like there, for example, John, you know, you've described it, he's played a forward defensive shot from a decent length ball and it's gone up the ground to mid-off. But what bowlers find who haven't played here that much, when they try and adjust, which is either go a little bit shorter or a little bit fuller, they push the fuller one, so it goes in the same line but it's outside off stump, but it's too wide. Or they go a little bit shorter and it's on the hip, or it's in the sort of wheelhouse arc of a sort of good cross-batted shot from a top player. That's where they've got to adjust better.
Here is Smith facing 49 not out, 185 for 5. 1 away from 50. There's a bit of pressure on his shoulders, isn't there, Jamie Smith? But as this innings has progressed, it looks like he's just pushed them back a little bit. I don't know. I think I was on commentary with Bayram earlier. I think he can appear a little timid at times.
Yeah, he
just seems to. He's not a player who you'd say has a swagger, but you know what I mean. It just seems to be a little. There's something about him at the moment that wasn't maybe. Has been lacking a bit over the last 12 months.
It's not a swagger, is it?
Driving is Smith again. It's not timed brilliantly. Fielded at mid-on, but there's enough there for a single, and that means 50 for Jamie Smith. This has been a really important partnership. 66 runs in decent time England were 120 for 5 and in trouble when Smith walked to the crease. He's taken most of the strike, scored most of the runs, but he's put the pressure back on Pakistan, and that is what he's in the side to do.
Yeah, that is what he's in the side to do. He does it in a different way at number 7, and I think, I've made no secret I'd like to see him at number 6. I think he bats in a more conventional way, and I want him to be told to bat in this manner. He's not really got out of second gear. He's defended the good balls, he put away the bad balls, he's worked the singles rotation of strike very, very well. That's what a top 6 batter should be doing. And that's why I would like him to just jump up one and go in at 6.
Smith it is, and it's Muhammad Ali, who I think has bowled pretty well today. Defended up to mid-on. I've liked what I've seen from him more in this Test match than I did at times at Headingley.
Yeah, he was toothless at Headingley. He's been a bit unlucky, hasn't he? He's had a couple dropped short. He had one dropped. He had a drop catch. He had draw route dropped. He's had a couple dropped short. I can see why the drop catches off him, because he's not that consistent coming off the surface. So the fielders have to get that little bit closer. But when he does get it right, it hits the slip fielders.
There he is again. Jamie Smith, a touch hurried, but defended out to point, no run.
So because of that, I think it'd be very, very difficult to know where to stand when it comes to being at slip for Muhammad Ali. For Mohammad Abbas, it's an easy one. They've gone without the first slip, and everybody's moved a long one because they don't really feel as though Mohammad Abbas can get it to carry to first slip. But Muhammad Ali's got a bit more pace, a little bit more height, a little bit more bounce. So they've got the 2 slips in place, but they've got to come up closer, because when he doesn't get it quite right, it just dribbles and it just drops out. But when he nails it, then it just hits the slip fielder, so it's hard for the slips.
Short delivery, and Jamie Smith tries to take it on. It's 2-leg side, misses, and Rizwan does the rest behind the stumps. Come on then, what have you got there? What's Sam brought you?
We've got a bit of everything, to be honest, haven't we? We got a sandwich.
Oh, okay. I think that's a chicken and basil sandwich.
Chicken and basil. Now I've got jam on it.
Yeah,
thanks, Sam.
Perfect.
To be honest, I must be all right in there, because I'm getting what Sam doesn't want.
What's that purple thing?
I don't know. It looks like one of Sam's eyes. Isn't it? Lemon and something. Yeah.
Try it.
It must be nice, because Sam says try it.
Go on then.
No.
It's Ali again, and Smith blocks this out to cover. The Dan Lawrence innings was... I like Dan Lawrence a lot. I'm not sure he's quite got the consistency of game to bat at 6. I think better teams would quite like bowling at Dan Lawrence, but that's why he plays at 7.
That's why he goes at 7.
And then his idiosyncratic nature can work for him rather than against.
100%, and that's why I want them to swap places. I think Dan is in a bit similar to Jamie Smith. I think they get caught between a rock and a hard place of what game plan they need to execute for the innings that's required.
Fuller from Ali, driven up to mid-on from the bat of Jamie Smith, but can't beat the fielder. Sun out now at Lord's. It feels as pleasant as it has done all day. There is still quite some high dark cloud on the horizon, which will continue to ease across the sky, and I don't think there's any forecast for rain. We had some this morning. We didn't get underway till 12:20. Jordan Cox walked to the crease at 12:43, so 23 minutes is all it took for Pakistan to pick up their first wicket. They actually didn't bowl that well with the new ball at the start, as this is defended out into the covers. They had England 36 for 3 though. The ball was moving around. They discovered their lengths. Root walking back to the pavilion after being trapped in front. Keeper up behind the stumps. Mohammad Abbas all over England at that stage. He picked up the first 3 wickets to fall. And despite losing the wicket of Harry Brook for 15, 77 for 4 just before the lunch break, England have eased away from Pakistan. What would you say is a score that puts them in the ascendancy? Anything over 250 when you consider brittleness of the Pakistani attack and the brilliance of England's bowling. Again, pushed out to backward point, no run.
I said when Roman Manners earlier on, I think England were about 110 for 4. Might have lost their 5th wicket. If England could get 225 to 250, they're still in the game. What with the overheads that potentially around again tomorrow and Saturday, and then you've got the nature of where the confidence factor of the Pakistan batting unit is. So you would think that they were still in the game. If they got anywhere near 300, then I think that's a good score. I think Ollie Robinson will enjoy bowling on this. We know for a fact that Gus Atkinson loves bowling on this. And Jofra Archer came alive in the second innings, but it was only a short, it was a short burst that he came alive. So we're expecting bigger and better things. And Josh Tongue has looked good throughout the summer. So England have got a very good 4-man attack.
Draw, what a catch at second slip. That's one of the best catches you will ever see. It's Karam Shahzad with the breakthrough, but oh my days, what was that at second slip? Absolutely brilliant. It was going to take something special to remove Jordan Cox, and that is exactly what has occurred. One of the greatest one-handed slip catches you will ever see, and England from nowhere have been reduced to 187 for 6.
Well, we've seen some brilliant catches, and this one is definitely up there. It's behind. I think it's Abdullah Shafiq that's behind him. It's gone behind him. He's dived full stretch and managed to grab it with his index finger, his two big fingers together, and claw it back. Thumb grabs a hold of the side of it, little finger gets around it. What a fantastic catch that is. Jordan Cox has played beautifully. He really has. He's waited for the ball coming to him. He hasn't played too many big shots or outside, out of his hands outside his body parameter. But this time he's gone hard. And we said it was going to take something special if you go hard at the ball, because the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon are standing very, very close for all 3 Pakistan seamers. That, Jon Norman, was something very, very special.
Unbelievable catch from Salman Agha.
Is it Salman Agha?
That's what it's saying on Crick Info. That's an extraordinary catch. Yeah, on the field, I didn't see who went off.
I'm assuming it's Abdullah Shafiq, because he
must be.
He was at, say, he's been at second slip.
Oh, I think that's a great move.
Captain the last game, dropped for this game. Come on and field at second slip and take a worldie. Wow. Now Pakistan have to make this pressure that they've been putting England under count. They've got to bowl England out for 220, 225, 240, no more.
Here's Karam Shahzad and Gus Atkinson, the new batter. Got 2 players out there with decent records at Lords. Smith is 50, the 2 Surrey boys. And Atkinson, of course, hit a century as well. Driven by Atkinson. Doesn't give much away, does he?
No, I mean, I'm just looking at that catch again. Look at this again. It's just bounced. It's just held its line and bounced. It's a brilliant catch for the cameras.
Do you know what? Well, mate, that's gone beyond for the cameras.
No,
that is ridiculous. He's done really well as well, because he's so outstretched as he's beaten his Atkinson. He's also got the presence of mind just to cock his wrist so that when he lands on it, the ball doesn't hit the ground.
Rizwan did the same with his catch. Rizwan's catch, well, obviously it's not the same, it's not as good as that, but similar sort of concept, that he was diving full stretch, and normally when you dive in full stretch like this and the point of contact that first hits the ground is the arm or the elbow, the likelihood is the ball pops out. And that was brilliant.
You want to see that catch from all the possible angles, didn't you? Fielder himself can't believe he's caught it, I don't think. As Atkinson is off the mark with 4, backward a square. Straying onto the pads is Shahzad, and Atkinson clips that away to the boundary for 4.
Again, talked about Shahzad and the ability to adjust with the Lord's slope. bowled 2 or 3 good balls in a good length, top of the stumps length, splice to the back, got good defence. Jordan Cox pushed it one, but not being able to adjust. Wanting to bowl that $1 million ball. He's thinking that's going to be roundabout off stump, but unfortunately with the slope, he hasn't quite adjusted, and that's gone into middle and leg, and it's a comfortable 4 just to release the pressure.
191 for 6 in England. Shazad is in, and this is looks like a check pull. Goes very, very straight. It's actually timed beautifully. Won't quite reach the boundary at straight long on, but 3 more runs going the way of Gus Atkinson. You know, sometimes Harmy, and as a former bowler, you won't agree with this at all, but you know, in the scorebook it says Cox caught, Arga bowled Shazad.
I wouldn't even. It doesn't even. It'll be worse than that because it's.
Oh no, to say sub, wouldn't it? That's terrible. That's even worse. I reckon it should be Cox bowled Shazad caught sub.
Yeah, I mean it is. There are times where you, as a bowler, you think I bowled a good ball, but
yeah.
I mean, I've been given an absolute. A priceless wicket there with some brilliance.
Shazad again down the leg side, and Jamie Smith just helps himself to 4 freebies. He's just helped himself in the way Sam Ellard did with your tea.
I'm going to eat it very, very soon. I'm surprised Sam's not on my shoulder trying to get at it. He must have had enough. Big lad sitting behind us.
I was out there. He had 2 of those scones.
He had 2 chickens this afternoon as well.
He did. He's like Jake Elwood from the Blues Brothers, isn't he?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Who?
4 fried chickens and a Coke. Was it Jake who had the?
Yeah, it was 4 fried chickens.
4 fried chickens and a Coke.
That was Jim. That was
That was Elwood.
That was Dan Aykroyd, wasn't it?
Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase?
No, James Belushi.
James Belushi.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And Dan Aykroyd, yeah, not Chevy Chase. Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase do look quite
familiar.
What a
film that was. What a film. Blues Brothers, Sam. You've got to watch it. Brilliant.
I imagine none of the production staff in this have even heard of the Blues Brothers. I think it's some Las Vegas dance act or something. Pushed out to mid-wicket, no run. 198 for 6.
One of them died when 1981 or 82, I think it was.
John Belushi.
Belushi
died,
yeah. Very, very early. I mean, early 80s, I would say. He died. Great songs.
Do you know that scene with Aretha Franklin? I think that's one of the greatest scenes.
In the cafe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that scene, actually, it's the back end of that scene.
Yeah.
They turn up at the calf, soul food calf, and Aretha Franklin tries to convince her husband not to go off on rejoin the band. Pushed out to extra cover, no run.
What was his name again? It was Apollo Creed in
Apollo Creed in Rocky,
What was his name again?
And he was in Predator.
He was in Predator.
Predator 2.
Well with
Predator.
He was in Predator. Yeah. What was his name again?
If we had the laptop here, I'm sure somebody's telling us. Was he Lando Calrissian as well? Wasn't that the same actor?
Yeah.
Lando Calrissian in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, it was.
And Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi, yeah.
So we can name the characters he played. Oh, that's a good ball to, not quite a tail ender, that's a good ball to anyone actually, on a good length, in and around off stump, a little bit more lift, movement away, and it's a flat-footed push from Atkinson, who immediately regrets the shot selection. Carl Weathers.
Oh, that's it, Carl Weathers, yeah. He was in Happy Gilmore as well. He was the golf pro in Happy Gilmore. Sam must be hungry again. He's asked for me plate. No, he was the golf coach. He was Happy Gilmore's golf coach. He had the one hand. You remember? Jobs, yeah. No, that's you.
Here comes Muhammad Ali. He's picked up 1 wicket for 50. Seeing the catch go down. And this is pushed out through the covers. England just been punched in the face, like Apollo Creed punch in the face. Actually, that catch has just stopped them in their tracks a touch. But Gus Atkinson's going to come out and play some shots, you imagine. He's 7 from 8.
Sam's tickled himself. He's laughing at his own jokes now.
I think it was your joke, actually.
I know. It's just when
I mean, I know you two sometimes appear to be the same person. Ali again, thick outside edge, and that should reach the boundary. Gully flinging himself to his left. Might have got a finger on it, but not enough to prevent the boundary. And 200 up for England as well. Atkinson moves to 11 on the score, 202 for 6. Harmy's off to get some scoff, and Bayram is back in with us. Bayram, how can a team drop so many chances and then pull off one of the best catches that cricket's ever seen in the same series?
Well, that's Pakistan for you, right? Earlier in the day, we saw Mohammad Rizwan hold on to a specky, one-handed catch down the leg side, but it doesn't come close to what we've seen from Salman.
Yeah, that's one of the best catches I've ever seen. It's pushed out to mid-on. No run, 202 for 6, and Pakistan needed it.
Absolutely. I mean, they've also dropped 3 or missed 3 opportunities in the field today. They needed a moment of inspiration, John, and I feel like Salman Ali Agha, who, well, was captaining Pakistan in the previous game and is not even playing this one, it's quite ironic that he's the one who provides them with that moment of inspiration.
Carry on talking, Bayram, while I just open up my laptop.
Well, England have crossed the 200 mark, so I feel like they are in the game. Jamie Smith, he was, you know, not dropped, but he offered a chance to Mohammad Rizwan when he was on 15. Thereafter, he has counter-attacked really, really well, and Pakistan, they must sense an opportunity to end this innings quickly now.
Well, Pakistan would love to be batting at some point this evening. Still got a lot of overs left in the day. Forcing shot through the covers by Jamie Smith. We know he's so strong in the V, and he's scored quite a few runs through mid-wicket and also piercing the field at extra cover. Again, the slowish outfield with all that rain means he's not going to pick up 4. Another couple, he moves to 56. And Sean Schofield messages, good evening all, been busy today, just in. What's been occurring? Hello from Estonia. Well, you've missed 3 quick wickets at the top of the order from Mohammad Abbas. You've seen a brilliant delivery from Muhammad Ali to dismiss Harry Brook. We've seen a run out of Dan Lawrence, and we've seen one of the best catches of the century from a man that was dropped one game after captaining Pakistan. Very Pakistan, that, isn't it? Pushed out through mid-wicket for a run.
Yeah, nothing screams Pakistan louder than dropping your stand-in captain in the next game, but he was out of runs, although very reliable slip fielder. Dropped one at Headingley, so makes amends over here. And in terms of missing things, at least on the stream, you've missed Sam's double chicken and double scone party.
Don't worry, that'll be back tomorrow. For those that missed it. Still got a few days left of this test match. Hopefully we'll get day 4 of this test match, you never know. It's Atkinson facing, and Shazad, who's been a touch erratic with the ball today. He's bowled some good balls, but he's also released the pressure. And there's another couple of runs, comfortable runs for Atkinson. Clipped off the hip, down to deep backward square leg for another couple. Oh no, just as, yes, 2 runs. He moves to 13, the score 207 for 6.
Yeah, Khurram Shahzad once again conceding 5 runs and 3 deliveries, and he's been so leaky all series, so wayward, so erratic that, you know, he's a better bowler than this, and he's not even a youngster. He's played a fair few first-class games.
Yeah, maybe the slope affecting him a touch. Straighter this time and defended by Atkinson, who's 13. Smith's innings has been a good one. I know he had that reprieve, but he's tried to take the game on. Here's another problem that Pakistan have had. It's another no ball.
That has to be his 10th no ball, I reckon, because it was 9 not too long ago when I checked, and this has been a recurring theme as well in the career of Khurram Shahzad. He bowled a fair few in the Caribbean, and now he's just continued that on English soil. And it almost seems inevitable that one of these days he's going to take a wicket off a no ball.
Yeah, the only surprise is that they haven't taken a wicket from a no ball. So many of their bowled. This is driven in the air by Atkinson. Doesn't get his foot forward to the ball, and that's actually trying to play that to mid on, I think. Either way, touch of fortune there for Atkinson, who moves for 15.
Lots of leading edges that we've seen today off the bat of English batters, and I do think that, you know, if they get close to 250 or maybe even 260, 270, they will end this day the happier of both teams. But Pakistan, they should realize that if they can mop up the tail, or at least, like, you know, end this innings within the next 10 overs, they're well and truly in this.
35 overs left in the day. We won't get those in. Smith goes for a flat-footed flick through mid-wicket. He's trying to score from every ball, and it's almost like he's predetermining the shot before the ball has been bowled. This is actually nipped back into the right-hander. It struck Atkinson on the pad, and he's trying to play this uppishly through mid-wicket.
He's playing his shots, Gus Atkinson, and of course, someone who finds himself on the Lord's Honours board at least like 4 different rows. He's got a ton here as well, Gus.
He has 10 for, 2 fifers and 100. As this is slashed to the boundary. He's just going for everything, and it's paying off for Atkinson, who moves to 19. 214 for 6. There was width there, and Atkinson feasted on it.
Cashed in big time, just threw his hands at that. The floodlights are on at Lord's, John. And is that something that potentially could help the seamers, or is that just a myth?
No, I mean, certainly it should aid the seamers. The conditions have been very friendly for bowling the entirety of this Test series. That's continued today. There was a little bit of sunshine after tea. But yeah, I mean, that high cloud, it's a hazy evening. We are pushing 6 o'clock now, towards the back end of August. But yeah, considering the wickets that have fallen, considering the conditions, England's been going at 4.5 and over for much of the day, and that's down to some poor bowling at times. Start of the over, and Muhammad Ali continuing from the nursery ground end, and this is defended by Jamie Smith, who's 57.
He's toiled hard today, Muhammad Ali, put in a lot of effort. He's had 2 chances, gone begging off of his bowling, so an unlucky afternoon and now evening at Lord's. And I do think that him putting in that extra effort has given Pakistan a slightly different dimension as far as this bowling attack goes, but they need to be clinical here. They need to mop up the tail, and that's something they've struggled with, John, in recent times.
Here is Muhammad Ali again, touch fuller and driven really nicely by Jamie Smith. The chase is on to stop the ball, but that's one of the best shots of the day, and even with that slow outfield, it's timed so beautifully. It looked for the moment it left the bat.
Just a gentle push down the ground, and Saud Shakil, he gave up that chase quite early as well. The runs keep leaking, and England get closer to that 250 mark, which I reckon is really, really important over here.
Gus Atkinson at Lord's averages 30 in 5 innings with a best of 118. So he does like playing here. But it's Jamie Smith facing 61 not out. Muhammad Ali is in, very short delivery, and down the leg side, Smith shapes to play and then withdraws the bat, no run.
It was his debut game, right? When it was Jimmy's last test, actually, and he took a 10 for Gus Atkinson versus the West Indies. Bowled a lot of that scrambled seam delivery, and he's had his struggles a bit with fitness, but you've got to think that, you know, he makes England's first team almost every time because of what he offers with the bat as well. Sort of in a Chris Wokesy way.
Yeah, he was dropped during the Ashes. He is a player that's been identified as a long-term player. He's pushed out to mid-on. He's opened the bowling. He's been first change. He's not quite as quick as what some were led to believe he would be. He was brought into the attack, and there was a lot of talk about him being a 90-mile-an-hour bowler, and he can reach those speeds, but really he's late 80s, and he's quite a consistent bowler. But yeah, when you factor in his batting ability, you can see why England earmarked him for quite some time. Playing for Surrey usually helps in that regard as well. This is punched off the back foot by Smith, who's annoyed he can't beat Shah Massoud, I think, at cover point. No run.
Well, two Surrey lads out there in the middle. Of course, Jamie Smith also plays for John's favourite county.
Yeah, my favourite county could do with these two, because they're struggling again. 161 for 9 at Essex. We'll wait and see what kind of score that is, but again, it's been a torturous season actually for Surrey, who most people were backing to win the league, and now people are talking about getting relegated, which would be shouldn't use the word disaster, as this edge is just short of gully.
Has been a trend at Lord's, right? Like the ball falling short of gully in the slip cordon. We've seen it over the years. We saw it so much during that World Test Championship final where South Africa played Australia. And the tricky bit is that if you bring the cordon a bit forward, then the catches just become a lot harder because the ball's coming at you faster. But it really is worth conversation that, should the cordon be as far behind at Lord's?
Yeah, this is the point that Harmy was making. He's also saying it's quite difficult with a bowler like Muhammad Ali in particular, because he's bowling, if not two paces, but he's either hitting the bat very hard, or in which case the slip cordon are too close if the edges come, or they're too deep because he's not bowling at, he's bowling between 80 and 85. So you're kind of caught between the two.
Absolutely, and here's a bowling change. We've got Ali Usman coming back into the attack. It's going to be quite fascinating because I think that Jamie Smith is going to take him on, and that might offer an opportunity to Pakistan.
Yeah, I think this is the right move though, because both Shahzad and Ali are bowling. They bowled decent spells. First ball pushed up to mid-on from the bat of Gus Atkinson. He's going a better than a runner ball. It's 19 from 17. Jamie Smith looking good for his 61, and England just overcoming that surprise dismissals. This is hit quite firmly towards short leg. I don't know if that deflected off the fielder or went just forward of short leg. Either way, it's fielded at mid-wicket. No run. England feel like they want to get on top of the spinner. As Atkinson just punches this back to Ali Usman, who of course took a 5 for at Headingley.
Looks quite comfortable out there now, Gus Atkinson. Even perhaps Gus Logie in disguise.
Or Gus Fraser. Pushed this time towards mid-on, but it's the bowler who fields.
Not quite Gus, the mouse from Cinderella. Probably the weakest Gus of them all, I think.
Yeah, I'll have to take your word for that. I imagine our producer might know who you're talking about, but I certainly don't.
Lucy's all smiles.
It is clipped to short leg, no run. I reckon Atkinson fancies a big shot at some point against Ali Usman. This time, oh, he nearly gets done. The one that goes straight on. He's opened up his body a touch as Gus trying to play this through the cover, and he's got a thick inside edge which has travelled at some speed back past leg stump and down to the boundary where it's fielded. Moral victory.
Yep, that should lift the spirits of Ali Usman, and I mean, Gus won't complain. French cut for a triple, but England's first innings total continues to swell. They are now 221 runs for the loss of 6 wickets, and if you're in that dressing room, you're probably thinking 300's possible here.
Well, for sure. For sure. Let's have a look at the Lord's weather. What's it going to be doing tomorrow?
Is it precipitation station?
Oh dear. Doesn't look great, does it? Oh, well, no, it's all right. Well, it's not going to be blazing hot anyway. Pakistan would love for day 2 to be a sunny one. Doesn't look like it's going to be as bad as it is today, as it's tickled off the pads of Gus Atkinson. He continues better than run a ball, moves to 23. It's Muhammad Ali who's bowling his 7th over of this spell, 8th over actually of this spell. Still pushing 82, 83 miles an hour, but England find themselves 222 for 6. 300 seems like a big score on this pitch, doesn't it? But if the sun does come out, this is a pitch that does flatten out. Babar Azam strengthening the batting order, you feel, and you never know. Jofra Archer had an off day at Headingley. England don't have Ben Stokes, the all-rounder, anymore. If the Pakistanis can get off to a decent start, then the complexion of the game, which, oh, it's the complexion of the game's changed again. Pitched up, a nip backer from Muhammad Ali, and we've got a similar dismissal to the one we saw earlier today. Harry Brook in the morning session has been replaced by Jamie Smith in the evening. He's gone for 61, and England lose their 7th, 222 for 7.
Commentator's curse, if there ever was one. And, well, that's the second time today that Muhammad Ali has castled a batter, cleaning them up through the gate. Ridiculously good nip backer once again, and it's a really, really solid knock by Jamie Smith that comes to an end. 61 well-made runs, gets a lot of claps from the Lord's crowd, and deservedly so. But now Pakistan have a window, John. They could potentially bowl England out for below 250.
I still feel 250 is a decent score, but yeah, absolutely, Bayram. Pakistan keep picking up those wickets just when it looks like England are edging ahead. The dismissal of Jordan Cox, thanks to that brilliant catch at second slip. Now this wonderful bit of bowling from Muhammad Ali, who I think has bowled fantastically well today. This is the start of his 8th over, remember, in this spell. He's seen a catch go down, and he's removed a set batter, and that means Ollie Robinson is walking out to the crease, with England still needing a few.
Managed to have that last laugh. Muhammad Ali versus Jamie Smith. Of course, he did draw his edge earlier when Smith was on 15, and Rizwan completely misjudged that, couldn't even get a hand on it. And before that, you know, Muhammad Ali should have had Joe Root on 1. So those figures do not reflect just how good he's been today. 2 for 59. I mean, should have had at least a 3 for.
Robert Cohen says hello from Cebu. I think it's pronounced Cebu. C-E-B-U in the Philippines. Have you ever been to the Philippines, Bayram?
Nah. In that part of the world, I've only been to Thailand and Malaysia.
Yep. I went to the Philippines. Oh, how long ago was that? It's probably about 15 years ago now. Boracay. First ball then to the new batter, Ollie Robinson, who was dismissed first ball at Headingley. And it's defended out to the covers at no run. 222 for 7.
15 years ago, John, when your football career was still in its pomp.
Well, the great thing with football is the older you get, the further back in the field you play. So there's always every dog has his day. So I wouldn't say I was in my pomp. I think I got better as I got older, actually. Maybe I just calmed down, stopped drinking as much. Oh, he's got another! Pitched it up, and Ollie Robinson has been comprehensively beaten. It's the inducker again from Muhammad Ali.
There's a bit of a celebration as well, and he's earned that wicket. Flattens Ollie Robinson's off pole. 2 wickets in 3 deliveries for Muhammad Ali, and all of a sudden Pakistan, they seem to be well and truly back in this contest.
Sorry, I'm being tapped. I'm not sure why. Right, Ollie Robinson will be looking at his off-stump peg back thinking, I could probably do that. Maybe he wants to get out bowling. Does feel like perfect conditions. Floodlights are on. You were asking what difference it made, and we've seen the difference almost immediately, haven't we? Well, 222 for 8, and yeah, now does feel like Pakistan are going to bowl England out this side of 250. Forget a score of 300. I think England will probably take 240 now.
I'll take the credit for jinxing England, I suppose, but I mean, they still have a score on the board, and Jofra's walking out, who can definitely, whack a few. He was the only English batter at Headingley to hit a 6, and that is quite shocking given that this team was a team of Baz bowlers not too long ago.
Well, we've had a man in this commentary box who's working for Sky Sports in this test match, and I think that the 2023 Ashes changed with a 6 he scored or hit at Headingley, first ball after a break. England were 2-0 down and staring at 3-0 down, and Mark Wood came out and hit his first ball into the Western Terrace, and I don't think England looked back from that point onwards.
I think they were just really hard done by that Manchester rain. Otherwise, I reckon England would have won that Ashes series.
Yeah, possibly, but if not for that 6, they would have gone to Manchester. 3-0 down. First ball to Jofra Archer. He wants a single. There could be a run out here. Side foot at the stumps at the non-striker's end from the fielder running in from mid-on. There was confusion between the two batters, confusion from the Pakistanis. The result of it all is 1 run added to the score. And Jofra Archer is off the mark.
I think Abbas was not aware that, he should have picked up the ball and aimed at the other end, because I reckon Gus Atkinson was quite a long way away from the crease.
Well, Jofra Archer's halfway down the track before Atkinson realised that he better get a move on. Wasn't great cricket there, all round, or football, because he missed the stumps. Well, I would have smashed down all 3 on the half volley.
Probably better when you were, or would have done that when you were, I guess, closer to retirement.
Yeah. Actually, I was a goalkeeper for a lot of it towards the end as well. Last ball of a brilliant over for Pakistan. Can Muhammad Ali make it even better? No. Slapped square of the wicket. Effort ball from Muhammad Ali, and Gus Atkinson, when he's been going for his shots from the offset, nothing is going to change there. He hits 4. Score moves on to 227 for 8. And it's going to be Neil Manthorp and Steve Harmison to come in after a little word from Bailey.
Well, I mean, that was a frontline batter's shot, wasn't it? If you show this particular shot to a casual, they would not be able to tell that Gus Atkinson is someone who bats at 8. But England will be looking at him to provide a late boost along with Jofra Archer, because every run here on is worth gold dust. And I mean, they would be licking their lips, England's bowlers, to bowl in these conditions under lights, get like, good 15-20 overs if possible, and maybe, remove 3 to 4 Pakistan batters. Manners?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they'd mind a bowl this evening, would they? The umpires are going to be keeping a fairly close eye on the light. I think it's suddenly got quite dark at the moment as the new over begins from the far end, from Mohammed Abbas back into the attack. Yes, it is. 3 for 38 at the moment. Just the 2 spells. 8 on the trot with the new ball, and then 5 after the lunch break, delayed lunch break. We've only had 53 into the 54th over now. Jofra Archer and Gus Atkinson at the crease. Atkinson's played a decent little cameo, hasn't he? At 27 off 23 balls. Doesn't matter about the balls. The 27 runs have helped take England over 200, and I think that was the first benchmark would be regarded as a minimum. Here is Abbas once again, guided away defensively, blocked actually by Archer out towards extra cover. I still think this total's in the game though, Barham. I mean, honestly, I don't think it is necessarily under par. I mean, I think I may have even been on with you at 70 for 4. I said 225 would be, the average first innings score in recent years, in the last 5 years at Lord's, is 240. So, there have been a couple under 200 and a couple over 300, but the average, this isn't too far away from it. Oh, that's a lusty swing from Jofra Archer. Gets a thick inside edge for a single down to Muhammad Ali at long leg, but gee, he couldn't have swung very much harder at that for just a single.
Considering the sort of conditions we've seen today, where quite clearly the seam bowlers have had a fair bit of assistance, I would say that this is roundabout par by England in the first innings, and they've got a very, very in form and varied sort of pace bowling attack, 4-pronged pace attack, and I do think that Pakistan will really have to earn their runs on this wicket, because England will not make it easy for them by no stretch of the imagination.
2 slips in a gully, 3 on the offside, just 1 saving a single on the onside, except he's not saving a single now. It's gone not straight to him, but it's fielded at mid or wide mid on. They go through for a single. Archer doubles his score on to 2. Gus Atkinson 27, 229 for 8.
He's been England's 3rd best batter today, Gus Atkinson, and he's looked really, really good for the most part as well. So they'd be looking at this pair, Atkinson and Archer, to give them a 20 to 30 run boost, and that could go a long, long way in these conditions.
I agree, yeah, absolutely. Here's Muhammad Abbas wants to get down the leg side. That one's nipped down the hill. It started straight, but deviated past that Jofra Archer's front pad into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan.
Not too far away from the stumps either, that one. But man, as all things considered, would you say that Muhammad Ali might have had a better day with the ball than Muhammad Abbas?
Depends whether you give greater value to top order wickets. I mean, I think Muhammad Abbas has taken the first 3 after Pakistan have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. So he's the bowler for me, just on a results basis. And here he is again, bowls. Jofra Archer drives handsomely straight down the ground, just slightly over pitched, and it's gone all the way. Wow, that was a clean hit from Jofra Archer. It was right in the slot, and you're always taking a chance that Muhammad Abbas will get lavish seam movement, but that has come out of the middle of the bat. Jofra Archer with the first 6 of the day. England 235 for 8.
Stand and deliver by Jofra. He hit a 6 at Headingley as well, and I mean, if you just watch the replays, there's a bit of Caribbean flair in that shot, and well, England need exactly this from their tail-enders. They need a bit of a boost, and like I said earlier, like every single run they score from here would really hurt Pakistan, who again haven't had a clinical day in the field despite taking 2 spectacular catches, some of the best we've seen.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day for I mean, I don't know whether Salman Agha was told yesterday that he was the one to make way for the return of Babar Azam, but he's gone from captain to bench to substitute fielder, and one of the catches of the series, the catch of the series probably, short and pulled away lustily by Gus Atkinson just for a single down to long leg. So interesting. You weren't expecting Salman Agha to be the man to make way, were you?
I honestly thought that one of the openers would make way for Babar Azam, and perhaps Shan Masood would join Imamul Haq or Razan Awais with Abdullah Shafiq at 3. But they've gone a bit left field. I don't think it's the worst decision in the world, because Salman Ali Agha was out of runs, but it's definitely a radical one.
Here's Muhammad Ali once again running in from commentary end and hits Jofra Archer on the pads. There's an appeal, sole appeal from Muhammad Ali, who has figures of 3 for 65 at the moment. Nobody supported him, not even Mohammad Rizwan could be bothered to give him some support with that LBW appeal, so not a tough call for umpire Paul Rifle. We had the great Zahir Abbas as our guest at tea. Did you You weren't hanging about in the back of the commentary box listening to the great man, were you? A number of nuggets of pure gold. The book is called From A to Z: A Life in Cricket. Z, of course, was Zahir's nickname during his playing career, his illustrious playing career. Here's Ali again outside the old stump, and it's left alone. He had a nice, simple, concise, succinct message for India. I was asking him about his phenomenal record against India as a player, and this perception that he had a personal grudge against India and always scored mountains of runs against them. And then I reminded everyone that Zahir's wife is Indian. So, no, it wasn't personal. She was in the commentary box as well.
There's a story where Zahir Abbas actually visits the Indian dressing room in one of the grounds in England, and he motivates them to play well.
Yeah, I don't think he took anything very personally, apart from the cricket ball, which he treated with disdain for over 2 decades. 236 for 8, next one is defended again. But his message for the current Indian, I think, administration, it would be fair to say, was shake hands. What's wrong? Shake hands, play cricket.
Absolutely. I mean, you can have disagreements with nation states, but at least on the field there should always be sportsman spirit, and most Indians who I know agree with that sentiment as well. And if the Asian Bradman has said that, someone who's scored over 100 first-class tons, you listen.
Here is Muhammad Ali again, and that's turned away very nicely by Jofra Archer, who doesn't really need to remind anybody anymore that he can bat. He's a more than accomplished number 10, and in fact not out of place at 9, and has batted 8.
I was a bit surprised when Ollie Robinson actually walked out to bat ahead of Jofra, because I see him as an asset, someone who can hit big, and you know, especially in T20 cricket, he can provide a lot of impetus in that lower order. And I mean, this partnership already has hurt Pakistan quite a bit.
238 for 8 now. It's a tempted bouncer from Muhammad Ali, but he just looks like he's running out of steam a little bit, and that one was an effort ball that wasn't translated into the velocity on the cricket ball. 3 for 67. He remains with 17 overs bowled, and England 238 for 8. I mean, in some ways, you know, Pakistan, I'm not suggesting that Pakistan don't want to take the last 2 wickets, but at the same time, they would not be relishing 45 minutes or an hour's batting, because we've got an hour and a half to play, 10 minutes between innings. I mean, they you know, there's still time for them to be hurt. And Ollie Robinson in fading light at the end of the day with a brand new ball under floodlights, and Jofra Archer for that matter. Well, actually, all 4 of them. Gus Atkinson's due wickets, and Josh Tongue's been taking them. 7 apiece for Robinson and Tongue in the first Test match of the series. It's clipped away out on the onside, and they go through for a single. Muhammad Abbas 3 for 46, 3 for 67 for Muhammad Ali. 6 of the 8 wickets to fall. There was a run out as well. Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, run out, but also 3 missed opportunities, 2 drops, and then 1 ball that Rizwan just couldn't get his hand to.
Low full toss down the leg side, clipped away powerfully in front of square by Jofra Archer. That was not a great delivery from Muhammad Abbas. Looking for, well, I guess, driving for a Yorker.
That's a bit odd. He doesn't usually do that, Muhammad Abbas.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he's missed his length by a long way. That was a shin-high full toss. It was deserved to be hit for 4, and was easily by Archer, who moves to 14. Gus Atkinson's playing a real gem here. 30 not out from just 26 balls. England 243 for 8. And Abbas is in once again. Bowled him! There's wicket number 4 from Muhammad Abbas. An agricultural swipe from Jofra Archer. The kind of shot you play and you're surprised by a large flying insect that you were not expecting, and you fear may do you harm. He swished at that and missed, and Abbas hit. 4 for him, 4 for 51, England 9 down, 2:43.
Well, this was always on the cards with Jofra out there at the crease, and Mohammad Abbas has thoroughly deserved this 4-wicket haul. Hits the stumps on this occasion. You miss, I hit. And I would like to say that to our earlier conversation, perhaps the best possible outcome for Pakistan at the end of this day is, you know, before they bowl England out, bad light stops play.
That is exactly what I had on my mind when I was talking about Pakistan not looking forward to having a bowl in these conditions. They will have to deteriorate, obviously, because the umpires are keeping an eye on the situation. They're actually in conversation now, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they were talking about the light. They don't make a conspicuous show of using the light meter these days. They do it almost surreptitiously. They just sort of glance down and turn around and make sure that they get all the angles, but they'll once they decree that it's unsafe. Remember, that's the criteria. It's the safety. It's not, oh well, you know, you can't see very well. I mean, that's why we still have the situation where umpires say to the captain, we're going off if you bowl fast bowlers. If you want to bowl your spinners, we'll carry on. 2:43 for 9 then, and Josh Tongue comes through. If Jofra Archer is not the worst number 10, I think Josh Tongue is not the worst number 11 either. But I think he'd rather be bowling than batting at the moment.
Yeah, I honestly think England will just swing for the hills here on, get a few more runs if they can. You said the average first innings score was 240. Well, they're past that.
Only just, but I think, you know, in these conditions, I think it's worth a bit more than that. This feels more like a 300 score, really, in these conditions. Mohammad Abbas, though, has a 5-wicket haul in his sights. Not with that delivery. That's wide and harmless, and bounces twice before reaching keeper Mohammad Shahzad. Yeah.
Would not mind Mohammad Abbas to get on that Lord's Honours board. I think he might already be on it. He played a pretty big role in that 2018 victory at Lord's, but I'm not sure if he took a fifer.
Here's Abbas once again to Josh Tongue. Turns it away, clips it actually off his pads out towards square leg, past square leg. Pakistan have got a good record at Lord's. They've won the last 2 tests here, and in 15 tests against England, they've won 5, lost 4, and drawn 6. But it's evened up by the 2010 Test match against Australia, which they lost as well. So they've won 5, lost 5, 1 to Australia.
Yes, I mean, in that, or during that 2016 tour where Pakistan levelled the series 2-2 and eventually went to lift the Test mace as well, Misbah ul Haq, they won their Test matches in London specifically, Lord's and the Oval.
Here's Mohammad Abbas. Edged, and it's flown away between second slip and gully. Well, there's no point putting your hands on your hips and imitating the double-handed teapot. You should have had a 3rd slip in. What's deep square leg do? Come on, guys, you've got a deep square leg. It's number 11. You should have had a 3rd slip in, and it would have been 5 to Mohammad Abbas. 2:48 for 9.
Yeah, the ink was ready for Abbas's name to be etched on that honours board, and well, Pakistan actually have seen a lot of those balls go through that vacant corridor that they've left over there, right? Between second slip and gully, and I just wonder if they could have been a touch more attacking, but to England's credit, they have batted all right today. I think they should be really proud of this effort. This should be enough runs to really challenge Pakistan, and remarkably, we've only had 56 overs all day.
Yeah, there's been nothing bright and shiny about the over 8, has there? Nothing bright and shiny about the weather apart from an hour and a half in the... Oh, hang on, the umpires are having a chat. I think that they might be talking about the light here, Beram Kazi, just as we were. And there's... hang on. The 4th umpire, Bob White, is running onto the field. Can you think of a reason why the 4th umpire is coming onto the field?
Maybe the light meter with the on-field umpires
You're right,
stopped
you're
working.
right. Well, I said they were using the light meter surreptitiously, actually so surreptitiously that it was actually still in the possession of the fourth umpire, who was in the pavilion. So they've called for the light meter to be brought on. It is Bob White. Anybody know much about Bob White? Army says he's from Nottinghamshire or Northamptonshire. Well, so former player. But oh, yeah, okay, all right. I don't know much. So anyway, there's quite the procedure, isn't it? They've removed a bail and replaced it with the light meter.
Absolutely, and Pakistan would really be hoping that stumps, because that would mean that they don't have to bat today and they only have to pick up 1 wicket tomorrow morning. Perfect.
Absolutely the ideal scenario for Pakistan.
Yep.
Absolutely ideal.
And if the sun's out and blazing tomorrow, then they might get the best of the batting conditions in this test match. And I mean, it would be a really good toss to win in that case.
I probably don't need to explain to our listeners, more so our viewers, that they if they thought they heard a boo, they did, and it was probably from a crowd of probably still close to 20,000 in the stadium, because the umpires have decided that light is not fit for play. I will concur that it is dark. It doesn't appear to have been any deterioration in the light over the last half an hour, but the umpires felt that it was worth checking, and so as I understand it, Baron, the umpires go on there's no set number of lucks at which point it's nothing written down in black and white as such in the laws of the game or in the playing conditions or anything. And it's not like this is the minimum lux, which is the measurement for light, ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know that. They go on their gut feel, player reaction, player safety. They then take the reading. If they both agree that light's not fit for play, they take the reading, and that becomes the benchmark for the rest of the test match. So that is the figure. But they don't begin the test match with one. Anyway, the players are off. The umpires are remaining in the middle as a show of good faith, along with so the two standing umpires and the fourth umpire, Bob White, and the players are off the field. England, 248 for 9. I mean, they would really have wanted to have a bowl this evening, so they will feel maybe hard done by. They may well feel that the light probably isn't fit for play. But certainly at the moment you would have to say that I think that Pakistan would be the happier of the two teams, on the basis that they're not going to have to bat tonight, as well as the fact they've taken 9 wickets having won the toss and chosen to bowl.
The way this day has ended prematurely, might I add, Pakistan would...
It's not the light, I mean, theoretically the light could improve. It's only 6:10.
True. But Pakistan will be happy going off the field right now. I'm not sure if they'd be particularly happy with the way this day has panned out, because I think England have scored a few too many runs. Pakistan weren't clinical enough in the field, despite taking some otherworldly catches, mind you. But I would think manners after day 1 of the Lord's Test, even Stevens.
Yeah, actually. But if you were pushed, if I put you on the spot and said you've got to go 51-49 at least, you're going 51 Pakistan.
Just on the basis of the fact that they lost by an innings and 103 runs at Headingley, I think they'd be very, very pleased with this performance today.
Yep. Muhammad Abbas with 4 wickets, Muhammad Ali with 3, and England 248. England 248 for 9. Top score of 61 from Jamie Smith, 55 to Jordan Cox, and Gus Atkinson at number 8 is currently 34 not out in the company of last man Josh Tongue on 1. We'll take a short break. We can't tell you exactly how short or long it will be, but we won't carry on talking for the moment. We will take a break. We'll be back obviously with following on if this is the conclusion of play, and that'll be hosted by Jon Norman. But for now, from the commentary team at Lord's, we'll chat to you later.
Jody Weber. Time now on the big screen some highlights from today's play.
Hello and welcome to a risky following on because we've gone early. The players have gone off because of bad light. We're not sure whether they're going to come back again. We're just going to go with it and talk about how the day has gone, and then if play resumes, I'll stop talking, we'll get Manners back on. And off we go. If they don't come back, it's been Pakistan's day. 248 for 9 England, asked to bat first in conditions that we're always going to see the toss winning captain bowl first. Couldn't wipe the smile off Babar Azam's face. One change for Pakistan. He came in for the captain from the last test match, Salman Agha, and there was no changes for England. Bayram Qazi alongside myself, Jon Norman, Steve Harmison, who play for England, don't you know?
I think I did.
Bayram, Pakistan's day?
I would say only marginally, because England have scored a few runs too many, in my opinion. Pakistan should have looked to kind of roll them over closer to 200 or under 200, and they had those opportunities, right? Like 3 chances went begging. Joe Root was dropped on 1 by Mamul Haq at third slip. That didn't hurt Pakistan. And then Dan Lawrence was dropped on 10 by Shan Masood at mid-wicket. He also was run out not too long after. But then Jamie Smith offered an opportunity at 15, and Mohammad Rizwan misjudged that catch, and Jamie Smith was the best batter of the day perhaps for England with his counter-attack, scored 61 runs. And I feel like Pakistan will rue those missed opportunities, but for a team that lost by an innings in 103 runs at Headingley, they'd certainly be pleased with this performance.
Yes or no, would Pakistan have taken this at the start of the day?
Yes, 100% yes.
Harmy, your thoughts before we have a look at the players that really shone today?
I think it is Pakistan's day now. It's ended the way it's ended. I think one thing I will say is that 248 coming out tonight and batting for 10 overs, 12 overs, and possibly being 2 down reduces the chances of Pakistan getting anywhere near 300. We rock up tomorrow and we've got bright sunshine, and this pitch, it's got a little bit in it, but I think all of a sudden that 248 is not as good a score if you come out tomorrow on a nice warm, calm St John's Wood day. And so I think I agree with what Baram's saying, where the state of the game is at this moment in time. 248, possibly you would have wanted them for a little bit less, but I actually think now you're going to have a nice clear day tomorrow. It should be a good day for batting, and if Pakistan don't go and score 300 plus, then they don't deserve to win this game. They've put themselves in a good position to win the game. They've done a lot of the hard work. Yes, there was the odd drop catch, but there was obviously two worldy catches. I think Pakistan will be. If I was in that dressing room, I'd be happy now with where England are, especially with not having to come out to bat. I think there might have been some anxiety if I had to come out and bat for an hour and 10 minutes if England came out and lost this last wicket.
Mohammad Abbas, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 56, and Muhammad Ali, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 67. For you, Harmy, who was the pick of the bowlers today?
I think Mohammad Abbas was probably the best bowler. I think Muhammad Ali showed in a short spell when he got them 3 wickets in no time at all that he is an international bowler. I think they got the ends wrong at the start. I'm a big believer they got the ends wrong at the start. I thought Shahzad bowling from the pavilion end, I didn't think it suited him or Mohammad Abbas, and I think it took that catch down the leg side to wake them both, to wake Babar Azam up, to wake Mohammad Abbas up, and then I think from there I think they were really in a good space. But I think the pick of the bowlers for me was Mohammad Abbas. Again, I don't think he was at his best as what you had had in county cricket and what we normally see with him. And we talk about him not missing. I thought he missed a couple of times. I think young Shahzad got caught up with bowling at Lords like everybody else does. His good ball, his good length ball, 6 metres, top of the stumps, splice of the bat, and I don't think he adjusted from that. So when he went a bit fuller, it was a bit wider, and when he went a bit shorter, it was a bit straighter on the hip, not factoring for the slope. And Muhammad Ali, I thought, had a decent spell, but I don't think he bowled. I don't think it was something to say he was the pick of the bowler for the day.
Scott's production technique of whispering. What does that mean? Thank you, Lucy. The umpires are walking off.
I suspect that's it for the day. They've just had on the TV. They've just shown the umpires go from either end with the light meter, which I think if they were serious about the game restarting, I think it would have been the 4th umpire walking off towards the dressing rooms to say, "Get your gears on, lads. You're going to be out in 10 minutes."
It was, after winning such a helpful toss, it was absolutely imperative that Pakistan got off to a good start. And they did because of that man, Mohammad Abbas. I mean, he took the first 3 wickets. We talked about England's big 3 of Duckett, Brooke and Root. And Mohammad Abbas got rid of Duckett and Root. Muhammad Ali dismissed Harry Brooke with a terrific ball, which he replicated against Jamie Smith later in the day. But that's what you need your big players to do. Mohammad Abbas Bayram did exactly that early doors.
I mean, Mohammad Abbas is the ace that Pakistan have up their sleeve. He's used to bowling in these conditions. Over a third of his first-class wickets, and that's 900 plus, right, have come on English shores. And I feel like with the new ball, he was terrific. He still wasn't at his best, by the way. Like those figures of 4 for 56 could have been a lot better had he been a touch more accurate. He's been straying down the leg side a bit, but can't fault him too much because he does get Joe Root out LBW and Ben Duckett as well, taking his revenge, I suppose, from Headingley. And 4 for him. Good outing, but I do think that Muhammad Ali's figures of 3 for 67 are not reflective of how well he bowled. 2 chances were, missed off his bowling, and he should have had Joe Root's wicket as well. Bowled with a lot of heart, got that speed up to around 85, 86 miles per hour, at the start of his spell at least. Bowled a long spell also later on, right? Like he was out there for 8, 9 overs? So you've got to respect that, and, after a dreadful test match over up north at Leeds, I think Pakistan can take a lot of encouragement from this bowling performance. But then, the counter-attack from Jamie Smith and Jordan Cox once again, being resolute up top, back-to-back 50s for him now as England's first drop batter. I think England would also not be too perturbed. I think they would also, go back to their dressing room thinking this is not a bad day. However, bad light stopping play is perfect for Pakistan because they don't have to come out and bat now, Harmy.
Yeah, and that's the key point, that if Pakistan come out to bat, it's a different game. There's different anxieties on the game. So I was so pleased the way Jordan Cox batted. I thought he batted nicely. Dan Lawrence was weathering the storm before he got run out. I think Jamie Smith shown what a batter he is. He is a top 6 batter. I thought Archer played, a little cameo the way I would have done it. I mean, we would have been sitting in the dressing room looking at the skies, looking at the sort of darkness coming in, and as a bowling unit we'd be saying, I mean, let's get on with it, because we'd rather bowl on this than bat on it. So at least if we're going to bat on it, let's get on with it, and if it's either 6s and 4s or get out, so we can have first use of the darkness and try and get Pakistan, who are a vulnerable batting unit, out tonight. So I think there was some good things on either side. I think there was some average things on either side. I think we're seeing a game of Test match cricket with the number 7th and number 8th ranked team in the world who have got vulnerabilities in a few places, and I think that's why England are 248 for 9, where nobody in this series has gone on to get that 100. And let's see what happens when Pakistan bat on it, because you judge a surface when both teams have had a bat and a bowl on it.
Of the batters, Jordan Cox again impressed quietly.
Yeah, he looked very comfortable at the crease. He looked very well balanced. He looked good in defence. I thought his rotation of strike was good. I think he has a run out waiting to happen, because I think he's ball watches a lot. There was a couple of times once where Ben Duckett, was it? I'm not sure if it was Ben Duckett. It might have been Ben Duckett. There was a little bit of there's definitely a run out in Jordan Cox, but if that's one of his frailties, then the play itself has done very, very well. But I say defensively he looked solid. In number 3, I think he's looked as good at number 3 in defence and in all-round balance of how he approaches an innings that England's had for quite a while. At number 3, looked assured, is what Jordan Cox has done in the last couple of innings for England.
Against, dare I say it, better teams, set batters getting out. I mean, it's still early, right? So you don't want to be making too many judgments. But it didn't matter at Headingley. It might not matter at Lords. But England have seen a succession of batters get in and get out, right?
Yes, I mean, there were 4 half-centurions at Headingley, and you could make a case that perhaps Harry Brooks should have gotten to his ton, but I'm not going to really blame Jordan Cox for multiple reasons. One is that he'd only batted at first drop once before the previous Test match, so he's new to this role. And then the catch that we saw today by Salman Ali Agha in the slips, that might just have been the most terrific piece of play or bit of play that we've seen all day, so I wouldn't put that on him. And I think Jamie Smith also got a good one, and in that role, after getting a life on 15, he really counterattacks to perfection. He gives England exactly what they need, and he puts pressure right on back to Pakistan, and he kind of changes the course of this innings. So I feel like both of those guys have contributed heaps in quite difficult batting conditions.
I also think, like what I said before, John, it's to reiterate the point, this is number 7 and number 8 ranked team in the world who are not at the most confident, sprightly best, that bowlers are dominating the bat, largely down to the fact that the batting units are a little bit sort of devoid of confidence at this moment in time when it comes to putting not only an individual big score on the board, but a team collective big score on the board. So I think that's just symptomatic of where these teams are at.
Light meters are being checked again. Andy Jacobs, talkSPORT presenter, messaged me saying he thought it was poor form to take the players off. It doesn't seem that. The problem is we started late, so actually we should be stopping play now. It's pushing 6:30, so we're pushing. It's nearly September. The height of summer is now 2 months behind us. I think it did feel dark. On my last commentary stint, that was about 20 minutes before they took them off. It did feel dark at that point.
It did, and there's a whole. I mean, we haven't got time for the whole argument, but the points I would like to make is yes, it was dark. I think it got lighter just after they had gone off, and then it just got dark again. But just not to sound like on my soapbox and like an old man again, the over rate was poor. We are at a cricket ground with floodlights. There's 20 to 30,000 people inside a stadium, and the game's finally poised, and we walk off. Cricket has a horrible way at punching itself in the face when it doesn't need to do it. And for me, with an hour's cricket left, with 11 overs per hour in the first 2 hours, something's got to change. Something's got, and I might sound like an old man, but this is the reality of where Test cricket is dying. Test cricket around the world is dying, and you wonder why. 11 overs an hour in the first 2 hours, and at 10 past 6, when it is relatively dark, but the lights are on, you walk off the field after 56 overs in a day's play. I don't think that's good enough, and I don't think you're saving Test cricket by doing things like we've done today.
Well, just to play devil's advocate over there, Harmy, Pakistan are rock bottom of the World Test Championship cycle ranking, right? Like, there is no chance of them to make the final. There is no promotion relegation system, so it's not like they feel fearful of dropping to a tier below. And they've just gone through a lot of criticism, right? Like, they've been called the weakest Pakistan Test team to tour England in the last 50 years. So at that point, do you worry less about overrate and more about just winning the game?
I think you've got a duty of care to the game. I think you've got a responsibility and a duty of care to the game. You're in an entertainment business now. We had the great Zaire Abbas on, and in the sort of 60s and 70s and the 80s, it wasn't as the sort of entertainment as what it is now, and the global reach is what the world can have. Eyes are on Test cricket. It's important that Test cricket make sure it is still staying relevant. And I think somebody will look at this today and go, 56 overs when you only really lost an hour to rain is not good enough. So yes, whatever situation Pakistan are, whatever situation England are, is a little bit irrelevant. I think it's the paying public. These people are paying over 100, on average, probably £120, £150 a ticket to get 56 overs today when it's only rained for probably 40 minutes to an hour. I think that for me that's why Test cricket is potentially dying in a lot of places around the world, and the one place it's not dying, well, this is not a great advert for me.
It's probably working out at about £3 an over, isn't it? Maybe £2.50.
Also could have been 66 overs, John, if not for all those no balls by Khurram Shahzad.
Well, that's true. Yeah, we can't forget the 10 no balls. So they actually got, nearly 60 overs in. I mean, I'm sure the bean counters
still not good enough.
No, it's not. It's not. I still don't truly... I've heard this conversation, this point has been made many times over many years. I still don't understand why we're still having this situation. Why don't we just have a timer? And if you're not at the top of your mark and ready to bowl, you get docked 5 runs and it'll soon speed up.
There is one. There's one on the scoreboard. It was one every over at Headingley. Every over there's one at Headingley. There's not so much here.
I know it says, 1 over or 2 over. Well, very rarely it says 1 over. I know it says 5 behind, 10 behind. But why don't you just have a run penalty with a timer? Simple as that.
The game possibly needs something drastic. This England cricket team off-field behaviour needs something drastic to happen from a disciplinary point of view for them to make the players, or to make people accountable for and responsible for their actions. The game of cricket in Test match cricket needs something to happen, like a 10-run penalty, 5-run penalty, whatever it is, to come in to make teams get on with the game. And I still think the umpires have a duty of care, because they should be shuffling the players along, hurrying them up, making sure that if there is a counter, because there was one, there was a clock in between every over, counting down, and making sure that the batters were in the right place and the bowlers were ready to go to steer up with the rate. We're not asking for 18 overs an hour. I think even if you give a 14 and a half, 15 at the moment, I think people will be happy. But 11 in that first session, sorry, it's not good enough. And it only becomes relevant towards the end of a day, when you get a day like this, when the game's finally poised and the lights are on, and you're thinking, "Oh, this could have been an unbelievable finish to the day's play for 30,000 people who have paid a lot of money to come in. 248 for 9 could have been 260 all out, and England come out and really sort of put pressure on Pakistan at 20 for 2, or England go chasing too much and be 40 for none by going too hard with a new ball. That's been taken away now, and that has been taken away because of rules in the game that a lot of people not really understand, but also don't really like.
Let's look ahead to tomorrow, though. Let's assume that there is no more play, but we have gone past 6:30 now, and we still haven't had stumps called, so they might be back out. How do you foresee tomorrow going, both of you? We're not expecting blazing sun. We're expecting possibly a little bit of rain in the morning, and then at the back end of the day, or we might be lucky, we might get 4 days play. In terms of the conditions, which of England's 4 bowlers do you expect to enjoy them the most, Tommy?
Obviously Ollie Robinson. He's the one. Gus Atkinson's on the board so many times, so I think all 4 bowled in a partnership. It's the first time I've seen a England bowling unit work in a partnership for quite some time up at Leeds. And I think if the same partnership comes here, which I don't see any reason why it shouldn't, then if favourable conditions are there, then I think Pakistan will feel it very, very difficult to withstand the pressure. And it's about can you get Ollie Robinson into his 3rd spell? Can you get Gus Atkinson into his 3rd spell? If you can, that means Jofra's got to bowl two or three short spells. That for me is where Pakistan, if they can get to it, then they have a chance of winning the game. If Robbie Robinson bowls 3 spells in the first innings against Pakistan, then I fear that Pakistan aren't in this test match.
Yeah, I feel that Pakistan should just look to survive the day tomorrow. If it's nice and sunny and the pitch gets baked, that definitely helps them. But they need to bat time. They need to stay out there in the middle for as long as possible. And once they get closer to that, first innings total, whatever England set, then they can start thinking about the lead. But before that, they just need to survive, grind it out, play attritional test cricket, deal with the looseners or play your shots then, but just don't take many risks and try to just safeguard your position in this test match, because, if they lose this one as well, then we're headed towards a dead rubber in Birmingham.
Play has been called off for the day, so the gamble has also paid off for us. Stumps on day 1, England ending at 248 for 9. Jamie Smith talking with Sky Sports as things stand. We have, of course, got a strengthened batting lineup though for Pakistan. Babar Azam is back. He's only played 1 test match here before, but it's relatively recent good form for Pakistan across all formats, and you'd hope that he can provide the difference. If England are bowled out for 250 tomorrow, then you'd feel Pakistan need to score 300 to be in the game, and if they're going to do that, you also feel that Babar Azam's going to have to get them there.
They need Babar Azam to score 100. He hasn't scored a ton in Test cricket for 3 years and 9 months, which is a long, long time for a batter of his quality. And he has enjoyed some good form lately, but Babar needs to dig in and needs to really make it count. And there is no doubt about the fact that he is the most quality batter Pakistan have at their disposal. But he needs to realize that and really bring his career, back on track, because he has regressed a bit. And well, if the conditions favour him, then, he can make hay if the sun shines, I suppose.
Okay, good stuff, Bayram. Harmy, thanks for your time. Babar Azam has scored a century against England before, although it was at Rawalpindi in a game which Bayram said everybody scores centuries in, and England ended up winning. So the omens there aren't particularly good, but it will be great to see one of the game's great classicists playing tomorrow. England's day, Pakistan's day has come to an end here at Lord's. It's been a really engrossing match with 4 wickets falling in the morning session. England coming back in the afternoon, only for Muhammad Ali to deliver a couple of wonderful deliveries with Gus Atkinson and Josh Tongue there at stumps. Mohammed Abbas will be hoping he can get up on the Lord's Honours board tomorrow. And to find out if he does, come back tomorrow and join us just before 11 o'clock here at Lord's on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, thanks for listening to that. Or via following on.
One of the runners gave me a hand, so I think we got blasted. Good shout. Yeah, I played with him. That was nice. Most of the guys. What?